Howdy-ho, chickadees. Happy Wine and Crime Wednesday. Holy smokes, we made it halfway through the week. Tell me what you're drinking in the chat because Ms. D's drinking tonight. It's been a day. I have myself a lovely Bartonura Moscato. It is my absolute favorite. And that is what I'll be consuming while we watch this crazy ride of a trial. It's been a day, y'all. I got a couple other things. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kelly. Good evening, first off. But you're drinking a protein shake. Bless your heart. I'm not doing that. It's not going to happen for me. No. Let me say hello to several of you. Hello, KS Granny. And I know Kristen is going to be joining us momentarily. She popped in here earlier. We got to talk. I have heard through the grapevine, possibly on the Twix, that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is requesting a bench trial. So there will be no jury to be selected in that case next week. That will go right straight to trial on Monday. It is scheduled to go, last I knew, unless something changed, it is scheduled to start Monday the 23rd. So we may be doing a recap on Monday night on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. I'll let you know how things kind of shake out with everything. Iced tea, good for you, KS Granny. And hello, Melissa. Finishing your tea, then hitting the wine at the 5 o'clock hour. Yes, it is the 6 o'clock hour for me. So, yes, bench trials are interesting. It's kind of wild how they're kind of like the judge is like handling objections and also the jury kind of thing. It's weird to me. Hey, Livy. Well, come on, computer. Happy to have you here, and you're drinking some Diet Coke. Look at all these healthy, good people. So Kelsey Fitzsimmons, I did hear that bench trial. The other thing I need to talk about, Afro Man. So I'm on day one. I'm almost done with day one of Afro Man, and I did hear there was a verdict today. Yeah. The reason I need to talk about this for a couple minutes is maybe not everybody on this channel happens to remember how I blistered on the scene during the Donna Adelson trial, but it's a little annoying to me that these police officers are so put out and so upset about the things that were said about them. Do y'all have any idea the things that were said about me while I was sitting in court? People thought I was a man dressed in drag. Come on. Now you can sit and feel all sorry for yourself. There were a lot of very unkind things that were said about my appearance. I don't care. I know who I am. And that's whatever. That's their problem. That's not mine. My point being, I don't understand how these people got so caught up in the words of things. Like, what are you doing that you are so involved and so upset about what someone else says about you? Because there was a lot. There was a lot. And I was like, oh, everybody wants to say all this stuff. Well, let me just tell you, this is who I really am. And then the lovely Nurse Kim had me on her channel that evening. But it was a lot. There were things said, and then there were things said even later. There were content creators that have said they had whole sections of their live streams that were dedicated to me. You got to get over it. Either you know who you are and you head on down the road, or you get all wrapped up in what everybody thinks of you. Yes, their feelings. They got all in their feelings. So again, I am only just at the tail end. I think there's like 20 minutes left of the first day of the Afro Man trial, but I can assure you, I'm going to get caught up. So if you were just popping in here, hit the like button. That would be the thumbs up that you see down below, and leave some DNA there so that it helps the old algorithm and we get more people come hang out with us. This evening, what we are going to cover is, oh, Livy, you didn't find me during the Adelson trial? Well, Adelson was something else, let me tell you, because, yeah, I was there for a couple of days. I am sorry you didn't find me then, too. But there's old content. You can go back on my channel and you can find old content. So this evening, I'm going to try it at 1.5 times speed because we have a lot. We have like 5 hours of testimony to get through, and I don't want to be here at midnight. So I'm going to try my hardest to not be a McPausey girl and pause. But we're going to see Cole testify, and we're going to get a verdict tonight. I'm assuming everybody coming back here is fully aware of what this case is about. It is about a woman who happened to be on 90 Day Fiancé many years ago. She claims to be an agent and in the entertainment industry. She's a lot, I'm just going to tell you. She claims that Mr. Cole Goldberg attempted to kill her at Boca Bash, or Boca Boat Bash, by trying to drown her out in the water, all with everybody watching and everything. And so he is being charged with second-degree attempted murder. And this is a bench trial, so there is no jury. The judge is the one that will be making all of the determinations. So at the end of this, the verdict that we get this evening is going to come from the judge. All right, is everybody caught up? We have our snackies. I got my snackies again. Got the snackies. And I got my wine. I feel like I need to wine tonight, but I'm going to drink a glass of wine instead. That's how I'm going to handle things. I have problems with authority today. So we're going to get into it. Y'all ready? Let's do this thing. We'll see how it is at 1.5 speed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just hold the mic close to you. Would you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hi guys, my name is Sebastian Espinosa.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 29.
Where do you live?
In Boca.
And can you tell the judge how it is that you know Cole Goldberg?
One other thing I forgot to tell you all. Sorry. There's a poll that I put in the chat. Feel free to give your vote. And secondly, I also forgot to remind everyone that the state rested last night. And so this is now the defense's case in chief. This is the defense's first witness. So just wanted to set the stage for that. So in case people forgot.
Oh, I've known him since college and we got really close in the past 5 years.
During the past 5 years, would you say that you're pretty good friends?
Yes.
And do you speak on a daily basis?
Yeah, almost daily basis, I would say.
I'm sorry?
Yes, daily basis.
Do you also socialize regularly?
Yes.
And when you socialize, what are the types of things that you generally do together?
You know, we go out, take a glass sometimes, just social activities, going to the gym, stuff like that.
Do you know Mr. Goldberg's current girlfriend, Jasmine?
Yes.
You socialize with her as well?
Yes.
And you and Cole have mutual friends?
That's correct.
You know a lot of people, obviously, that Cole knows.
Of course, yes.
Amongst your group of friends, your community of friends, does Cole have a reputation for being a peaceful guy?
No, he's never been aggressive. You know, I've known him for over 5 years and never had a problem. So he's been a very peaceful guy.
I'm going to object for the same objection, Judge. Do you know somebody by the name of Carolyn Schwitzsky?
Yes.
And have you met Ms. Schwitzsky?
Yes.
How many times would you estimate that you've met her?
It was through Cole, so maybe like a handful of times.
All right. In a social setting type of thing as well?
Yes.
Now, what bring your attention to April 24th, 2022? You remember that day, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Did you invite Cole On your father's boat to go to Boca Bash that day?
Yes, that's correct.
And did Cole show up in the early morning with Ms. Schwitzsky?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you notice anything in their demeanor that would have suggested that they were not on good terms?
No, everyone's excited to be part of the event.
Did Mrs. Schwitzsky appear to be angry or upset with Cole?
No.
Did Cole appear to be angry or upset with Ms. Schwitzky?
No.
Did they appear to be on the outs of their relationship?
No.
At what time would you estimate that you all got on the boat?
Around like 10 a.m. That was a sweet spot for us to get a good slot.
To get a good spot on the sandbar?
Correct.
And why is that desirable?
Because the earlier you get there, the more slots are open, then you get the better spot.
What time did you arrive?
Makes sense to me.
Around 11, like maybe a little before.
And once you got there, what did you all start doing?
Having fun, music, everyone's having a good time.
Did you observe Cole to be drinking alcohol pretty much upon arrival?
Yeah, all of us were drinking alcohol.
Did that include Ms. Schwitzky as well?
Yes.
Did your dad tie up his boat to another boat? If you recall.
It's a lot, I'm not sure.
Is that fairly common practice for
Yes.
people to tie up?
When we tie up, I can tell everyone each side so I can tell you on the water.
But what's the purpose of tying up?
Just, maybe have some friends, you want to make the party a little bit bigger.
Boat jumping?
Boat jumping, yes, exactly.
Did you, while you were there, while you first got there and tied up, started the party, did you observe anything unusual between Mrs. Schwitzky and Cole?
No, like I said, everyone was having fun, dancing.
And during the course of the day, did you continue to see Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about them? Did they seem to be on good terms?
Yeah, good times, for sure.
Did you notice whether they ever appeared to be upset with one another or anything like that? Anything concerning?
No, not so.
You weren't with them the entire day, were you?
No.
You were doing your thing, they were doing their thing, correct?
That's correct.
Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, did you again see Mrs. Schwitzky and Cole?
Yes, that's towards the end of what we're gonna sell.
And what brought you all together towards the latter part of that afternoon?
We're gonna decide if they want to come back or stay.
All right. Did your father actually decide to leave around 3 o'clock or so?
Yes, that's the time.
And it was determined that Cole and Ms. Schwitzky were to remain there, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, did there seem to be any tension between Cole and Mr. Schwitzky?
No, they were all in agreement that they were gonna stay back and they were, all in agreement.
And in terms of intoxication, were you able to make any determination whether they seemed overly intoxicated or just, how would you characterize it?
No, they were fine because, they made a congruent decision that they were gonna stay back together, so they were fine to make that decision.
All right. And again, they were a happy couple, they seemed okay at that point?
Yes, everything was fine.
All right. I have no other questions, thank you.
Interesting. Let's see if it goes off the rails.
Did you meet Cole at FAU or FSU?
FAU.
Okay. Was he playing football?
I think he was redshirt team at the time, yeah.
Okay, so you weren't really close to him when you were actually in college, or you became?
I know him through fraternity.
Okay, which fraternity?
Hi.
Okay, was he rushing, or did he actually get in?
He was Russian.
Okay, so you guys don't get close to the fraternity?
I know him really, we were somewhat close, not super close like we are now.
Okay, so you say you get closer after college,
Yeah, that's why I said over 5 years, so for 5 years, we're really close.
and Cole transfers?
Yeah.
So he's no longer at FAU, he goes to FSU?
Right.
Then the pandemic hits, he comes home.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
So when you say going out, bars?
Correct.
Clubs?
Yes.
Cole was a promoter, right?
Yes.
He was working for Dare?
Mhm.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes, yes,
Sorry, we're not trying to be rude, you just
No.
have to say yes or no.
I understand.
You guys would drink when you guys go out to bars?
Yes.
When you would go on the boat, how often would you guys go on the boat?
Maybe like a couple times after Boca Bash.
How often did you see him, or did you see him back then, in 2022?
Every other day.
Okay, so like 4 days a week?
Yeah, at times, yeah.
Okay. So how often would you guys go on the boat?
Like a couple other times, then Boca Bash maybe like 2 or 3 throughout the year.
Okay, so that was only like 2 or 3 times a year?
Yeah.
Did you guys go to the beach?
Yeah, social activities, yeah.
Okay, so separate and apart from the boat, how often do you think you went to the beach?
Say, just like three times.
Okay, so boat 2, 3 times, beach 3 times?
Correct.
Okay, and when you guys go to the boat or the beach, would it be just you two, or would it be like a group of friends?
Just like 2 times, yeah.
Okay, would it ever be with a group?
Sometimes we have a couple friends tag along.
Okay, now Jen, how often would you go to the gym with him?
That'd be often.
Okay, what'd you guys do at the gym?
Work out.
Right, so what'd you do?
Chest, tries.
So weightlifting?
Yeah.
Any cardio?
Weird.
Sometimes we just run the Stairmaster, yeah.
Okay, but predominantly weights?
Correct.
Arm day, leg day?
Correct.
relevance?
No kidding.
Now, you agree that
Weird.
you told everyone to arrive at your house at 10?
Yeah.
Okay, you have about 8 people on your boat, maybe more?
You're on there, yeah.
You have like some 4 girls?
Yeah.
Right, it's you, it's Fabrizio,
My friend Matt.
your friend Matt, Cole,
Mhm.
your dad,
Yes, she says he is.
sorry,
Yes, yes, everybody.
your dad, and then Caroline Schwitzsky.
Correct.
Okay. And so you tell people to arrive at 10, and then you think by the time you actually get everybody on the boat and you get out to the sandbar, it's 11.
Right, maybe a little bit before, but
Okay.
in between that 10 and 11 slot.
And nobody was really downing shots on your boat. Everybody was drinking and taking their time, right?
Right, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Right, long day, you're in the sun, nobody's sitting there trying to get wasted before you even get to the sandbar.
Correct.
Okay. Now that applies to Cole and Caroline too.
Yes,
But it is a long day. By 3, you're ready to go home.
correct.
You're not feeling great.
Correct.
You want to stop while you're ahead.
Yes,
Okay. And you want to leave.
yes,
You tell Cole that you're leaving,
yes,
and you two have a conversation because obviously you were his right there.
yes,
And Cole tells you that they're ready to stay.
yes,
You think he sounds pretty normal.
correct.
You don't think that you have to take him home at that point.
No, and I knew it was a little bit earlier than usual to go back, so it was completely understanding.
Right, but you knew that this wasn't a situation where you're talking to your friend and you can see that he's got to go home. And so now you're gonna have to have a conversation with him to be like, let's go home.
I was aware of my feelings at that time, and I knew how to get back to just be responsible, and then he wanted to stay back.
Right, but we're not talking about you. We're talking about your observations of one of your best friends who you drink with pretty often.
Okay.
So your observation of your best friend who you go to bars with, right?
Yes.
Who you drink with, right?
Yes,
Probably on the boat when you guys go out, you drink.
yes,
When you go to the beach, you drink.
social.
Okay. So you're looking at your friend, you're telling him I'm going home. And you actually say you didn't think you had to bring him home with you because he didn't look that intoxicated to you.
Right.
Okay.
And they wanted to boat hop and go around and still be part of the.
So if you thought that he was super wasted, you would have left him, wouldn't have had a conversation with him like, hey man, let's all go home.
He wasn't wasted.
Okay, so you agreed. You thought, okay, you're gonna do a boat hop, that's cool. You look fine, have a good day. I'm wasn't answered.
That's the statement.
Were you with them the whole day?
The majority.
Okay, so you went with them to the sponsor boat?
What do you mean by sponsor boat?
Apparently there were sponsor boats where vodka brands and liquor brands were
Was
giving
it
out free
kinky?
drinks, seltzers. Did you ever go on any of those boats with him?
Was it kinky
No, I'm sure that was
vodka?
there.
Did you paddleboard or go to another boat with other friends with him?
No, I never stayed at my boat.
Okay, and Cole and Caroline, did they get off your boat and go other places?
That's what they said, but like I said, I left, so I didn't really see anything that happened after that.
Okay, but while you were on the boat there at Boca Bash, you're saying they never left.
I don't really recall.
Okay.
So I was mainly at my boat. I was just worried about what was around me.
And you don't know whether they were around you?
No, I worked within like the boat.
One moment.
I don't see how this helps at all. What is she trying to get at? That he was so bombed? I mean, this incident happened, the police came at what, like 6 o'clock at night? What are
So
we doing?
was Matt with you the whole day?
Yes. Yes.
Was your dad with you the whole day?
Yes.
So can you tell us confidently whether Cole and Caroline were with you all day or you don't remember?
That's what this is on the boat for sure, 100%.
Okay, the whole day.
On the boat, yeah. The time I was on the boat, he was with me.
Okay. Can everyone join us?
No,
Go to
Kelly,
page 12
I don't think
without reading it
so.
out loud. You can read it to yourself. Can you read from line 4 through?
I think that guy was with the on the Doobie boat, Captain Doobie's boat. That's what I think. That's where I think that actually went down.
Page 12, thank you. Line 4 to 21.
Not on the Espinoza boat.
So 4 to 12?
No, page 12, line 4 to 21.
4 to 12.
I'm zippity doo done.
So do you remember saying that the two people that you remember you spent the whole day with were the captain of the boat and Matt?
Yes.
Did you say Cole and Caroline spent the whole day with you in your depot?
From those lines, not there.
And you remember giving a deposition?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember swearing to tell the truth?
Correct.
Okay. And on that day, you did not say that they spent the whole day with you?
As in like me and Boca Bash being there. That's what I was referring to.
All right. But you can't give specific times, and you couldn't give specific times then as to when Cole left and came back throughout that day.
It was a long period of time, so maybe it's not exact, but it's relatively to the times that I mentioned.
I'm not seeing the big holes being poked in this testimony. Y'all tell me what you
You
think.
didn't see an incident where someone groped the victim?
No.
You didn't see anything physical between them at all?
No.
You only found out everything that happened afterwards?
Yes.
How many questions? Briefly.
Hey, Kristen. I hope you have a fantastic time with your grandson.
Especially, you weren't with Cole and Mr. Singh the entire day, were you? Objection meeting?
On the boat, no, we were moving back and forth.
There were boats that were tied up and they were hopping back and forth, were they not? As everybody was. Objection meeting?
Correct.
You were not with them every second of that day.
Not every
Objection meeting?
It's leading, but it's not your terms.
Sorry, what's your answer?
Yeah, not every second. Like I said, people, I was with them the entire day for Boca Bash, but they were doing their own thing and hopping back and forth.
All right, around 2 o'clock or so in the afternoon, when you again came to see Ms. Schwitzsky and Cole, you were pretty impaired at that point, were you not? You were wasted.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's why you left, right?
Correct.
And that's when you were having a conversation with Cole and Ms. Schwitzsky, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sit down.
That's all.
Sit down. Thank you, sir.
So this one, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next one sounds good. Next one.
I did, Melissa. We just have a lot.
Anthony Nino.
All right, sir. Here's the truth.
Anthony Rob.
Hello, Anthony.
Oh,
Thanks. Hello, Anthony.
Hi.
Why are you appearing by Zoom? Do you live in another state?
yes, I live in New Jersey.
And how long have you lived in New Jersey?
Noisy boy.
My whole life.
Do you also have a place down here in Florida?
I do.
And do you come down here frequently?
Yes, so from September to like June, every month, for like a week or two.
And how long have you been coming down to Florida? How many years?
Probably like 10, 12, but I got a place officially in 2019.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Did you work?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for a living?
I run a commercial painting business with my family.
And do you know somebody by the name of Cole Goldberg?
I do.
And how long have you known Cole?
About 8, 9 years.
And how was it that you met Cole?
Through other friends of mine that I met down in Florida because my brother was in Pike frat and he connected to people down there and I met him out through other friends.
So you and Cole have a lot of mutual friends?
Yes, we do.
Would you characterize him as a good friend?
Objection.
Yes.
He doesn't represent the community.
You just asked if he was a good friend. He said yes.
And even though you
Poor
live in New
guy's like,
Jersey,
what?
do you still communicate with Cole telephonically or social media or texting on a daily basis?
Yeah, all what you mentioned, almost every other day.
Do you know somebody by the name of Angela Rada?
Yes, I do.
And is she also in that group of community friends that you have with Cole?
Yes.
And who is Angela Rada?
She's Cole's ex-girlfriend, and then she's also my other friend who lives in Florida, ex-girlfriend as well.
Amongst your community friends, does Cole have a reputation for being a peaceful guy?
Objection.
Yes, very peaceful, very nice guy.
Overruled.
Do you know somebody by the name of Carolyn Schwitzsky?
I do.
And how many times have you met Ms. Schwitzsky?
About 15 times.
And in what kind of setting have you met Ms. Schwitzsky?
I met her at a day club located in Hollywood, Florida. I believe she did something there with a bottle service.
All right. Have you seen? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I met her with Cole. That was the first time I met them together.
Was it a day or nightclub?
Day club, nightclub, but during the day, I think, yeah.
All right. And did you meet Ms. Schwitzsky in any other setting besides the ones you described?
Just party settings, basically.
Did you have an opportunity to see Ms. Schwitzsky drinking alcohol?
Objection.
Yes, many times.
Overruled.
And is this somebody that would like to drink, in your opinion?
Objection.
Yes, she would get extremely intoxicated every time I seen her.
Overruled.
And when you say every time you saw her, can you give us a little bit more information about that? How many times? And can you describe exactly what you observed when she was drinking?
I'm going to object.
I would say all 15 times I seen her, and she'd be drinking pretty heavily.
The objection's overruled.
Is this somebody that, in your opinion, was not a drinker, quote unquote?
Objection to an improper.
Caroline? No, she was a drinker.
I'm not considering.
I want to draw your attention
What
now
a
to
mess.
April 24th of 22, Boca Bash. Do you remember that day?
I do.
And Cole and Caroline were there
For
that day?
nothing.
Yes.
How about
Who
that?
did you go to Boca Bash with?
I went with a group of my friends, my friend Braden on his boat, and my brother was there, a few other friends, about like 8, 10 of us, maybe 12, I don't know. Can't really give a exact number, but went with them, I didn't go there with Cole.
Okay, and that was, I'm sorry, Braden's boat, did you say?
Yes, Brady's boat.
And did a lot of the folks on your boat also know Cole? They were friendly with Cole?
Yeah, everyone knows him. We all, get along, everyone knows each other.
At some point, did Braden's boat, I'll refer to it also as your boat, tie up with the boat that Cole was on?
Yes, as I remember, we tied into about 3 boats, I would say, where we, tied the ropes and connected.
And do people do that so that they can boat hop or jump?
Yeah, basically like boat hop, you could walk the boat to boat and socialize in that way.
Do you know what time you arrived at Lake Boca?
I can't give the exact time, but I would say, estimation, probably, before, afternoon, maybe afternoon, around that time.
You don't know the exact time?
In the middle, yeah, maybe like, you say 11:30, 12 maybe.
And were you drinking alcohol?
I was.
What were you drinking?
I wasn't drinking that much. I had maybe a few White Claws, seltzers.
When you arrived at Lake Boca,
Not
was
the
Cole
White Claw.
already present there?
I'm not too sure. When I arrived, I didn't see him yet.
At some point, you did encounter Cole and Schwitzsky?
Oh,
Yes.
And when you first made contact with them, can you tell us how they appeared?
Fine. High energy, excited to be there. Just everyone was looking to have a good time.
They're dancing and music, DJs, things like that going on?
Yep. I remember seeing Caroline when she arrived. She was, dancing a lot.
And Cole was having a good time as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the day, did you see them on multiple occasions, or did they disappear at times?
Yeah. I was socializing. There was a lot of people there. I was, bouncing back to boat to boat. That type of thing.
So you weren't with them every second of the day, correct?
No, not every second. No, I was socializing with other people as well.
All right, and any time that you did in fact come in contact with Ms. Schwitzsky and Cole, did they appear to be okay in terms of their relationship? Everything seemed fine?
Yeah, everything seemed good.
Did you notice anything about their demeanor that would have indicated to you that there was trouble in paradise, so to speak, or that there was a breakup, or anything along those lines?
No, not at all.
And would you say that, did you see Ms. Schwitzsky and Cole actually boat hopping during the course of the day?
Yeah.
What about a yacht, a mega yacht sponsor boat, an alcohol or vodka sponsor boat? Did you see anything like that?
the kinky boat.
Yeah, I think I saw a few boats driving around.
That's what we call it. We're
A
gonna call
lot
it.
of boats were also driving around, jet skis, throwing alcohol all over the place, just handing them out.
Okay. And those sponsor boats, is that what they do? They give out free shots?
Yeah, I believe that's what they do.
Around 4 o'clock or so in the afternoon, did you have occasion again to meet up with or see Cole and Caroline?
I can't tell you around that time because I wasn't really looking at the time, but definitely, yeah, around that time, maybe, yes. Yes, I did.
Late afternoon?
Yes, definitely.
All right. And around late afternoon, did you witness an incident between Caroline and a guy that touched her inappropriately?
I did.
And can you tell us, Honor, please, what you observed?
Yeah, I observed a younger gentleman. I definitely could tell, he seemed younger. And Caroline was, dancing, and then he got behind her and, slapped her in the ass.
How close were you to this incident?
I love the way you
Like 5
described
feet
it.
away.
So this was on your boat or the Braden boat that this occurred on, or?
I can't tell you whose boat it was on because I can't remember. I just know it was definitely on one of the boats.
Do you know this individual that slapped her behind?
By face, not name or anything like that.
And was this guy Angela's ex-boyfriend or her current boyfriend at the time?
No, I know
Oh,
both of them.
And that wasn't the individual?
No.
After the butt slap, what did you see happen to the guy who slapped her butt?
A lot of people, yelled at the kid.
Was there a big commotion?
Yeah, it was a big commotion. Caroline started yelling at him. She was very offended at the kid that did that. I didn't see Cole actually get angry, which was, weird to me, but
Wait, so let me stop you. You did or did not see Cole get angry?
I didn't see him get angry
And why do you say that was weird?
because me personally, I would have got, pretty pissed off someone touching my woman in that way.
Okay, you testified earlier that he was a reputation for being peaceful. Was this consistent with the way he normally behaves?
Yeah, extremely peaceful. He's not a jealous person, so.
So it was weird that, because you would not have responded that way, but it was not weird because Cole had acted that way.
Correct.
After the butt slap and there was all this commotion, did you see Cole throw this guy over the boat into a propeller?
No,
Did you see anybody throw this guy over the boat into a propeller?
no, didn't see any of that.
Did you see Cole do anything harmful to this guy at all?
No,
Was Carolyn angry at this guy?
yes,
Prior to the butt slap, okay, before the incident occurred,
not the butt slap.
did you see or make any observations about Carolyn's behavior, being angry at Cole or Cole being angry at Carolyn?
no. Caroline just seemed a little drunk.
But you didn't appear to you that they had been over, that there had been some big breakup or anything like that?
No. Everything
Like
seemed
a
fine. Everyone was
sloppy
smiling, having a good time.
Or shortly after the butt slap, or even before the butt slap, did you see Cole do anything violent to Ms. Schwitzsky?
Child right
Sexually
now.
inappropriate?
No.
Did you ever see him take his hands and dig into her bathing suit, under her bathing suit, or on top of her bathing suit, or molest her sexually?
No, definitely not. You wouldn't do something like that.
And you didn't hear anybody say anything like that, or you didn't hear Ms. Schwitzsky screaming at the top of her lungs, did you?
No.
You didn't see anybody recording or taking out their cameras and start filming the butt incident, or filming anything that
A
any
butt
type of violent
incident.
encounter between Ms.
No,
Schwitzky and
no,
nothing
no.
like that? Did you see Cole throw Ms. Schwitzky into the water?
No.
Did you in fact see Ms. Schwitzky jump into the water after the commotion had settled down?
Yes.
After the butt slap, did you observe Cole actually trying to calm Ms. Schwitzky down?
Yes. It's kind of like babysitting her and, telling her it's okay. Don't sweat it type of thing.
In terms of not what he
Babysitting.
said, but his actions, can you describe for His Honor what you saw? Was he comforting her? Did you make any observations?
Yeah, no, I definitely was comforting her, telling her, like, don't worry about it. It's okay. I remember her, kind of getting annoyed, saying, why don't you stand up for me? And he just wanted to let it go. He said, let's have a good day.
Hold on.
I told you.
And I'm sorry, you can answer that question. Go ahead. So what did he say?
Oh, he just told her to, like, calm down, trying to calm her down.
So you saw Ms. Schwitzky jump into the water, is that correct?
Yes.
And what did
I
you
do
when she jumped into the
too.
water?
I find him very cuddly. And the last one.
I think she was swimming.
Did you notice anybody throw Ms. Schwitzky's bag or personal belongings into the water after she jumped off the boat?
No.
After she jumped off the boat, did you observe Cole also jump into the water?
Yes.
And from the time he jumped into the water, how far back would you estimate that he was from Ms. Schwitzky at that point?
Pretty far, maybe like 50 feet estimation.
And did it appear that Cole was agitated or upset at that point when he jumped into the water? Did you make any
No.
observations?
No.
Before Cole and Ms. Schwitzky got off the boat and went into the water, did you hear the captain screaming at everyone that he was leaving?
Yeah, Captain Doobie, I think that was his name or nickname.
All right, and did you see the captain kick everyone off, not everyone, but a lot of people off the boat, not just Ms. Schwitzky and Cole, but other people as well?
Yeah, it was kind of a big commotion because it happened to be a lot of people around that time. And I remember he started saying, there's not enough life vests on this boat. And, it's telling everyone, get off the boat.
Yeah, he didn't want to get
And
a
at
fine.
the time that
Get a ticket.
Captain Doobie's boat was taking off, what was the boat that you were on doing?
We were getting ready to leave, actually. So it all happened quick. We were taking off actually on the boat when everyone, sort of like jumping off and getting out of leaving the boat.
All right, so your boat was leaving, Captain Doobie said he's leaving, kicking people off because there's not enough life jackets on his boat, correct?
That's what the captain said. He was shouting at people.
When
That makes
you
sense.
observed Cole jump into the water, did you make any observations about his ability to swim?
Yeah, because I was sitting in the back when we were taking off. I remember looking back and he looked a little, looked like he was flapping actually in the water, like a duck a little bit.
Aw,
And why couldn't you do anything to help him?
not a duck.
Well, we already took off and, I figured there's a lot of, I didn't really, in the moment, I had a few drinks, I really didn't think anything of it. But I did have that thought in my head, like, wow, looks like you, having a hard time swimming. Like looking back and, I assumed there's many people still there that, possibly,
Help him.
could have helped if they wanted to.
You and Ms. Schwitzky clearly know one another, is that correct? You
Correct.
And she knows you as Anthony?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So he knows the complainant, the
No further questions, thank you.
victim. I find this interesting. And his testimony so far has been very linear. I could follow it. It made sense. He doesn't seem evasive. Let's see what happens on
Good
cross.
morning.
More.
It could go off the rails, y'all. You know how this is.
So
So,
Cole actually got kicked off of Captain Doobie's boat, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was because of the argument with the guy that groped Caroline.
No,
Why was it then?
it's because of the life vest. And it wasn't just Cole, it was a few other people too that got kicked off the boat.
Okay. So you're saying today that Cole doesn't get into an argument with the Grover, Caroline does.
Yes.
So Cole never argues with the Grover.
Never argued. He just told them to, cool it.
Okay, you took a deposition in this case?
Yes.
I believe it was on Zoom.
Yes.
You were sworn in,
Yes.
told to tell the truth.
Yep.
And you testified to the best ability of your knowledge.
Yes.
Referring you to page 21 of your deposition.
Oh, he's got it right there. How about that?
Line 11 through line 16. Actually, through 19. All right, so is that different from what you're saying today?
Yeah, I wasn't specific on my wording. I said arguing, but they were arguing with the kid that did that. They weren't arguing. Cole and Caroline weren't arguing with each other.
But he was arguing with the Grover.
I wouldn't say really arguing. It was what you just said. Cool down if you consider that an argument. I'm not too sure, but he definitely, told him relax. And yeah,
All right.
wasn't a whole big long argument. The argument was mainly Caroline and the kid that did that. That was more of an argument.
So on February 22nd, 2024, you took this deposition, right?
Yes.
And that was a little bit less than 2 years after the incident, right?
Yes.
And today, it's about almost 4 years since the incident, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, you said it was actually Caroline and Cole arguing with this guy. I don't know who the guy was. Is that
Yes.
right?
Correct.
But today you're saying that Cole didn't argue with the guy.
Well, it comes down to the terms of what you consider arguing. It's not like he was getting, crazy with the guy. He just had a simple conversation, put it that way.
On the day of the deposition, did you not have the opportunity to say that they were simply having a conversation?
It was my first time doing this. I know how detailed I had to be on statements.
So it's detailed to say arguing versus having a conversation. Those are fairly different. It's not about defining things or being detailed. Would you agree those are two completely different things?
Objection.
I have arguments with my brother all the time. I love him to death.
So then you also say that Cole only gets kicked off the boat because of the life vests.
Correct.
All right. Does the fight happen and then the life vest situation happen right after?
Yeah, it falls in that order.
Safe to say the fight kind of breaks up the party.
Let's see. Broke up the party at all. It was just more, just a little bit of a commotion.
All right. So today you said in direct examination that Cole was not upset because someone touched Caroline, and that's pretty consistent with Cole because he doesn't get upset by things like that. Is that what you testified to today?
Right. Maybe upset, but definitely not angry, I should say.
Okay, so now he was upset.
I don't know. I can't read his mind, but definitely didn't seem angry.
You didn't have a problem reading his mind when you took your deposition.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you remember describing whether he was upset or not at your deposition?
Possibly.
All right, and do you need to refresh your recollection on what you observed?
Sure. What page is that?
It's page 29,
I love
line
this
14
guy.
through 20.
He's like, yeah, what page is it, man? What'd I say? I don't know. That was a year and a half ago. Oh, love it.
Yeah, I said he's not the type to get jealous.
All right, but you also said, was Cole upset? Oh, obviously.
I'm assuming basic human skills, you'd be upset if someone did that to your girlfriend, but maybe not angry. It's two different emotions.
Okay, we're talking about upset. You said obviously.
Most likely, yes. I would think maybe he's a little upset about that.
And this is your friend that you've known for 9 years.
Correct.
So when your boat is taking off, that's when they jump in the water, right?
Yep.
And that's the last thing you saw.
That was the last thing I saw. Cole in the water, flapping a little bit, and Caroline about 15 feet ahead of him.
And you had said
Exactly.
that Caroline looked more intoxicated than Cole throughout the day, correct?
Upset and
Definitely,
fighting.
yes.
Did you know how she was swimming?
I couldn't really get a good look because of a lot of people, and I wasn't really looking over in that way.
What do you and Cole do when you're in town?
We grab lunch, we work out at the Lifetime gym. have dinners,
All right,
meet
so
up.
you guys go to the gym.
Yeah, we did a sauna and steam room a few times.
Okay, you don't actually like work out, you just use.
No, we do. We did like light lifting.
Okay, I mean, you look like you've gone to the gym a few times, you only do light lifting?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, I do that. When I work out myself, I do heavy lifting, but with friends, I just do, little sets.
Okay.
Like we're talking, socializing. Not a serious workout.
Okay, what's the relevance of this workout routine?
And I'll move on.
Thank you.
There is no relevance. That's the
When you
issue.
met the defendant, he was a club promoter?
We're talking about Cole, you said?
Yes.
I'm not too sure what his, I think maybe possibly, yeah.
Okay, you're not too sure what he was doing when you met him? You didn't know what he did for a living?
But I don't think he did a lot for a living. I know he had a lot of friends. We never really brought that up. I just knew I always went with him to there, and we always had a table section.
So speaking of things that you didn't really talk about, did you talk about Cole's relationship with Caroline at all?
Yes.
Okay, but you wouldn't talk about what he did for work?
Well, that's really didn't do it at work. He was, I was younger, and wasn't really a job. So that's why I never got too into it.
Was Angela Rada's other ex-boyfriend
Weird.
there that day at Boca Bash?
Yes, my friend Braden. We all know each other.
Okay, were Cole and Braden friends?
Yeah, they got along.
They got along even after he started dating Angela?
Yeah.
They got along even after he started dating Angela very shortly after she was dating Cole?
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
That can happen, ma'am. This isn't the crime of the century here. People can be adults and say, hey, this isn't working out. Best of luck to you.
You didn't know anything that happened physically until the next day, correct?
Correct.
You were notified about that, you weren't there.
Yeah, I remember, a bunch of my friends down there sending it, and I thought it was fake.
And you would agree that the argument that happened, them versus the Grover, it was a pretty big commotion.
I mean, I'm not sure what you would consider big, but it definitely was a little bit of commotion, yes, definitely.
Well, actually, it's what you would describe as big, because you said that it was a big commotion in your deposition. So what would you describe?
Impeachment.
What would you describe to be a big commotion?
Something that lasts maybe 10 minutes long. This was maybe a couple minutes. It was a life vest situation that caused a big commotion. That was,
So your testimony today is that the life vest situation was the big commotion, not the argument that took place between Mr. Goldberg, Ms. Schwitzsky, and the Grover.
correct. That was only like a few minutes.
All right, turning
Damn,
your
it's not the
attention to page
groper.
21 of
It's
your
the butt
deposition.
slapper.
Line 22 through
Get it right.
page 22 of your deposition through line 3.
Butt slapper, not groper.
Yes.
All right, so when you describe the big commotion, you're referring to the argument that happened between Cole, Caroline, and the Grover, right?
Let me read this 1 second, sorry.
Butt slapper.
5 and 6. It was line 5 and 6 on page 22 where it say, Captain Doobie said, everyone get off the boat. I don't have enough life vests.
Right, and then line 1, 2, 3, you're talking about how everyone is yelling at each other. Cole and Caroline are yelling at the Grover. People are defending the Grover. And then all I remember is taking off on the boat and the captain saying, everyone get off the boat. So before the captain starts talking about life jackets, you say there's a big commotion and it's because Cole, Caroline, and the Grover are having words, right?
Yeah, it happened like after the fact, like minutes apart. Like I would say probably 10 minutes after that, after the butt slapping.
All right,
A
so
butt
you go
slapping.
every 1 to 2 weeks, or for 1 to 2 weeks every September through June?
No, every month, but I stayed for 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay, so every single month from September to June, you were here for 1 to 2 weeks.
Yes.
Is there any reason why you can be here now in person?
What?
Yeah, because I'm extremely busy with work. I have a lot of stuff to handle. That's why I'm doing the Zoom.
All right, and.
And that was my schedule back when I was younger. I was young then. Now I'm older. So.
I understand. I'm asking the court to disregard.
Ma'am,
When you're driving
just because he's explaining to you and you don't want to hear it doesn't mean you want him that he has to be shut up. Oh my gosh, I couldn't even get words out.
away on that boat, you didn't think to yourself, maybe I should go back and help my friend?
He said that he did.
No, I really didn't think anything of it. I mean, we're ready,
It's like that.
Pretty,
There's lots of boats. He'll get somebody else to help him.
from the scene. So the time, I didn't think anything of it now.
You didn't think, let me call somebody, see if they're okay?
My phone was dead actually, as I remember.
Okay.
And music was blasting all over, so happened to happen quick, so.
I have nothing further.
I bet you don't, honey, because
Thank you very much. You go out.
All right, thank you.
that landed rather flat. I don't understand what she was trying to do in that whole cross-examination because he was having no part of it.
Thank you, Rob.
Oh, well, she's dressed rather lovely.
Good morning, Angela.
Oh, this is the ex-girlfriend.
How old are you, Angela?
I'm 25.
Where do you live? And do you
Oh,
work-
honey.
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a project manager at a construction company.
Do you also work for Cole's family?
I did for many years.
And what did you do for them?
I was the administrative director, I guess. I did everything at the front desk.
And how long did you work for them for?
I was 15 until 2023, so I was 22.
All right. Did you go to college?
I did.
Where'd you go?
Florida State University,
And when did you graduate?
2024.
When did you first meet Cole Goldberg?
At Spanish River, my freshman year.
High school?
High school,
Was that in 2015 approximately?
yes.
And did you and Cole become boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes, we did dated for 4 years.
In a committed relationship for 4 years?
Yes, committed relationship.
No other boyfriends and girlfriends through that 4-year relationship?
No.
And why did you two eventually separate after 4 years?
We just grew apart. There was a lot of love for each other, but we were more friends than boyfriend and girlfriend. It was more family.
You went off to FSU
Yes.
and Cole went off to a different college.
Yeah, and then he eventually went to FSU as well.
And when you went off to the other college, you did suffer a football injury.
Yeah, but we were still together then.
And then eventually he finished up at FSU, is that correct?
Yes.
And since your breakup, you and Cole have remained good friends?
Yes, we always stayed in contact other than the time period that he was in another relationship.
And what do you mean by that?
We always stayed in contact in the sense of, how are you? Or, oh, I saw you. Happy birthday. And the last time I said happy birthday to him was when he blocked me because his girlfriend didn't like it.
Objection, strangulation?
Over.
You can finish it.
Okay, so she didn't like it, so I was blocked then, and we didn't speak from then on. That was pretty much it, but we've always kept up with each other, and I'm really good friends with the family, so if it wasn't through him, it was with his brother, his mom, I still worked with them, so I was always still around.
She's pretty on the inside and outside.
Was that girlfriend Ms. Schwitzsky?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes,
And after Cole and Ms. Schwitzky were no longer in a relationship, did you and Cole begin speaking again on a regular basis?
yes, of course, I was always there to support him.
So it was only during this 9-month period or so when they were together that you two really weren't communicating?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would still see Cole out and about in Boca, is that right, Boca Raton?
Yes, or Fort Lauderdale, which is where the Hard Rock is.
Okay.
If it wasn't directly, we were still in the same vicinity, or just same mutuals.
Do you know Cole's current girlfriend, Jasmine?
I do,
And are you two friendly as well?
yes,
Good friends?
yes,
You and Cole have other mutual friends other than the ones we've discussed?
our whole hometown is mutual,
So you know a lot of people that he knows, obviously.
yes,
And in your community of friends, does Cole have a reputation for being a peaceful guy?
absolutely.
And you would know best, you've been with him for many, many years.
Yeah, since we were kids,
During your relationship with Cole, did you ever observe him to be the jealous type?
never, I almost sometimes wish that he was, but
What do you do?
I would want a reaction, I would want, give me a little bit of jealousy, and it never got to that. It was always very, I have you, what else do you want? So there was no jealousy.
Do you know somebody, you know Carol Schwitzsky, you talked a little bit about her, right?
I only had one interaction with her.
All right, and was that an interaction that occurred in March of 2022, shortly before this incident occurred?
Is this the Rocco's Tacos?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'm object at this time to the back here for evidence of the victim.
Overrule the objection for me.
Okay. Did you have an encounter with Ms. Schwitzsky in March of 2022 at Rago Tacos in Boca.
Yes, she approached my table.
Which is, okay, so was Rago Tacos is a restaurant in Boca, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
All right. And did you see Cole and Schwitzsky there sometime in March?
I didn't know they were there until they came to my table.
All right, so you were there with who?
My 6 girlfriends.
And there was no plan to meet Cole there or anything like that, right?
No one knew I was in town, just my 6 girlfriends.
These
All
are
right.
all people I
And
want to hang out
when
with.
you were having a dinner,
Not the
you were
others.
approached by somebody,
Yes,
and who was that?
Caroline.
And what happened?
She interrogated me on,
Objection to the same objection of character evidence.
It's still an overall objection for now.
You can,
I just want to point out the irony, it does not escape me that all of the older individuals that testified all testified and acted like teenagers. They acted like, as I said, the witnesses in the Raoul Valley trial. And these young people have shown more poise and have been better at testifying and being honest than the older adults. This is like crazy. She's unbelievably likable. So are the 2 prior witnesses. I want to go hang out with them. They can all come over to my house and hang out. Like my son and his friends always used to hang out because they just seem very mentally stable and like normal young people.
so she interrogated my table saying, do I still speak to Cole? I said, actually, I really don't because of you, but I speak with his family, I work with his family.
and that's because at this point, she had blocked you, correct, like you testified earlier?
Yes, actually, or I said happy birthday, which I think is why she was upset that we still spoke, but we did, I said happy birthday to him.
Okay.
And she didn't like that. His family didn't allow her to work at the camp, and I still did, but.
Okay.
Really good.
All right, and was there a commotion that occurred at the table?
Yeah, she had to be removed, and I got my whole bill.
Objection to that character evidence.
Did she exhibit, in your mind, was this a jealous encounter? Was she jealous of you?
That or insecure, I'm not sure which one. but-
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
And what happened as a result of that
You
incident?
go, girl.
I got my meal for free, and all my 6 friends,
It was calm.
because
Objection to
Can we move on?
relevance.
Yes. Would you characterize Cole as a social drinker?
Hold it. Did y'all pick up on that? Because Snow White was so crazy in the restaurant, their entire meal, all 6 of them was comped. Shut up. She's cray-cray. And that's the other thing I was going to point out. All the people that have ever had anything to do with Snow White, she's fighting with them. They're all liars. They're all this. They're all that. Everybody's getting along with Cole and his friends.
Did you ever observe Cole drinking alcohol to become aggressive or anything like that?
no, it was just a good time, having fun.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Angela.
Oh boy. Let's see what she tries to come up with here.
Saw you were about to graduate from college, so congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so you've known Cole for a long time.
Yes,
He played high school football.
yes,
He played D2 school football in college.
yes,
He played D1 school football in his other college.
yes.
You've kind of followed him, even if you haven't been super close. You've known him for a really long time, since you guys were kids. How young do you think you've been since?
I was 14, 15 until now I'm 25, so.
And 14, 15, you guys started dating. You were a sophomore, he was a senior.
No, I think we started dating 15, 16.
Okay, so you met him and then you started dating. All right. Now, you guys break up and you stay friends, right?
Yes.
And you're not sure if you wanted to stay friends or kind of get back together with you, right?
What's the question? You want to get back together with me?
You weren't really sure if he wanted to just stay friends with you after you broke up or maybe get back together.
And I was sure he always wanted to make this work out. So we,
What I'm saying is, you weren't sure whether, when you guys stayed in touch after you broke up, whether Cole wanted to just stay friends with you and just keep that as the relationship, or kind of keep talking to you because maybe you guys would get back together.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Now, you were always around, is what you said, interact.
yes,
And this was even after the breakup.
yes.
How long after you broke up did you keep working for his family?
We broke up in 2020, and I just kept working for them until 2023, so 3 years.
Okay, and so that includes when you were at FSU?
Yes.
And so did you kind of do like a remote thing for them, or was it intermittent?
It was seasonal, so whenever it was summer break or winter break.
Okay, so basically anytime you were in Boca, you had a job with Cole's family for 3 years?
Yes.
Okay, and you only stopped that, I'm assuming, because you graduated college and are starting your career,
Yes.
but you're so close to everybody in that family.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but on direct examination, you indicated that when you had contact with Ms. Schwitzsky at Rocco's Tacos, it was 2022?
No.
Okay,
Or it was a month prior to the whole incident.
So 2022.
okay.
That's all I remember.
All right, so the whole incident happens in April, right?
Yes.
And then you are saying that right after his birthday, and you had sent him a text, you see him unplanned at Rocco's, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
And that was back on January 19th of 2024.
Yes.
And on that day, do you think you said something different? May I press on this, Judge? I'm gonna refer you, make you read aloud so it makes more sense to you. Okay. Do you remember saying something different back at your deposition?
Yeah, the deposition says that it was in November 2021, but I was home. I came from Thanksgiving break in November 2021, and the incident in Rocco's was in April.
Okay, so you're completely changing your testimony today from what you said in your depo, and you're saying that instead of it happening on November of 2021, it now happened in April of 2022.
I guess, but it was just me saying that I was visiting home from college. I could have gotten that mixed up because I also come home from college in spring break.
Oh.
The incident still happened.
So referring to page 14, line 15 through 17. I think it was 2021, so I broke up with him in 2020. March 2021, I said happy birthday. November 2021 was when she came to the table at Rocco's Tacos.
I meant to say April 2022.
Can you agree with me that's about 6 months difference? 5-6 months difference?
Does that make a difference on that the incident happened?
Ms. Rada, you were in a sworn deposition. What you say matters. So is your testimony today that you were wrong by 5 months?
I was wrong.
I love that she goes, does that timing make a difference? I love it. I love his friends. They're fantastic.
Wrong by 5 months.
Okay, so what you're saying today,
Objection has been answered.
I have another question, but she's answered it.
I'll move on.
Yes, please move
Can I
on.
move the judge?
Because she's absolutely right as the witness. Does this make a difference?
Nothing else, Judge.
Can you read representation?
No, you're.
Oh, that was fantastic. Oh,
Additional investigation report.
Angela, we love you. We love you.
Do you have any other over?
No, sir.
All right.
Oh, yes, we have the expert witness.
I got you. Do you think Mr. Goldberg can be done before lunchtime? How do you want to do it? Very early for lunch? What do you want to do?
Whatever the court wants, we'll put them on, stop whatever the court wants.
Okay. Mr. Goldberg, if you could raise your hand for me. You swear referring testimony directly to the truth, the whole truth, not but the truth?
I do.
All right, put your hand down. So remember, I told you before you were getting a chance to think about whether or not you wanted to testify, that decision is going to be a personal one. And when they called you to testify, I asked you if you had time to think about it, if you made a decision whether or not to testify. You all of that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to talk to your attorneys? And I'm not asking what they told you, but have you had enough time to talk to your attorneys about whether or not you want to testify?
Yes, sir.
And have you made your own personal decision?
Yes, sir.
What is your decision?
I will testify.
Is anybody forcing, pressuring, threatening, or forcing you to testify?
No, sir.
Does anybody promise you anything to get you to testify?
No, sir.
As you say to your court there, under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Are you suffering from any mental health conditions that would affect your ability to understand what we're doing in court and
No,
what
sir.
you're doing, the decision that you're making?
No, sir.
And after having all that discussion, so you desire to testify?
Yes, sir.
So you have any other inquiry you want to make, Mr. Goldberg?
No.
Why don't you step on up to the witness?
So just have a bathroom break. 2 minutes.
Sure. Why don't we take a 5-minute bathroom break and then we'll get some sort of assessment.
Okay, let me zippity doo dah us to past the bathroom break. And now we're really going to find out whether he is the kind of guy that his friends have described, or is he the kind of guy that the older state's witnesses have portrayed and described. Yeah, I don't know what that is. It kind of does look like an air purifier, Kelly. When I look at it on my big screen, it does kind of have that look to it. We'll see if he's a Diet Coke drinker. So I don't think that is a pitcher of water. I think that is something else. Okay, does everybody have their snackies? Because I think this is going to be interesting. Let me see how long this testimony goes before. Okay, for the next break. So we're going to be going about 40 minutes or so. All righty, everybody ready?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Cole Goldberg,
Spell your last name, please.
Goldberg.
Where do you live, Mr. Goldberg?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
And who do you live with?
I live with my family, my mom, dad, sister, brother, and my girlfriend. I have a guest house off to the side currently.
Okay, and that's where you live with your girlfriend, I guess, home?
Yes, sir.
And are you the oldest of the three children?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I am 26. I'm turning 27 tomorrow.
Okay. Did you grow up in Boca?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay, when did you move to Boca?
When I was in first grade, so maybe about 5, 6 years old.
Okay, where did you come from?
I was born in Long Island, New York.
Okay. And where you live now, is it where you live back in 2022, in this case, happened?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of the community?
It's called Broken Sound Country Club.
Is it a fairly affluent community?
I would say so.
Tell us where you went to school.
I went to Calusa Elementary School, then Omni Middle School, and Spanish River High School. And then I went to Lake Forest College in Chicago, got a academic and athletic scholarship.
And what kind of scholarship, academic, and what was the other one?
Athletic was like a 50-50 scholarship.
For what kind of sports?
Football.
And what position did you play?
I played receiver.
Wide receiver?
Wide receiver, yes.
And you did that throughout high school?
Yes,
And we went to Lake Forest, is the name of the school?
yes.
Is that a D2 school?
It was actually D3.
Okay. And did you actually play there?
I only stayed for 2 weeks in training camp, and I unfortunately suffered a torn meniscus, so I came back home for surgery.
Okay. And what did you do after that for school?
I recovered and ended up going to Florida Atlantic University, where I was able to go walk on the team there as well.
Okay. Did you actually make the team?
Yes,
Like red shirt?
just a walk on.
Oh, walk. Okay. And is that a D1 school?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually play there?
No, sir.
How come?
My injuries just kept keeping up, and COVID happened, and I ended up transferring to Florida State University.
Okay. Did you eventually graduate Florida State?
Yes, sir.
And while growing up, we met Angela. That was obviously your ex-girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you share the same sentiments about what happened with Caroline that she testified to? Like the Rock Tacos, and you blocking her and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about after you graduated college. What year was that?
I graduated in December of 2021.
Okay, and that was from Florida State.
Yes, sir. I finished online.
And what was it during COVID?
Yeah, it was towards the back end of COVID. I also didn't really want to be up there that long. I was still focused on my studies, and I was preparing for actually to go to law school. I had my LSAT scheduled and all that stuff, and it was very distracting up in Tallahassee.
Okay. Distracting me for partying?
Yes, I lived with 3 other roommates, and they constantly were having people over during the week, and I just couldn't focus there, so I came home.
Okay. And you come from a long line of friends in your family?
Yes, sir.
And that's been on hold since this case?
Yes, sir.
So you come home, you work, what do you do when you're home? You're finishing school and just graduating, what do you do?
On the side, when I was taking finishing online, I was just working part-time at the Dare nightclub in Hollywood Hard Rock Hotel.
Yeah. I know it's obvious there, but basically what is it?
It's just a day and nightclub. They have sections, they have big performers coming in.
Hold on, you say day and night, I don't know what that
They
is.
have 2 sections, so they have an outdoor with a pool, they have a day party, and then they have an interior for the nightclub.
Okay, so sometimes it's functioning during the day and sometimes at night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people generally your age go there?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. What did you do there?
I was sort of like a promoter. I just knew a lot of people just growing up in the area, and everyone would just like to go there. It was like the new club back in the day, so it was definitely a lot of hype. I would bring people in, just fill sections, which are tables, try to sell some as well.
Did you get paid by the amount of people you bring in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this a part-time job?
Yes, I just did it for on the side, just for extra money.
Roughly how much does it make a week or a month, roughly?
A month, maybe 2,000, nothing crazy.
Okay, and And did you have any other jobs at this point?
No, just focused on finishing school and preparing for my LSAT.
All right. Did you eventually meet Caroline Schwitzsky?
Yes, sir.
And how did you meet her?
She was at one of the tables that I was working on at their nightclub. She was just sitting there when I came in.
And did you eventually strike up a relationship or a friendship?
Yeah, I introduced myself. I offered her a drink. I was being very polite. I didn't realize it was her, or wondering who that was because I was so violent sexually to hurt people too. And she was just there.
Okay. And the fair to say you both became very close?
Definitely, yes.
Tell the court how close were you with her? And did you meet her children?
I did, yes.
And what were the ages roughly of the children during that time period?
She had 3 kids. It was Chase, Jaden, and Chanel, so 2 boys and 1 girl. Chase was the oldest, I believe he was about 9 years old, and there's Jaden, which was 8, and Chanel, the girl, which was about 7.
Okay, and did you
That's a lot.
eventually come to meet them
Yes,
pretty quick?
yes,
Did you babysit them at times?
yes.
Were they brought over to your family's home?
Yes, they came over a couple times. They were in part of the kids program that my mom has. She was teaching dance classes as well there.
Who was teaching dance?
Schwitzsky at times.
All right.
Um,
So your mom has a daycare?
yes,
Okay. So you start going out with Schwitzsky, was this every day, once a week, how often would you?
well, she lived in Miramar, and it was kind of an hour away from me, give or take. So I would mostly see her on the weekends when we went to there together. She eventually got a job there as well, maybe once during the week, once or twice. But towards then the relationship was more and more during the week as well.
Did you ever try to deceive her how old you were?
Sorry.
Did you ever deceive her or lie to her how old you were?
No.
Did she tell you how old she was?
At the time, I believe so, yes.
Okay, so she's 10, 11 years older than you?
10 years old, yes.
Okay, that didn't bother you?
No, we didn't think anything of it.
Were you looking for a long-term relationship or marriage or become a stepdad?
No, not at all.
So
Having
why did
fun.
you continue a relationship with her? What happened?
We were actually both in agreement that it was just sort of like a day by day or a summer thing. I met her in July. We were kind of best friends and kept just being with each other every time. So
So it lasted a lot longer than you anticipated?
correct, yes.
Okay.
May,
Did
September
she also
romance.
spend nights at your home
She did,
with your parents?
yes.
In the guest house or?
The guest house, yes.
Okay. Were kids there or they were being watched by somebody else?
They came. They never stayed the night though.
Okay. Did you know what kind of work Ms. Schwitzsky did when you first met her or during your relationship?
Yes, she told me she was a talent agent and she was also a truck dispatcher at the time I met her. Just for a 9 to 5 job and just make some extra money.
Did you ever get involved in her business?
No, I didn't.
How about in terms of reality stuff? Did you know she did reality TV?
Yes.
Were you ever planning on doing reality with her? Or did you ever try to get you to participate in that?
Yeah, we had a plan at one point. We did.
What were you gonna do?
She wanted to go on divorce court.
And that never happened because of this case?
Correct.
Divorce court?
So.
What?
During your relationship.
Did I do that right?
24th of 2022. Was your relationship on the outs at that point? Like she testified to?
No, we were perfectly fine. I mean, we had a very loving, caring relationship. We were basically best friends. I mean, we enjoyed every second together.
Okay. So when she testified yesterday that she woke up in the morning and basically saying it was over, do you share the same sentiments that she does?
No, not at all. She uses that pretty loosely at times. Just she doesn't get what she wants sometimes, but it was never really a serious thing.
What was not really a serious thing?
If she ever says, "Oh, we're done" or whatever.
Oh, she would say that during her relationship with you?
At times, if she doesn't, like if I said, "Oh, I want to go to the public with your children for a second," or I can't afford it at times, and she's like, "Oh, you're done, man. We're done."
All right. Did you come to financially help her, so to speak?
Yes, I dealt with rent at times, car repairments, many other things, gas, nails. As the time went on, the months went on, I took on more responsibilities that I couldn't really do.
Where'd you get money from?
I actually had to take it out of my student loan account. I wasn't making money at the time.
Just from there, like that?
That's the only bit of income I was making.
Okay, so you borrowed money or took money from your student loans?
Correct.
Okay.
Shut the front
Did that
door.
bother you? You were okay with it?
That didn't bother me, but I felt like I had no option.
That's
If you
just
wanted to keep the relationship.
skank.
Correct.
All right. And you wanted to keep a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So I know the court knows what Boca Bash is. We heard a lot about that. Won't get into that, but there came a time where you were going to Boca Bash,
Yes.
and have you get to?
I've been going maybe since I was 10 years old.
Okay, so most of your life.
Yes.
Did your family have a boat at one point?
Yes.
And most of your friends have boats, or a lot of them do?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Lake Boca?
Yes.
Tell the court what Lake Boca basically looks like, what it is.
Lake Boca, it's like a perimeter. There's a hotel on the west side.
What kind of hotel?
It's called the Boca Raton right now.
Okay.
The big pink tower.
Okay, that used to be Boca Resort.
Correct.
Okay, they redid it?
Yes.
Okay.
There's homes on the east side, north side, and I believe there's another hotel on the south side. There's a channel on the west side where the boat traffic goes, and then if you go maybe southeast, that's where the inlet is, where the ocean, you get access to the ocean.
Okay, and you've been there, how many times did you say that area?
Every time we go on a boat, we go there, that's like the place to go.
Okay. And Boca Bash is just a large, super large gathering of people?
Yes, it's an annual event, the last Sunday of every April. Everyone just plans to go there and spend the whole day, it's a big voting event.
All right, were you aware the police had problems over there previous to this, April 2022?
Problems?
Like they were trying to shut it down, or were you aware of anything like that?
Yes, of course, there's a lot of incidents, unfortunately people like to try to drink and drive afterwards, so there's a lot of police in the area, and a lot of accidents happen.
And you were aware of that when you went there?
Yes,
You haven't been back, have you?
since then, no.
So April 23rd, the day before 2022, this incident happened. Remember what you did?
We just, Caroline spent the night with me, that's pretty much it.
Okay. At your parents' home, and you're in the guest house with her?
Correct, because we had to wake up pretty early, probably around 7:30 a.m.
All right. And when you got up, was there any conflicts at all between you and Caroline?
I didn't think there was a conflict, but there was a time where I had connections to boats and
You what?
connections to a boat, so people wanted to reserve boats last minute for Boca Bash, because they're very strict, the amount of people on a boat per person per life jacket.
What do you have connections with boats?
People that were renting out boats.
Oh, okay. Friends of yours?
Yeah.
All right. This wasn't like a business, it was just,
Okay.
No, just something I was helping a friend that called me,
oh,
so I was gonna refer her to a boat that she could get on that morning.
that caused a
I
problem?
know.
Yeah, she kind of questioned me and was like, who's calling you, why are you speaking to a girl? And I was like, I'm just a friend of mine, I'm just trying to help her get out at the Boca Bash this morning.
Was this a major problem or something that just got?
I mean, I was thrown into the ring.
Oh, okay.
We were both super excited to go that day. It was her first time there, and she was constantly talking how excited she was to go. Of
All right. And you were excited?
course, yes.
All right. And you get to see a lot of your friends, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. So you guys wake up, what do you do after that? Where do you go?
We wake up, we get some breakfast, then we proceed to CVS and Publix. She got some makeup accessories, I got some ice, and we picked up, I believe, some champagne and seltzers, alcohol seltzers.
Okay.
And maybe a food platter, can't recall it.
All right.
Kelly, I don't necessarily think he was starstruck, but I believe she can be exceptionally charismatic and manipulative when she needs to be.
And you bring us where?
We go to Sebastian, as known as his father's house.
Okay. You've been there before?
Yes,
And he testified you were friends with him?
yes, sir.
Okay. And we're fair to say there was multiple people on Sebastian's father's boat,
Yeah, I would say there's around 10, 12 people.
and it's Dr. Sebastian's, what's his last name for Brazil? I'm sorry, what's Sebastian's last name?
It was a doctor's nurse.
That's what I was saying. All right. And you know him too?
Yes, I did.
And he was driving the boat?
Yes,
Okay. And the rest of the people on the boat were your age approximately?
I would say so, yes.
So when you're leaving, is there any problems between you and Ms. Schwitzsky at this point?
Not all people were super excited to go. Again, it was her first time, and she really wanted to go. It's an annual event for Lambs once a year, so she was really excited.
Is it important to get there early?
Definitely, if you want to get a spot by the sandbar.
And do you guys leave pretty early?
I usually around 9:30. I would say we leave the ramp. Where's dock?
That's just a guess.
Yes,
All right, but pretty early.
definitely is.
And when you get there, is there anything unusual happen on the way there?
Now everyone's listening to music, and we see all the boat traffic heading towards Lake Boca.
Okay, just an all day.
Everyone's excited.
Okay. And where y'all parked in order to pull up?
We went to the middle, which is the sandbar, so we could so we're able to stand.
When you, the tides must change. When you first get there, how high is the sandbar? Like, if you're on the sandbar, how high is the water?
The morning was pretty low, I would say. It was, we got there, I would say, to be shin high, but just barely above, right above the knees, I would say.
Okay, how about this gets later? Does it change?
Yes.
What's the difference?
I mean, it's constantly going up and down, but it raises definitely towards the afternoon.
Just give us a
Above the knee now, definitely.
above the waist?
Not in the sandbar, but if you go a little bit out, further out, your head's under.
Okay, you can stand on the sandbar all day if you wanted to.
Yes,
Okay, you've been there over and over many times?
yes.
So you guys get there, you all start drinking when you first get there, or how does that work?
Yeah, everyone has a drink, kind of like start the day drink, and just happy to be there.
Did you start drinking actually before you arrived to the sandbar area?
On the way there, we definitely everyone had a little mimosa.
Do you think by 10 o'clock you were feeling the effects a little bit of alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. So you drove to Ms. Espinosa's home. How were you going to get home that day?
I was planning on Ubering or maybe spending the night at his house.
You knew you weren't going to drive?
No.
Okay. So you drink and you weren't worried about causing any issues?
Correct.
At least for driving?
Correct.
Okay. So you all start drinking before you get to the sandbar?
Yes, the boat's driving, started drinking, yes.
Okay. So by early morning, you're already feeling the effects.
Yes.
All right, and do you continue drinking throughout the day?
Yes, I did.
And what do you do when you get there? What do you all do?
We get another drink, we get off on the sandbar, we're just kind of socializing, the music's playing. His dad tied up to maybe 3 or 4 friends' boats.
Okay.
So
Did you know all these people?
not meeting them for the first time, so I was introducing myself, I'm introducing Caroline to them. We're just having a good time.
Sorry, I'm muted. Kristen, what you're referring to are beer goggles. Yes. All of a sudden, they are sober and go, ah, what have I done? Who is this person?
Any issues before noon?
No.
Was everyone having fun?
Everyone's having a great time, yes.
Okay, you hop in boat to boat?
Yes,
So they tied up, you just climb over one boat?
correct, yes.
Okay, any problems with that?
No.
So let's go further in the day. So 1 o'clock, how many drinks you get? I know you probably weren't counting, were you?
No, but if I were to guess, maybe 1 an hour.
Okay, at least 1 hour, probably.
Yes.
Right? Oh, okay. Were you all doing shots as well?
There was a couple of shots involved, yes.
Oh, okay. Was Caroline drinking like you?
Yeah, she was definitely, we were going drink for drink pretty much. I've had experience there, so there's a point where I would have to drink, of course, water, as the sun's beaming and there's lack of food and water, so it's important to drink water. And it was the first time there, I guess she realized to pace herself, and I was trying to give her some water, and she kind of was refusing.
Okay. Well, she may have not drank all the drink, like she said, right? You went on, would you?
I started finished completely, and especially shots, you have to finish completed most of the shot.
All right. So were you both getting pretty sloshed or intoxicated during the day?
Yes.
All right. Any arguments at all, or did you feel like you were still in love with this lady?
No, we were having, I loved it, we were having a great time. We were both so excited, it was the first time there, she kept saying, it's my first time, I'm having a great time, I love it.
All right. So would you characterize the whole day from the beginning as a crappy day?
Not at all.
So as time went on, what did y'all do? Did you start going away from the sandbar, or did you stay there and keep going?
So we actually went away from the sandbar a little bit, we went more north, we were still in the sandbar, we're walking, it was like getting a little deeper, because there was a Celsius boat.
What's a Celsius boat? What's
Oh,
that?
yeah, energy.
Celsius
Okay.
boat.
They were giving out free cases just for sponsorship.
How many people are there just in the sandbar area? What would you
It's
estimate?
pretty crowded, a couple hundred,
How about boats? How many boats would you estimate?
same amount,
It's real crowded.
yes.
And the sandbar, how big is it? Would you estimate?
I'm not too sure,
Football fields.
maybe half a football field, yeah.
Okay, so how many people would you estimate around the sandbar?
100,
There are also people floating in the water.
yes.
Are the jet skis there as well?
Jet skis, paddleboards, kayaks, all types of boating.
All right, so you talk about a Celsius energy drink boat. Tell us about that.
So we walk over, at this point we're just socializing, we've been on around Sebastian's area for the majority of the morning, so we want to explore. So we go over talking to people, meeting people. I got a case of Celsius, and I actually bring it back for everyone to use, because they gave me, at least actually 2 cases, so I gave it back to everyone who was in Sebastian's boat.
They just have it out for free?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are there also planes flying with banners and things like that?
Yes.
All right, so it's a big celebration party.
Yes.
All right, so you bring back the energy drinks, and then what happens?
I'm kind of hanging out, I have one myself, and then Caroline and I decided to go out even more.
All right. You see a lot of your friends?
Yes.
Without telling me over, do you know most of the people that you socialize with?
Yes.
Did Caroline know anybody that you know?
At times, the majority not, it was the first time that she was meeting everybody.
Okay. And Anthony Mimo, did she know him?
Yes.
Have you all been out together?
Yes, plenty of times.
How about the other, so that's when I was, she knew him?
Yes.
And there was a guy, Polino, or what was his name?
Stephen?
Yeah, he was on the boat with you originally?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, so you introduced her to some people that she did not know, right?
Yes.
Was everything going fine?
Yes.
No issues?
No issues.
Did there come a time where they became an issue?
No.
No, right?
No.
All right. So there came a time they brought you there left, remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about that, what do you remember about that?
So we were boat hopping at that time, so we went to the south side where the bigger yachts parked, because they had to be in deeper waters. Of course, they're bigger boats, so we were boat hopping, we swam there. We were there maybe for an hour, Caroline and I. It was actually a sponsored vodka boat, so they were giving out tastes of their vodka.
Remember the name of the boat?
It was a Thule.
Okay, do you know the name of the vodka?
It was a Thule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Not truly, but a Thule.
A Thule, yes. So there's a DJ we're checking it out, like, oh, maybe we'll come out later.
There's a DJ on this boat,
Yes, it's like a 3-deck boat, so the DJ had a full DJ equipment on top,
so it's super, like a super yacht.
pretty much. Yes.
Okay. And anyone can just hop on, hop off?
Yeah, I mean, Boca Bash is like a big party, so sometimes you could just go on anyone's boats, everyone's welcoming pretty much for the most part, and people are going out there all day.
So you go on this boat at Julie, what time do you think that was?
This was probably at like midday, 12:15-ish.
Okay, what do you do there?
They offer us a taste of their vodka, they're giving pretty much everyone.
What do you say it takes, in a can?
No, they gave me a red soda cup and a mixed drink pretty much.
Okay.
Yes.
You're not even drinking?
No.
Okay.
Everyone, pretty much everyone's drinking.
Okay. And this is not the first day you drank, obviously.
No.
All right, so you're on the boat, you get a sample of their alcohol, then what do you do?
We're just saying hi to people, socializing, and then we decide to swim back to Espinosa's boat. It was a pretty question. I mean, we were kind of tired of that when we were hanging out with anchors, asking him to use floaties and things like that. So
And this is around noon, 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock night.
Where were your belongings?
Espinosa's boat.
And what do you guys have belongings? What did you have?
I had a backpack.
What else? Anything in the backpack?
I believe my cell phone was in my backpack as well.
And did Caroline Schwitzsky bring any belongings?
She had her cell phone and possibly a bag of also in my backpack.
You lost me. She had a cell phone and what?
Possibly a bag or some clothes that was also in my backpack.
Oh, okay, so you had her clothes in your backpack.
Correct.
Where was the phone?
Oh, that makes more sense.
Somewhere in my backpack as well.
Okay. All right, so you swim back, you said you guys getting a little tired?
Yes, it was a far swim, so they were in the deep end on the south side. And that's when I was boat was in the sandbar in the middle.
How far would you estimate in terms of yards you got to swim?
We swam about 50 yards.
Took you guys a while?
Yeah, we took our time, we were breaking and stuff.
Okay.
It was the middle of the day, the sun was out, so
All right. So eventually you get back to Espinosa boat?
we finally made it back. It was actually difficult to find them because there's so many boats, we almost lost where they were placed.
They kind of look the same?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, he didn't have a super yacht, did he?
No.
What kind of boat was that?
It was just a normal basic boat, no like center console or anything, 2 engines.
All right, so you eventually find his boat,
Yes.
and then what do you do?
I actually see them anchoring up, so I was like, guys, what are you doing so early? They're like, yeah, we're leaving, we're tired, just call people on Sebastian was saying, so we on the boat, they're ready to go.
What time do you think this is approximately?
This is maybe like 1:32-ish.
And he's telling you they're leaving?
Yes,
Did he invite you to come on home?
he did, yes.
And when you were with Caroline, when you did that?
Yes.
And what did y'all decide to do?
I was like, Caroline, what do you want to do? I mean, you can leave right now, so right. She's like, it's my first time here, it's a great time, I think we should stay, it's still early still.
And that's what y'all did.
Yes. So I asked Mr. Sebastian for my belongings, and we were just standing in the sandbar waiting for our next move.
And what kind of backpack did you have?
I had it was like a big black backpack, I forgot, I think it was like a Porsche design.
Okay. So you're carrying your belongings, Caroline's clothes, and both your phones?
Yes, I had everything in my backpack to make it easier on us.
Right. And when you're on the sandbar, the water is not affecting anything in the backpack?
Correct.
All right, so they leave, what do y'all do? You go to the sandbar, then what do you do?
Yeah, we're on the sandbar, kind of just socializing around still. I'm trying to figure out where we're gonna go next. I realized that I called some friends, people I knew, and someone had they were docked towards like the Channel Deep area on the west side. So they eventually had a paddleboard that could come pick us up.
Okay. Did you have any food during this time period?
I don't think so, no.
How about water?
Maybe one or two, but it was hard to come by. A lot of people drank it by then.
Oh, okay. So you called a friend who was in deeper water on their boat?
Yes, they came quite later.
All right.
Tell me about Captain Doobie and the butt slap.
Yes.
Tell us about that. What y'all do?
They came to pick us up. It was 2 individuals. They picked up Caroline and I on the paddleboard, so 4 people were sitting on the paddleboard and they brought us over to where their boats are tied up.
All right. And that was how far we just made from the sandbar area?
So the sandbar was in the center, so we headed west, maybe 40, 50 yards.
Okay. And when you get there, what do you do?
We got on so it's Captain Doobie's boat, and we were tied up with Braden's boat. And a lot of us were along the line as well, but those were the 2 that I was going back and forth on.
And Anthony Nemo, what boat was he on?
He was on the Braden's boat.
And these 2 boats, can you describe them for us? What kind of boats they are? Captain Doobie's boat and Brady's boat?
They're just normal sized boats. They have maybe 10 people, so similar to Snaz's boat.
Okay. And it's no like safety cords in these boats?
No.
All right. Just open like fishing boats?
Pretty much, yes.
All right. And Captain Doobie, you know him?
That was my first time meeting.
Doobie, doobie,
So
doo.
you go on his boat?
Yes.
And Caroline too, I assume?
Yes.
And best estimate of time at this point, what are you thinking? What time?
This is maybe about 2:33 around there.
So is that an approximation?
Yes.
All right. What do you do there?
Socializing and introducing Caroline to more people that I knew, meeting people myself, going back and forth between Braden's boat and Doobie's boat. And then,
Did you go to that network at all?
not to never, just having fun with music or
You
dancing.
weren't using this for any kind of business opportunity, were you? All right. So did you see Anthony Nemo also?
Yes,
Where was he?
he's on Braden's boat.
And did Caroline talk to him?
Yes.
So you weren't strangers, obviously.
No.
Okay. So you're meeting people, meeting old friends, new friends.
Very
and-
lucid about who
Yeah,
was
saying I can
where
buy
and who was on
drinks.
what boat and on
And
whose
then
boat.
we decided to go back to the big sponsor boat, the Boca boat.
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
Okay. How far is that with Justin from where you
The
are?
Kinky
So it was on the
Vodka boat.
same west side because they were both in deeper waters, but that big boat was like very south, the south side of the lake. We were all in the north. So we had fun the first time, so we were planning on going back anyway. So I was like, can I use the paddleboard you brought me on with? And me and Caroline and I took the paddleboard to the SUV boat.
Okay. How long was the estimated took you to get there?
We took our time, so it was maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, not that far.
No.
All right. So you get back to that boat, the Thule boat, what do you do?
So our paddleboard, I tied up, we could get off as we were approaching. I tied up, I guess, to the boat. And then we're swimming towards the trampoline on the back.
Does whatever time you want, break them, fine.
Why don't you write 10 more minutes?
Yes, sir. All right, so you tie your boat up to the Thule boat?
The paddleboard.
I'm sorry, paddleboard.
So the SUV boat, yes.
You have an oar for the paddleboard?
No, I was using my hands.
Okay. So how do you tie it up? That's a rope on it?
Yes.
Okay, and then what do y'all do?
There's a trampoline in the back there, maybe 3 to 5 yards hanging off of it, just tied up to the back of the boat. So
So how big would you estimate the trampoline is?
the trampoline's decent size, maybe 8 to 10 people.
Okay. All right, and then what happens?
We're swimming towards the trampoline because that was a fun idea. And as we were approaching the trampoline, Carolyn asked me to go to the back of the boat for a drink because there was a cooler in it. As you remember from the first time we went.
All right, and then what do you do?
So she's going to the trampoline, I go to the back of the boat. And she's on the trampoline at this point. I'm reaching to the cooler. I show her Caroline, show her the can with this, and she motions over to toss it. So I under her and toss it.
Were there other people also on the trampoline?
Yes,
How many people was estimated?
there was definitely about 8 to 10 girls jumping around.
Just females?
Yes,
Similar age to you?
yes,
Okay, no men?
No.
So Caroline motions to you to throw the can to her?
correct. That was diverting my attention. She asked me for a drink, so I showed her this is the one you want, and then she motioned over to throw it, toss it,
Are
toss it.
they different flavors?
Yes,
So the colors are different on each can?
correct.
All right, how far were you from her when you tossed it?
3 to 5 yards.
Did you throw like a quarterback or throw a ball?
And I don't know, that would be very dangerous.
How'd you do it?
I underhand tossed it.
All right, how many cans
No, he went like this.
do you think you threw?
I think maybe anywhere from 2 to 3. There was a couple other girls waiting over because we were one, so they realized, oh, I want to drink too. So
Okay,
So we're doing over, throwing one.
so she was the only one you threw on the hand.
Correct.
All right. So-
I can totally
Yes.
picture
Yeah.
this.
Did anything happen to the can hit her in the face?
No.
So nothing like that happened?
No, she actually dropped hers just through her fingers. The other two girls really caught it.
Okay. Did you get into a fight at that point? Or an argument?
She got off the trampoline and came up to me, she's like, why are you throwing girls drinks, tossing her drinks? And I was like, they're asking for it. And that's pretty much it. And she's like, okay, I'm going back to the
Yes,
boat.
I believe.
Okay. And that was about, how many yards you said?
That was about 40 to 50 yards.
And did you go
That
back to the other one as well?
Yeah, so I had paddleboard, so she decided to swim. I said, okay, I'll meet you there. I kind of lost sight of her because I was tying the paddleboard, so I got there a little later. I was stuck on time with the paddleboard to get back.
Did she break up with you on the trampoline incident?
Never know.
So you're just jealous of you throwing cans to a couple other girls?
That's what I would hear, yeah.
What did you think was nonsense?
Yes, I understand. I was like, they're asking for a drink.
Did you know these girls?
No.
So you get the paddleboard, what do you do?
I bring it back to the Farm Center return, of course. So I get back to Captain's duty, so
Okay, and where's Caroline when you get back to the boat?
she's already on board.
One of the witnesses testified that the police going to that boat, talking about life preservers or life raft. Did you see anything like that?
I saw in prior years and I saw.
No, that day. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
You saw a police boat go to that Captain Duty boat?
Yes, they were spotting the later.
Do you know how Caroline actually got back to Captain Duty's boat?
She told me she was swimming, but I lost sight of her when I was untying the paddleboard. And I was looking back maybe 5 minutes after.
Oh,
So she was already there when you got back?
Yes,
Or did she swim the whole way, you got a ride, you don't know?
I'm not too sure.
When you get back to Captain Duty's boat.
oh, I bet you got a ride.
Paddleboard again?
Yes,
Okay, Caroline's on the boat.
yes,
Is there music playing?
there is.
Everyone party, having fun?
Yes.
Then what happens?
She's on the boat. I go up to her and just give her a hug, and I see that she's like walking back and forth, and I comfort her.
When you say she's walking back and forth, what do you mean?
She's walking back and forth, she's like dancing around and moving back and forth, she's boat hopping and meeting people, and
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with this woman? You had no sign that she was breaking up with you?
No, no, no.
Nothing like that? All right. And this, we hear about this butt sobbing incident. Tell us about that.
so
How much later did that happen?
I would say about 10 to 15 minutes after we got back.
Okay, tell us about that.
Okay.
So we're going back and forth, just dancing, having more drinks, caught over to the boat, great boat. Again, talking, going back and forth with people, trying to go back at the boat. And out of nowhere, this individual just constantly just completely smacks her in the behind.
Nothing Carolyn did. This is on the hook, obviously.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So it was a shock to everyone, understood why.
Did you know who this person was?
I did not know.
Was this an ex-girlfriend, boyfriend, or anything like that?
No, I had no clue. It was my first time seeing him.
Did he look younger than you?
He did, he appeared very young and sloppy.
What do you mean by sloppy?
He looked to be very drunk and tipsy and swaying.
You were pretty
Young and
intoxicated.
sloppy.
Is this kid way more intoxicated?
I would say so.
Was he like falling down kind of drunk?
Yes.
Okay. So were you with Caroline when this young man slapped her butt?
Yes, I was right there.
Did you see a comment or no?
No.
Okay. But obviously, you saw what happened.
Yes.
And what do you do?
So it happens and Carolyn just screaming, and that's not how you meet somebody for the first time, very disrespectful. I was just,
Is she furious?
she's very mad at it.
What do you do?
I kind of just had to keep the situation, understand what happened, because it was kind of like out of nowhere. And I kind of just get between, they're like face to face, Caroline, this individual,
Right.
and she's yelling at him. I kind of get between and just kind of like separate them like this, like, very enough, like, stop,
Did you throw him into the water?
never,
You feel this guy into a old propeller?
never,
Nothing like that happened? You beat him up?
No.
You hit him?
No.
How come?
I didn't want to be aggressive, I saw he was drunk and he was young, and it was just a stupid thing he did.
Okay.
I didn't see the point.
Sloppy.
Was Caroline upset with you that you didn't do anything to him?
She said you should be defending me more.
And you didn't think it was necessary to do
No,
anything?
there's no reason to.
Did this cause a big commotion on the boat?
Yes, and it was kind of like the sense that this kid was very drunk and it was just time to that, and it was late in afternoon at this point.
And other people witnessed this as far as you can tell?
Yes,
Were other people also yelling at this young man?
yes,
Besides Caroline?
yes,
And did you try to calm her down?
yes.
Were you able to?
I was able to, yes.
Did it take a while?
I did.
How long do you think it took?
Maybe about 10 minutes.
All right. And because you didn't use physical violence against this young man, did Caroline break up with you at this point?
He never broke up anything.
That never happened?
No.
Okay. But she was not happy with you because you were not violent with him?
Correct.
I absolutely believe this rendition
So-
of the story.
You said other people started yelling at the young man, right?
Yes.
And how long were you on the boat before Captain Dewey says we're leaving?
Well, this was on Brady's boat, so
Brady's boat.
once that happened, I wanted to separate ourselves, so even the captain was like, okay, I think you guys should go on that boat again, and we're gonna leave, because this guy's very drunk and there's time to take out time as well.
So Brady's boat decided to leave.
Yes,
And the guy who was drunk, who caused the commotion, he was still on Brady's boat?
yes.
All right, so y'all didn't stay on that boat?
No.
So where'd you go from there?
So we're on back to Davey's boat. At that point, I had Carolyn on my lap, front ledge, the railing, and just think everything's fine. Don't worry about it.
Was she still hot?
Yeah, she's very upset still.
Did Brady's boat leave?
Yeah, they're starting to pull away and head back towards the north where the boat ramp was.
Was Captain Dewey's boat tied up to Brady's boat?
Yes,
So the people on that boat also were witnesses to some of this?
yes,
All right. So the other boat leaves, you're on Captain Dewey's boat, you're sitting down, you said towards the front of the boat?
yes.
Was Caroline get up a couple times? Was she stay there?
Not at that point, no. Well, they're untying Brady's boat, so they're still very in the area. So shortly after I'm coming down, she finally comes down, hugging her, everything's fine. Don't worry about that kid. She's very drunk.
Were you trying to hold her in prison?
No,
Trying to
no,
keep her there and prevent her from getting up?
no.
Did you ever dig your fingers inside of her?
I would never do that.
Whether it's a groin or a private part, anything like
There's
that?
no reason to be said, no.
So that never happened?
Never.
Okay. So you're on the boat, trying to calm her down, so eventually she calms down, right?
Yes.
And then what happens?
Shortly after, we hear the captain, because he's always leaving, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave too.
This is Captain Dewey,
Yes,
the guy you didn't know.
Correct.
You didn't comment then, obviously.
no, I didn't.
What, does he say something like?
He just screams out loud, we're leaving too. We don't have enough life jackets for person on the boat, you can come with us, I have to get off.
How do you guys get home, you know?
So at that point, we're kind of like, what do you do, Carolina?
What time is it, was there something?
I'll say less than 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, I
This
believe.
one you didn't know what to do.
Yeah, we didn't know what to do.
So he yells at you guys to get off the boat,
Yes,
not just you, anyone who didn't have,
correct, there's more people that got left as well,
who didn't have a life jacket.
correct.
All right, so,
This is a good time to stop, Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
All right, why don't we take our lunch break now? 45-minute break, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Just go around the stand so you can discuss matters with your attorney, you can't discuss your testimony with your attorney, right? So, any other issues to take up before we break for lunch?
Okay.
See you all after.
All right, we're going to zippity-doo-dah past the lunch break and get back to testimony here. I find him unbelievably credible. This all makes sense. I told you she's a hothead. I told you that what I thought last night when we watched this, I told you what I thought her actual behavior was. And lo and behold, that is what they're testifying to. Just saying. I am not a savant. I am not Lady Zelda. I cannot predict the future in things. I'm just telling you, the tea leaves to me said that that's what was happening.
You're in the back of the boat, Caroline. Captain Gibby's boat. You said Applegate's boat was leaving at this point, right?
Yes.
You're calming her down. What happens next?
We were actually in the front of the boat on the railing off to the left.
Front of the boat, sorry.
Yes.
Facing which direction?
The boat was facing east.
Okay. What do you do? What happens?
So as Braden Applegate's boat was blowing away, the captain yells out, "We're gonna go too. We don't have enough life jackets for everyone on the board, so if you can come with us, you have to get off."
So this is kind of simultaneous. One boat's blowing off, the captain's also about to blow off on your boat.
Correct.
And kick you and other people off.
Correct.
Okay. What do you do?
At that point, I've Caroline on my lap, we're on the rail, sitting on the rail,
Right.
and she starts getting very irrational. We're like, "What's going on?" She's like, "What do we do? Like, jump in the water. We need to find a way home." She starts kind of panicking.
Why do you let her jump in the water?
Oh.
It was not the smartest thing to do. It was her first time there. She's been drinking out of the sun all day. She didn't know where she was going. She was jumping in the water. There's boats driving by, and very dangerous.
All right. So did you
Oh.
let her up at first?
No, I kind of was like, "What are you doing?" Like, "Sit back down. It's not smart."
She started getting a little loud and aggressive with you?
Yes, and I eventually let her go.
During that time, did you physically try to hurt her or do anything to her?
Never.
All right. But she eventually started hitting your hands to let her go?
That never happened.
She physically is trying to get away?
Yes, if I really told her I could have. I let her go. I didn't want to be aggressive.
All right. We heard you into the gym and stuff like that with your buddies. You do stuff like that, right?
Yes.
You're a lot stronger than she is, right?
Yes.
How much did you weigh during this time period?
I was about 200 pounds.
Okay. All right. So you let her up, right?
Yes.
You trying to convince her don't jump in, or what do you do?
I was convinced her to jump in for a while, for a couple seconds.
Right.
And she eventually decides to jump in.
You push her in?
Never.
Would you do anything like that?
Never.
Okay. When she jumps in, does she have her belongings with her?
I think she had her cell phone.
Where was your backpack?
It was on the boat still.
Captain Doobie's boat?
Yes.
When she jumps in, Caroline, you thought that was a bad decision?
Very bad.
Other boats were leaving too at the same time?
Yes.
And what do you do?
So I go up to Captain Doobie. I'm like, "Please, you just take an exception for us. We don't want to ride home." At the same time, I'm saying bye to people I knew. I didn't know what was going on. I guess given that the Captain Doobie mentioned that he found 2 more life jackets actually.
How long does it take to happen? Seconds?
Yeah, this is within a few, like 30 seconds.
Okay. So he finds 2 life jackets and what happens?
So you have 30 seconds to go get it.
Okay, what do you do?
So I immediately jump right off and start swimming as fast as I can.
Bye. You can always do that,
I know that was
Oh.
the only way home for the day.
even though it's dangerous.
Yes.
Okay, were you feeling intoxicated?
Yes, very,
Oh.
Tired?
very tired. Yes.
He was going to get her drunk
Did you jump in
butt.
the water maliciously to do anything to do anything to Schwitzsky at all?
No, I just only goes to tell her we found 2 more life jackets. We're going home, and at the same time, what she was doing was not safe. She was her first time there, swimming in the middle of the channel. Strangers, but she didn't know what she was doing.
Okay. Well, she swam earlier today. What's the difference between earlier and now?
The timing of it and just the intent that she had to try and find a way home, swimming that direction, just didn't make any sense. It was not safe.
Okay. So you decided to jump in the water together?
Yes.
Did you have any other options to get home at that point?
No, not that I can think of, no.
How do you swim? Are you a good swimmer, bad swimmer, medium? How was your
I
character?
swim occasionally,
Decent swimmer?
yes.
Okay. Not like a swim team or anything?
No. I don't practice.
How about Caroline? How does she swim?
Yes, occasionally too, just whenever we went to the pool.
Well, during this time in the coastal before this happened, with COVID, you guys swimming okay?
We were actually struggling pretty much all day.
Because of why?
Just with alcohol and just the sound, the lack of water and food.
And what time would you estimate that it's at this point when you jump in?
This is probably a little after 5 o'clock.
All right. So you jump in, your intent was what?
To tell her that we were right home.
Could you call out to her or anything like
I
that?
was yelling initially when I was in the boat before I jumped in, she couldn't hear me, she was pretty far away.
So you jump in, do you have anything with you?
Nothing.
Where's your belongings?
Still in the boat.
And what do you remember happening?
I was just swimming as fast as I can. About halfway through, it was a pretty far swim, maybe like 50 yards.
Okay.
Halfway through, I start panicking. My lower half of my body starts sinking. I see like a black room, and I start panicking. I see stars. I was flowing water, swimming my eyes.
This ever happened to you before?
Never experienced this.
Did you start trying to ask for help or do anything?
I couldn't speak. I didn't know what was going on. I was like in such a panic.
Did you feel like you were going to drown?
I did. Yes, thought I was gonna.
Were you near any boat?
It's interesting. What he's describing is a lot what dehydration and heat stroke it's the same thing, the kind of ooh thing, and feeling very weak, like your limbs feel like they're 300 pounds apiece, and you start getting the starries. Yes, I have been at the beach and not hydrated myself enough throughout the day, and walking back to the vehicle in all of the sand and everything, this exact thing happened to me. I had to sit down and just sit and drink so that I could get back. I was like, oh, don't do that again. What are you doing, Janet? So this absolutely sounds like dehydration and possibly a little heat stroke, because even though he's in the water, he can still be overheated. That's what happened to Mr. Demeanor down in the Keys, is he got completely overheated even though he was in the water, because he was swimming so hard against the current to get back to the boat. That's exactly what this young man was doing. Yeah. I mean, if you have ever experienced heat stroke, you know what this sounds like. You know what this is.
Was at this point?
No, I was in the middle of the water. I feel like I was in just a black room with nothing to like latch onto or to help myself. And I couldn't stay vertical at all.
So what do you do?
I keep swimming. I see Caroline's shoulder sticking out of the water, and I'm trying to get there, so I know that's what I'm focused on. And by the time I approach her, I grab onto her shoulder just to regain my composure.
Did you grab onto her shoulder to try to drown her?
Never.
Did you ever grab her neck and rock her back and forth like a rag doll?
It never happened now.
Would you in a million years ever try to hurt this young lady?
I had zero intent to hurt her. I left it. There was no reason for me to hurt her.
So what do you remember actually doing? The best you remember, you grab, which shoulder, you don't have any hands, you have any.
I stuck my right hand out. I stuck it out as far as I could. I saw my shoulder sticking out. I saw she was stationary somehow. I don't know if it was shallow enough or what it was, but the shoulder was the first thing I touched. I regained my composure, and it was just so quick.
Did you ever notice her there?
I didn't notice it after.
So at the time you didn't see a floating?
I saw her, and her shoulder sticking out.
Okay. Did you see any boats that were closer to you than
She
Caroline?
was the closest thing to me at the time.
Do you think you were seeing clearly, or was it difficult for you to
It was
see?
difficult. I had water splashing in my eyes. I was swallowing water. I was going down. It was a very scary time.
Okay. Is there any way you can tell the court how, if you even know how long you had her, your hands on her shoulder pushing her down?
It was super brief, maybe 1 to 2 seconds. I see that touch to regain my composure. I felt like I was again in like just a black room and nothing to hold on to, and I was like sinking, and it was very scary.
Did you feel disoriented at the time?
Yes.
Did you see if Caroline went under the water?
I'm not sure.
You know if you went under the water?
I'm not sure.
All right. What's the next thing you remember?
I see the floaty eventually. I grab onto it. I see her getting pulled onto the boat. I see people yelling at me, and then I eventually swim a little closer.
Hold on, it's like, who's yelling at you?
These people on the boat.
People that testified?
Yes.
People that I don't know.
I couldn't even make it clear. I was still like in such a panic. I couldn't understand, but I eventually hold on to the back of the boat. And I'm trying to say that's my girlfriend, and I could swim, that's my girlfriend, and screaming, and eventually I get a hook in my face.
So the first time you got a hook in your face was when you were holding on the back of Mr. Karachek's boat?
Yes, when I was trying to explain that's my girlfriend, they wouldn't listen to me. I couldn't get a word out. They just kept yelling over me.
Did you know what they were even yelling about?
I had no clue.
Did you realize what they thought happened? Or you didn't even know that?
I didn't even know what was going on. I was so confused. I was just like, I can't swim, that's my girlfriend.
Didn't make sense to you?
Yeah, that was a shock.
How
Did
scary.
it register to you what they were accusing you of, or not?
When I heard the boat hook, I got threatened at that point. I didn't want to talk to them anymore. I thought they were actually going to strike me.
You thought they were going to what?
Strike me.
Okay. So you're holding on to the back of the boat. Do you have any idea how long you're holding on to? It's hard to say.
It's hard to say.
All right, enough for you to be yelled at, have a boat hook put on you near you, and
Yes,
you try to plead your case and they won't listen to you?
correct.
All right. Did you have more composure at that point, realizing you were where you were?
Yes, I was able to regain my composure a bit. I was holding on to the boat.
Were you out of this dark box that you described?
Yes.
All right. So there's no way you're getting on this boat?
No.
All right. And did you try to talk to Caroline at all?
Not at that moment. It happened pretty quickly. I was just scared of the hook being in my face, so
So what'd you do?
I turned around, I turned my right shoulder, and I see the boat I jumped off of. They actually obviously were leaving, so they were waiting on Caroline and I getting back. So they actually let me drift closer to me. So I turned back and I started swimming back to them, and they let me up on the boat.
How did you swim back? Did you have a hard time?
No, it was just treading water. I took my time at that point.
So you weren't swimming full speed like you were trying to get Caroline?
Correct, and it was much closer.
Okay. So you get back to Captain Doobie's boat?
Yes,
That's where your belongings are?
correct,
And that's the guy who said 30 seconds, come on back?
correct.
All right, what do you do then?
They left me up and they're like, okay, we're going home, you wanna come with us? I could have left right there, I said, no, I'm
Why
not.
didn't you know?
I didn't wanna leave my girlfriend, I felt that she was the first time there, I won't leave her in a stranger's boat.
These people are accusing you of trying to drown her, right?
I didn't even know that. No.
You didn't realize they were accusing you? You just knew they were threatening you
Yes,
and had your girlfriend on their boat.
yes.
So you decided not to leave Captain
Yeah,
Duty.
I told them I can't leave her here, so they decided to drop me off to the sandbar, so I can stand.
And about how far is the sandbar?
It's in the middle, so they went maybe about 30 yards, 30, 40 yards,
Okay.
inwards.
And you get off the boat by yourself?
Yes, with my backpack.
Could you see Mr. Tarapchak's boat from there?
Yes, it was very far out. It was about, it was west, northwest,
How far from you would you estimate?
probably 50 yards.
So just to make sure I understand, after you let go of the, what do you hold on to, the transom or platform of the boat, Tarapchak's boat?
Correct, yes.
How far is the swim to Mr. Captain Duty's boat?
Maybe about 15 yards.
Okay. You get your stuff, how long are you on there for? Seconds, minutes?
They only go for a while because they're like, are you coming with me or not? I say, I'm not with my girlfriend, so the whole day driving, they drop me off to the sandbar.
And then, was that on the way back to the coastal or the channel? The sandbar?
The sandbar's in the middle,
Okay. So you get in the sandbar, are you standing?
standing. Yes.
How long are you there for, just a minute?
I'm there for maybe 10 minutes.
All right, do you regain your composure even more?
Yes.
Obviously still, Huh?
Yes, I did that.
all right, you're obviously still feeling the effects of drinking all day.
Yes, I definitely felt the effects of alcohol, but I had all my awareness and all my faculties.
What do you think at this point? You have no idea what's going on?
I'm just focused on going back to my girlfriend Caroline. She's on String's boat again, and I didn't understand what was going on.
So at this point, do you believe while you're on the sandbar that this lady broke up with you?
Not at all.
All right, then did you have any intention at that point to break up with her?
No.
Were you still having an enjoyable relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So you get
He's
your composure,
lost.
whatever, 10 minutes, whatever it is, what do you
What's
do?
going on?
I decided to swim back to. I finally caught Alex Tarapchak's boat where Caroline was on, and I decided to swim with my backpack back to that boat.
Let me ask you this, if you know, there's been some testimony that somebody threw Caroline's backpack or bag, whatever it was, with the phone inside of it while she jumped in the water. Did you ever see that?
I did not know.
Do you know if that happened or didn't happen, or you don't know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. Did you have Caroline's phone when you were on the sandbar in your backpack?
No.
You definitely did not.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. So you decided to swim back to the, I know you didn't know it was Tarapchak's boat, but to their boat?
Yes.
All right. You knew whose boat it was, obviously.
Yes.
Was there a lot of boats still there, or was it thinning?
It was clearing at the time.
And what do you do with your backpack?
I had it on my back.
Okay.
It was easier for me to swim that way. It was also helping me float.
Okay. Do you make it back to the boat where she's on, Caroline?
Yes, I did.
And what happens when you get there?
She's kneeling down as our functioning.
Just like we saw in the picture?
Correct. She's holding my hand, saying it's okay. It was a misunderstanding. We're gonna go home.
Are you confused still?
I was confused. I was like, yeah, I don't know what people thought. I was just very confused. I was like, okay, I'm excited to go home now. Let's figure this out.
Were you crying?
I was upset. I didn't understand what happened, and I felt like I was. They didn't want me on the boat again. I felt like, or I didn't want to attempt to, and I felt like I just in the water again. She had that same feeling of not being able to hold anything. So
Hold on, let me ask you. My question was, I know your college, it was a water college football player, but you're a grown man. The question was, were you crying?
yes, a little bit.
Okay, that's probably embarrassing to talk about, right?
Yes.
So
I bet he thought he
you
was
guys
going
are
to
trying to figure
die.
out what to
He
do?
was going to drown.
Yes.
Then
I'd
what?
cry.
And then shortly after, the FWC boats come up.
Were people on the boat still yelling at you at this point?
No, no words were said to me besides I was talking with Carol.
Did you see any FWC boats before you came back?
No.
That were, had the lights on, sirens, or anything like that? All right, how long, if you could tell us, how long was this that you were talking to Caroline before the FWC boat pulls up?
About 3 to 5 minutes.
Did you try to get on that boat?
No, I didn't try.
How come?
From what happened prior.
You were scared?
Yes.
Did Caroline look injured to you at all?
Not at all.
Was she choking or coughing up water,
Not at all.
talking funny?
Not at all.
All right. So the FWC boat pulls up, what happens then?
I'm actually relieved that they're coming. I thought this was more chance to go to shore and they were just drop us off and Carol was gonna come with me. It actually had to happen in prior years when I went to Boca Bash. I was on a paddleboard and I was brought to shore by a police boat, which is what I asked. I thought that's what was happening.
Okay, and it wasn't what was happening.
Correct.
All right, what do you do? What did they have you do?
They bring me on the boat and start questioning me.
All right, and did they read your Miranda warnings like the cop officer testified to?
Yes,
Did you understand them?
yes,
And did they, have you sign a card? If you remember, a Miranda card?
No.
Okay, but they explained your rights to you.
yes,
All right. And did they put a life jacket on you?
yes,
And did they have you sit down?
yes.
And did you basically talk to the police?
Yes,
Really voluntarily?
Yes.
You basically tell them what you told us?
Correct.
Well, you also said something about your leg being injured with a bandage. Did that, remember anything about that, or was it inconsequential?
I definitely had a cut, but that was just from boat hopping for the day.
All right.
Just like getting pulled up on boats.
That had no effect on anything, did it?
No.
Okay. Roughly a week before this incident, there was Caroline in a car accident.
Yes,
Did she possibly get some injuries on her?
yes.
Bruises on her arm. Do you remember if they were from the accident?
They were, I was there later that night, a few hours after the accident.
Did you help pay for her car to get fixed?
Objection relevance?
Okay.
Yes,
It's obvious you pled not guilty, and that's, you maintain you didn't do anything on purpose, right?
Correct.
And you still maintain that today?
yes, I did.
Have one, Your Honor. Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Demeanor trying to bring me snacks, and I was ahead of the curve today.
Did you give any interviews or go on YouTube or any TMZ shows for this case?
No.
And you obviously were served a civil lawsuit by Caroline trying to get money from you?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Cross-examination?
Question?
Great. You were basically raised in Boca,
Yes, ma'am.
and you live in a country club.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there pools there?
Yes, ma'am.
Pool at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Been to Boca Bash before?
Yes, ma'am.
So rough to say you were 23, and lawyers are not known for their math, but that puts us at 13 years probably that you've been to Boca Bash at that point.
As long as I was 10 years old.
Right, so you were 10 going to Boca Bash, you're 23 on the 24th of 2022. Puts me at 13 years.
Yes.
Feel free to correct me, but I think I'm right there. So 13 years.
I didn't go out every single year though.
Okay. So would you say, had you gone about 10 times or less than that?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so we can settle 10 years probably. I won't hold you to the specific, but around 10 years you have been at Boca Bash.
Yes.
Okay, because you speak very familiarly about the kind of directions of Boca Bash and Lake Boca. So is that because you're very familiar with Lake Boca?
Yes,
Okay. You also grew up in Boca Raton, Florida, so you're next to the water, right?
yes, about I mentioned the beach.
Pretty close. And you had a boat at some point,
Yes,
your friends had boats,
yes.
you went to the beach frequently.
No, not really.
Okay, but you used to go a handful of times a year,
Yes,
and then obviously the years you went to Boca Bash, that's beach adjacent.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Lake Boca, is that like the place to go if you're gonna go boating in Boca where you used to go?
Yes, ma'am.
So safe to say, if you were on a boat and kind of boating around, unless you were doing something specific, you were going to Lake Boca.
Yes, ma'am.
Alright. So you graduated from FSU in December of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
So by April of 2022, had you already taken the LSAT?
I took one exam, yes.
Okay, so you were already admitted into law school by the time that April rolls around?
No,
Okay, so was your plan to attend law school in the fall of 2022, or was it to kind of start in the spring of 2023, or the fall of 2023?
it was the fall of 2022. I wanted to start in, I believe, August.
Okay, so August of 2022, you want to start in, April of 2022, you want to start in August, but you haven't formally gotten accepted into a school yet?
That's correct, ma'am, yes.
Okay, have you applied?
No.
Okay, so you weren't intending to take like a gap year, you were trying to go kind of continuous?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You meet Caroline at Dare,
Yes, ma'am.
you're doing that for fun, just kind of being a club promoter, waiting to start law school.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you date for almost a year,
9 months.
right? But you tell Pulaski a year. So was it easy to just round up sometimes?
Yes,
And you knew when you started dating her, maybe not that night at Dare, but pretty shortly thereafter, that she had kids.
yes, ma'am.
You knew she was older than you.
Yes, ma'am.
You knew that, or you came to know that in her relationship, she expected certain things from her partner.
Later on, yes.
Okay, so in her view, she expected financial support.
That was towards the end of the relationship.
Okay, and that wasn't a deal breaker for you.
I mean, it was difficult, but no.
Okay, Because I mean, if it was a deal
You're a
breaker, then
college
you
student.
might not have been together in April, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So
What are we
you
doing
really have no
now?
intention of breaking up with her.
No, ma'am.
Your intention was to go to Nova, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Nova is pretty close to Boca,
Yes, ma'am.
and in fact, it's closer to Myanmar,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So even if you went to school and stayed at home in your guest house, you would be able to see her probably easier if you were driving down to Nova.
Yes, ma'am.
So come April 22 of 2020, 24 of 2022, you guys, for your POV, are in a good, steady relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You argue though.
No, ma'am.
You guys don't argue?
No.
All right, so first couple in the world, you guys don't argue about anything.
Very small basic arguments, nothing crazy, nothing physical, of course.
Well, so that's why I say argue and not fight, right? Because fighting implies physical. So when I say argue,
Does it?
could be about small things, but disagreements, arguments in a relationship with a couple, did you guys have that?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And one of the things,
Peter and I fight,
you guys would
and
argue
we
about
never
was
lay a
your
finger
ex.
on each other.
right?
Yes.
And that was because, she was your high school girlfriend, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She was still around.
Yes, ma'am.
She was all the time, she was there, right? She worked for your parents.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your new girlfriend comes in and here's your ex and she can't get away from her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you want to be her friend.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have nothing bad to say about Angela because you guys ended on good terms, right?
Yes.
And that bothered Caroline.
Yes, ma'am.
So you guys didn't
Everything
argue about
bothered
that.
Caroline.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't argue or get insecure or jealous at all?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay. So you knew, in addition to her financial requirements, whether you found out right at the beginning or not, but sometime in the relationship you found out kind of person, how she was gonna be. But that being said, you also knew that she was an entertainer, right?
Can you rephrase that, please?
You knew that she was in the entertainment business.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you knew that she had been on TV.
Yes, ma'am.
You knew that she was still trying to do that stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if she had already shaved her head at that point. Had she already shaved her head?
No, ma'am.
So has she done things though, like for Instagram, for her followers before that?
Yes, ma'am.
What,
So you
shave
made
her
She had a
head?
big following.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, none of that bothered you.
No, ma'am.
In fact, as you just testified, she and you had a plan to go on divorce court.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you were a willing participant in that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you also were okay with the limelight. In fact, you were okay being in it.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would never describe your relationship with Ms. Schwitzsky as toxic.
No, I wouldn't.
But on direct, you did say that she sometimes would say that you guys are over and you actually weren't. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that was a frequent thing that she would do. Call it off when things got tough. We're done. I'm done with you. And then because it had happened enough, you knew that it wasn't actually true,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So that means it has to have happened at least more than once, right? Because if it would have happened once, you wouldn't really know if she was serious or not, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so let's turn to April 24th, 2022. So you told officers you were there since 9.
He looks
Does that
very
sound right?
calm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so today you said 10, but you think still 9 or do you think 10?
Somewhere in the proximity. I know I got to Espinosa's house at 9. I don't know what the exact time we arrived to the lake.
Okay, how far do you think the lake is from this house?
It's a couple miles, but you have to go straight speed, and there's no lake zones, so it took some time to get there.
Right, you're going at what, like under 5 miles an hour?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it can take a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's a lot of boats, so you kind of have to wait for boats to come in from the channel. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not familiar with the area, so feel free to correct me. But sounds right. It took you longer. There's also a million boats out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you get to Boca Bash. You guys are so excited.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you say no issues before noon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have to ask, did you have an Apple Watch on?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so how on earth did you know what time things were with no, did you have your phone out of your book bag?
I did. I was also playing music, so I have my phone frequently.
Okay, so you were
Dumb?
connecting to like people's Bluetooth?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you kind of glance down, change a song, take a request, and you glance and notice the time.
Yes, ma'am.
So throughout the day, you're kind of intermittently checking your phone, and you're able to clock the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is this your first day on Earth in the 2020s? You're young. You should know this. If it were some old coot up there saying something like that, then I'd give it a pass. But you're young. What is wrong with you? How did you know what the time was? I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. I hope I'm not. What is her problem? Yeah, no Apple Watch. How will you ever know the time? What?
Now, you say there's no issues, except there was a slight little hiccup that morning, right? Where she got a little jealous about the girl with the boat. Because not only did Angela Raddick kind of make her a little upset sometimes, but also sometimes speaking to younger women would kind of upset her, like younger than you or your age.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was another kind of
Women.
issue you guys would have sometimes. You're
Upset.
talking to a younger girl, because you're a promoter at Dare, right?
Yes,
So like when people text you, like, hey, can you let me in tonight?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, did she like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that was another kind of point of contention that you guys had in your relationship. Fair to say?
I mean, at times she realized that she was involved with working as well, so she understood if it was business related, just something like that, and I'd be fine with certain things.
Sometimes it was either off.
Yes,
She had a quick temper.
I would say so, yes.
She's Latina, she kind of could fly off the handle a little bit sometimes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you say a couple shots are involved. How many shots do you think you had throughout the day?
I would say about 3,
Okay, how many mixed drinks?
maybe 2.
And how many beers?
No beers, I would just stick to seltzers.
Okay, so hard seltzers.
More like White Claws, yes.
Okay, I say hard seltzers because we're not talking about like soda water that has flavor, right? So we're talking about like a White Claw, High Noon, things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how many of those did you have?
Dadgum White Claw.
I would say about 5.
Okay, so in total you had, was it 3, 3, 5?
Sounds right, yes.
Okay, and you started drinking at around 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
You said at some point you drank 1 to 2 bottles of water, but you also said prior to that water, you had been telling Caroline to pace herself and you've been telling her to drink water. So did you have 1 to 2 bottles of water the whole day, or did you have 1 to 2 bottles of water later in the day and earlier in the day you had more water?
That was the only water I had all day.
Okay, so only water you had all day, 1 to 2 bottles.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you had a Celsius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but that's just an energy drink.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going
Non-alcoholic.
drink for drink with Caroline.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that was smart on her part?
No, that's why I was telling her to mix in some water.
Okay, and would you agree that's because you don't think it's smart because she was weighing probably 130
Yes, ma'am.
and you were at 200?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so neither of us, I think, are scientists, but do you think somebody
Oh, I think
her
Caroline can
stature
hold her
and weight
liquor.
could retain and process as much alcohol as you, knowing that you knew her and you knew how she drank it, how she could hold her liquor?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and obviously we agree, right, that everybody can hold their liquor in a different way, right? You could be a heavyweight champ, but you actually don't weigh that much, and you could also be a lightweight and be 300 pounds.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but as far as Ms. Schwitzsky was concerned, how would you categorize her?
She was on the skinnier side.
Was she somebody that had a hard time holding her liquor?
No.
Okay, she never got sloppy?
Not too much. I mean, at times, at times at clubs when we were at Dare, she would get, it depends how much she drank though.
Okay, so how many drinks do you think it took for her to start getting bad?
It all depends on the scene and the situation.
Okay, so on her best day, when did you see her the most drunk? With the least amount of drinks?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So she's going drink for
What
drink
kind of
with you.
question was
You're
that?
seeing her finish shots. Right? She's so happy. Right?
She's happy, yes.
No issues.
No.
And you're able at some point in the day to go to a boat, get 2 cases of Celsius and bring them back to the boat, no problem swimming.
They were actually on the sandbar.
Okay, so you didn't have to swim to do that.
Correct.
You were just able to walk in water to
Yes.
get those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you really start swimming is when you're going, correct me if I'm wrong, but from the Espinosa's boat to the Achuli vodka boat?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're swimming back to the Espinosa's boat and you're holding anchors,
Yes, ma'am.
you're holding floaties,
Yes, ma'am.
you're holding jet skis.
Yes, ma'am.
How far was the Achuli vodka boat from the Espinosa's boat?
I was about 50 yards, I would say, maybe a little more.
Okay, and that was, no part of that was in the sandbar?
Correct.
And you have your backpack with your phone and that's in Sebastian's boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And her stuff is basically in your bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Her phone's in your bag?
I believe so, yes.
Her phone's not being used to connect to Bluetooth speakers.
No, ma'am.
So she's not looking at the time like you are.
Correct.
So some point you get back to the Espinosa's probably after the Atuli vote, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The first time around Atuli vote.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say, what are you guys doing? It's so early, because you see them packing up.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not Caroline pushing you to stay, it's mutual. You both want to stay.
No, ma'am.
Okay, you didn't want to stay.
I was seeking the option to Caroline. I've been there plenty of times during my life. I was ready to go if we needed to.
So you want to go, because you've seen it all and you're good to go, but your first thing that you say on direct to your friend is, what are you doing? It's so early.
Well, I've been with them for previous years. It's unusual for them to go so early, so I was just kind of like, that's why you guys want to start it.
Now, they're leaving and the question of where are we gonna go begins, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you acquired paddle boards from a friend, right?
Yes,
You call them on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your phone's working, we're using it for music, you call somebody, you have service, you tell them, I need to get somewhere, they say we have paddle boards, and they go and swim to you with the paddle boards, and then you guys get on the paddle boards, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if Sebastian leaves at 2:30, how long would you estimate it takes for the paddle boards to get to you after you have the conversation with your friend?
I believe about 30 minutes.
Okay, so that puts us at 3:30, right?
Yes.
Now you have to paddle all the way back to your friend's boat, right?
Yes.
Okay, so say 30 minutes back on the way back too?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so how fast do you get to the friend's boat?
We got there in about maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're at 3:05 to 3:35 for when you are out of the paddle boards and onto, at this point, the tied up boats, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the boats that have Anthony on one boat with Braden?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with Braden driving that boat, or it's
Father.
Braden's boat?
His father is.
Okay, and Captain Doobie and random people that you know, some people, I guess?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at that point, how far is Doobie and Brandon's boat from where you were originally?
So I was in the center, and it was they were on the west side, by the channel, the deeper side.
So the sandbar's here, and then you're like in the area of the middle,
You're correct.
and then my west is this way, your west is that way, so they're out that way, like from the center.
I just go straight west of it.
Okay, so you say it takes about 5 minutes to get there from the center,
Yes, ma'am.
and you get there and you start boat hopping.
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys are drinking and eating out and having a good time.
Yes,
Okay, and then at that point, you had said that was 2:30 to 3 is when you met Doobie for the first time and you got on that boat. But really, what we're talking about is probably like 3:05, 3:35 by the time you get to that one, right?
Possibly somewhere around that time frame.
Okay. So you
What does this
then
matter?
are kind of hanging out, you want to go back to the vodka boat, right?
We both did, yes.
Okay, how far is the vodka boat from the tied up boats?
So they're on the same side west, you just head just straight south, and you get there. I would say it's about another 50, 60 yards south.
50, 60 yards, takes you how long to the paddleboard? Did you guys take the paddleboard that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how far then?
I would say it's about 5 minutes as well.
Okay. Now, then we talk about the trampoline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you guys get there, there's a big trampoline. And Caroline wants to get on, or you want to get on too?
We both are planning it now.
Okay, so there's like 8 girls bouncing around, Caroline jumps on too.
Yes.
Okay, and she asks you to go get her a drink.
Yes, ma'am.
So you underhand toss a drink to her,
Yes, ma'am.
she drops it.
Yes, ma'am.
You then jump and throw 2 to 3 more to the 2 to 3 girls that are also gesturing to you.
I tossed them, yes.
And those are underhand as well.
Correct.
So you never hit Caroline.
No.
Why do you think you said that?
Objection, Judge. Speculation's already been existing. It's speculation.
Absolute
Did she hit
speculation.
her head?
Never.
Did she fall?
Never.
So nonetheless, she gets upset.
Yes, ma'am.
Probably minutes after you threw her the can.
Yes, ma'am.
She walks up to you and says, why are you throwing girls' drinks?
Yes, ma'am.
And you leave
Yes, ma'am.
because she doesn't want to be there anymore. It's over. We're
She's
done with that.
jealous.
Both. We don't want to have fun there anymore, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't really drink anything there because you guys got there and within minutes, you're already having a problem with it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you'd agree, she's not happy with you at that. Right?
Essentially, maybe, yeah.
I mean, she doesn't even want to get on the paddleboard with you, right?
She just wanted to swim.
Okay, so she didn't want to swim to just like get away from you, she's annoyed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So no breakup happens there. She swims and goes back to the tied up boats.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So at that point, we get to, some time happens, I think you estimate about 10 to 15 minutes when you get back and someone slaps your girlfriend's butt,
That was, yes, ma'am.
right? So Caroline gets very angry.
Yes, ma'am.
She wants to fight the guy.
Yes, ma'am.
She wants you to fight the guy.
Yes, ma'am.
She's enraged that you didn't go after the guy.
Yes, ma'am.
You told the police that someone inappropriately touched your girlfriend without her consent and you defended her.
By speaking, yes.
Okay, but you agree, not physical, but you defended your girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
You told the police you were upset with her for allowing it to happen.
Objection, improper impeachment.
You confronted him in statement, yeah?
I just confronted him with the statement.
Sustained objection.
Okay. Were you upset with her for allowing it to happen?
She didn't know that happened, it was unexpected.
Would it be concerning or would it be weird for you to say that you said that?
Objection, improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Do you remember giving statements to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember being Mirandized?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember agreeing and waiving your Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as far as you know, did you know if it was body worn camera footage active at the time?
I would assume so.
Okay. Your Honor, I have headphones, but I did ask the defense if they were okay with it playing out loud. Does the court have a problem with me doing that for the impeachment at the timestamps?
I know, but has he testified in court differently in his prior statement?
Yes.
It's not proper impeachment.
He has testified differently than his
Then you can
prior
ask him,
statement.
then you can ask him a question from her.
So did you say ever at any time that you were upset with her for allowing it to happen?
Yes.
Okay, you told that to police?
Yes, ma'am. So,
Okay, so you weren't upset with her for allowing it to happen,
no, because she never allowed it to happen, it just happened unexpectedly.
but you agree that you did say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you indicated in direct that you got in between them and you were trying to calm it down, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But now you're saying you did speak to him and you did try to talk to him, right?
That was at the same time, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what did you say to him?
Basically said what Karen was saying, which is how you meet somebody for the first time. I said, please respect our relationship. And I separated them.
Okay, so you told him to respect your relationship.
Yes.
You also told him to respect you.
Yes.
So you were upset that it happened.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you said those things to him, but you weren't upset at all.
This is given
And
Raul
you
Valley
agreed that you
vibes big
told the
time,
police you were
y'all.
upset, but today you say you misspoke.
Yes.
So, right after that, you get kicked off of duties vote. Right?
No,
Okay. So you don't get kicked off of duties vote because of the argument,
I don't know.
but you agree that it was a big commotion. The incident with the slapping.
No, ma'am.
No, you said that on direct. It was a big commotion. It was time to wrap up. Other people were yelling at the guy.
This was on, Brady's, at least, but not Baby's.
Okay, but that's where the butt slapping happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you agree it was a big commotion.
Yes, ma'am.
You agree that right after that, they all said it's time to wrap up.
Yes, ma'am.
And you agree that there were other people yelling at the man who had done this to your girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't just your girlfriend flying off the handle. Other people saw this and they were upset.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're tied up to one boat or more.
At the time, really well.
And when you're tied up to that one boat, are you guys completely alone in the ocean or in the Lake Boca, or are there boats nearby?
We're supposed to be nearby, but not super close.
Okay, so how far would you estimate the boats are?
Every boat was at least 20 plus yards.
20 plus yards. So you have no idea what those boats saw.
No, ma'am.
You have no idea what those boats heard.
No, ma'am.
So you have the disagreement about the seltzers, right?
Disagreement?
She's upset with you. You threw seltzers and other girls.
Yes, ma'am.
You have, according to you, she got upset with you for not confronting the guy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's another disagreement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's walking
Yeah,
away from
she's
you
a
and you're
bitty.
pursuing her.
Yes, ma'am.
So she's walking around and you're trying to follow after her
Yes, ma'am.
because she's mad
Yes, ma'am.
and she wants to get away from you.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then why is she walking away from you?
She's very still heated about the situation that are getting slapped.
Okay, so your testimony is that she was walking away from you, but she didn't want to be away from you. Because she was upset about the situation, but she wasn't mad at you.
Correct.
Okay. And you heard other witnesses testify to her following and you chasing her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you grab her from behind and she wants you to let go.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so there was never a time where you grabbed her and held her and she wanted you to let go.
I had her on my lap at one point. I was hugging her behind, but that was
Okay, but was there any time where you were touching her and she wanted you to let her go? And then whether you let her go after that is different, but she said, I want you to let me go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you were grabbing her in that part because you were trying to calm her down.
Yes, ma'am.
Because she's still mad.
Yes, ma'am.
So right after that, she is in the water.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're asking her to get back on the boat.
No, ma'am.
You don't think she needs to get back on that boat?
I didn't.
Okay. So you don't tell her, Caroline, please get back on this boat.
No, I don't.
Okay. Even though you know it's dangerous.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though you know that you're right next to the channel.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though, your attorney has been talking about boats and jet skis flying everywhere, she could get hit by a boat. You don't tell her to get back on the boat. That Captain Doobie is on, you're standing on.
Jackson, that's the answer.
So, does she have her phone at this point, or does somebody give her her phone?
Someone gave her a phone.
Okay, was it you?
No.
And at that point, she starts swimming.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't warn her that it's dangerous.
No, ma'am.
You don't warn her that she could get hurt.
No, ma'am.
You don't tell her, I've been here for over 10 years at this event specifically, and this is not the way, you can't swim to the shore. You're not gonna make it. You're gonna die.
I told her all this before she jumped in on the boat. She was being irrational and decided to jump in. When she was in the water, I didn't say anything.
Okay, so she jumps in the water, she starts swimming, and you don't call anybody to try to help her.
No.
You don't call out to other boats to flag her over.
No.
You have a conversation with the captain.
Yes, ma'am.
You say goodbye to your friends.
Yes.
Your girlfriend is swimming in the ocean or the water that is very deep and very dangerous, and you told her not to go, and you're saying goodbye to your friends and speaking to the captain and not asking for help from anyone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She's not
You don't
anybody's
call
responsibility.
911, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't call out to any of your friends that you
Why
think
would
might
you
still
call
be at Boca Bash,
One.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't ask Captain Doobie, hey, can you give me one of those life jackets right now? Since you told me I have 30 seconds, I can go get her with the life jacket, get her the life jacket, because she is
Not when you're
intoxicated
drunk.
and can't swim, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't do any of that, and you just jump in, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You swim towards the direction she's going, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you swim fast, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're a good swimmer.
What's the definition of good?
What's the definition of good? I mean, you don't have to be a professional, but you're pretty good.
Yeah, experiences.
Okay. And you've never had something happen like this before, right? Where you just completely could not swim.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been out in water that is deep before.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been out in water that has currents before.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have been injured as an athlete before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You got injured and had to have surgery.
This
on
is
your
not
knee,
playing
correct?
the way
Yes, ma'am.
she thinks it
And then
is in
when you
her
tried
head
to
right
walk
now.
on to the FAU team, you never played, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because you knew your body and you knew that you couldn't do it anymore with that injury. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's part of it.
Okay. Was that a part of it though?
Yes,
Okay. So you jump in knowing it's dangerous, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't tell anybody on the boat, hey, can you watch what I'm doing? Because this is not, I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to get my girlfriend, so we gotta go. We gotta go with you guys, and you gave me 30 seconds, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
You don't ask anybody, hey, keep eyes on me, because I don't know if I can make it, neither can she, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't tell them, hey, is there any way that you
I
can
don't
just
think
drive me
that
up
at the time, I
closer
think
to her
somebody
so that I can catch
hey.
her? You don't do that, right?
She got out there and was like,
You don't,
oh
like
crap.
Sebastian did, right? When they were leaving, they drove you a little closer to where you wanted to be, correct?
Sebastian was even, no.
When Sebastian was leaving, you indicated in your direct that you guys got dropped off a little, or actually later, when Doobie was dropping you off at the sandbar, they moved closer to the sandbar for you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time around though, you couldn't ask them that,
No, ma'am.
or you didn't ask them that.
No, ma'am.
So you jump in after her, you don't shout her name.
I was shouting her name right before I jumped in, yes.
Okay, but you're in the water now. You don't shout her name.
No,
You don't shout for help to save her.
No, ma'am.
You don't stop anywhere and ask anybody, not only the boat you were on, but you don't ask anybody for a floaty.
No.
You don't ask anybody for a life jacket.
No, ma'am.
You get to, you said, I could not hear you, so was it, you said you got halfway to? You got halfway to the Terratex boat when you started feeling like you couldn't swim?
Somewhere in that proximity, yes.
So it's about 25 yards?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 25 yards and you get into this dark room. So prior to that dark room, you don't pass by a boat and just hold on for a minute.
There's nothing in my area.
You don't swim by the boat, the 6 dudes that some of them came and testified?
I was way off to the left, but I was not here.
Okay, so you don't swim and try to grab any anchors?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you don't swim and try to get any jet skis?
No, ma'am.
You don't swim and try to touch any floaties?
No, ma'am.
And it comes so suddenly that you are in the middle with absolutely nothing to hold on to, and for the first time ever, you don't think you can make it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, she's making me mad because yes, it comes like that out of the blue. You don't get warning, you think you're fine, you're chucking along, and then all of a sudden, whammo, you're like, oh boy, I'm in trouble. Like I'm in trouble now. I'm in trouble. I'm not in trouble like, oh, I can go 5 or 10 seconds. No, I mean instantaneously, I am in trouble. This Biddy has clearly never had this happen to her, because if you've had it happen to you, you absolutely understand what he's talking about. Oh, she's making me mad.
And you can't say anything, right?
Yes, like it's too late. Oh,
She is 25 yards or 27 yards away from where you started, right? She's right in front of you, and all you can see is her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't grab, you can't see the floaty that she's on.
No.
You can't see the man that's right in front of her with a floaty.
No.
You don't grab onto the man.
No.
You don't grab onto the floaty.
No.
You don't grab onto the platform.
No, ma'am.
And how far is that boat from you?
Sure.
The terror checks.
At what point?
When when you feel like you can't swim.
That was maybe about, it's like 32 and change yards.
So it's 32 and change yards away.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's no way that you're gonna ever be able to hold on to their platform.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, you grab her hand, or you grab her shoulder with one hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you have no idea if she goes under.
No, ma'am.
And you have no idea if you go under.
No.
Now, at the time, you actually said you weighed 195 pounds. So 195 or 200?
It was in that area.
Okay. Now, you also went to the gym. We've already talked about the disparity or difference in your weight between you and Caroline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She was shorter than you? Yes, no?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was smaller than you.
Yes, ma'am.
And so despite all that, you grab her.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody grabs her from under the water.
So I heard,
Okay, well, what do you know?
I don't know, so I was completely panicked and blacked out.
Okay, so you don't disagree with the possibility that somebody did pull her out.
Speculation.
You don't disagree with the possibility that someone had to pull her out from under the water.
It could be possible that someone was there and did that, yes.
Okay, you cannot directly contradict that. You can't say, no, that did not happen, because you don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
truth.
someone
Truth right
threatens you
there,
with a
Kelly.
bullet.
Yes, ma'am.
They tell you to stay away from her. Right?
Stay within the boat.
The only thing you say is, that's my girlfriend.
I also say I can swim.
You say you couldn't swim. So you heard everybody get up on that stand in that boat, right?
Yes, ma'am.
4 couples. You don't know them.
No.
Caroline doesn't know them.
No, ma'am.
It's not like some secret thing. They were secret friends, and this actually was a boat that she knew, and she was swimming there. These people are random, and they are in fact like complete strangers,
They're
right?
friends, though.
And they all say, you said that's my girl. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't say I was drowning.
No.
You didn't say, please help me.
No.
You didn't say, I don't care if you let me on this boat, please just call somebody so that I can get help.
No.
You don't ask for XWC to come.
No, ma'am.
The man says, I don't care who you are, you can't drown her. And you don't respond. Right? I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
hear.
ma'am.
Thank you. You indicated, or you stated in your direct, you then touched and held onto his boat,
Yes, ma'am.
despite the fact that he had a boat hook in your face.
For the people.
And you then swim back to do these boat.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you say that they moved.
Yes, ma'am.
So they were 50 yards away originally, give or take, and now they are where?
They're about 15 yards behind our shoulder.
Okay, so they moved quite a bit
Yes, ma'am.
in the span of seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were they following you?
Yes, they're waiting for Carolina to come back. They're already anchored up.
Okay, so anchored up, I'm sorry, I don't have a boat. So anchored up means you take your anchor out from the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it was possible for them to follow you guys.
Yes, sir.
So it would have been possible for him to go and pick up Caroline with you on the boat.
Yes, sir.
You swim all the way back and you get your boat back.
Yes, sir.
And even after you see she's safe, you swim back to the boat that just threatened you with a weapon.
Yes, sir.
You don't call the police for assault.
No, ma'am.
You don't call the paramedics to check you.
No, ma'am.
You said you took on a lot of water, right?
Yes, sir.
Your voice wasn't raspy, right?
Yes, sir.
It was or it wasn't?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Bad
And you
question,
had a lot of
lady.
water getting your eyes, your vision's fine.
It was blurry at the time.
Okay, but you don't ask or even try to get any medical attention for what just happened to you.
No, ma'am.
You then swim back to that boat. You don't try to explain what happened to the people on this boat who have accused you of drowning her.
No, ma'am.
And you know that.
They weren't in the area with me.
They weren't in the area. Weren't you on their boat?
I was off to the side and I was looking at Caroline, but I don't know if it was the front, but they just didn't want to come near us that we were discussing.
You didn't think it was important to go and explain to these people who just saw what they believe was something really serious? You didn't think like, Caroline, can you please book that time? I need to explain myself.
No, I didn't want another boat situation.
You don't want other boat hook situations, but you're holding on to the boat that threatened you with a boat hook, right?
But I'm with Caroline.
You were with Caroline before, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, FWC arrives. You're relieved. That's what you just said, right?
Yes, sir.
You're relieved because you actually think that this is gonna be the way that you get off this boat
Yes, sir.
and out of this water and you're gonna get home.
Yes, sir.
You still have enough battery, you're gonna be able to call an Uber when you get on land, right?
Yes, sir.
So they pull you onto this boat and you're screaming out for Caroline, right?
Yes, sir.
Caroline, please, come here, please. Right?
Yes, sir.
That's my girlfriend. Come here.
Yes, sir.
My friend's left me. You say that.
Yes, sir.
You then say you were drinking too much, right?
Yes, sir.
And they ask you what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Because later, when you've been sitting there for a little bit, you find out they have no idea what just went on, right? When they drove up to this boat,
Yes, sir.
they drove up and the officer that's
He
talking
doesn't
to you
know what
actually thought you
happened.
had been hit with a propeller, right?
I'm not sure.
So when you are sitting there, they ask you what happened. You point your girlfriend out and you say, I was with her all day, right?
Yes, sir.
You smile because you're proud of her, right?
Yes, sir.
You think she's beautiful.
Yes, sir.
She's your girl.
Ew!
Yes, sir.
Ew!
And as far as you're concerned, you did not break up that day.
Okay.
They ask you why you weren't allowed on that boat. Because when they get there, you're hanging off the side of the boat, right?
Could you repeat that?
The police asked you why you weren't inside this boat that they pull up to, the terror checks boat, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to listen to that portion of the body work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One moment.
This attorney is gross. I mean,
The judge is not listening right now. He is putting himself in a cone. And if you have any more that you want to listen to because you think.
I don't need to hear it either.
Right,
I
so
just
they ask you, why weren't you on that boat? Right?
If y'all want to
And you-
hear that, I'm sorry. I'll back it up.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
All right, so they ask you, why weren't you on that boat? Right?
Yes, sir.
And you answer. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say, they didn't want another guy on there.
That was my assumption at the time.
Okay, but that was your assumption.
Yes, sir.
Despite the fact that you had already been friendly with the boat hook, right?
Yes, sir.
And after you had said, that's my girl, the response had been, I don't care who she is, you can't kill her. You can't do that to her. You tell the police that you're assuming, or you don't say you're assuming, you say they don't want another guy out there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you already knew everything that had already occurred, and that was your answer.
Yes, sir.
And you keep giving that answer for a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
You keep telling the officers that that's what the reason was. That's why you're hanging out the side of the platform. Because you're just being a pest to them. You want to get on this boat, they don't want you on there. You're another guy, they don't want to ruin the vibe. And so you're just hanging off the side of the boat, right?
Yes, sir.
And it isn't until somebody asks you, did you put your hands on her? That you, for the first time ever, to anyone out loud, say, I was having trouble swimming, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You
Janet.
swim back to the boat and you were crying, right?
Yes, sir.
With your girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
You're crying because you almost drowned?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You're crying because you're scared of what's gonna happen now?
No, ma'am.
You're not seeing your future flash before your eyes?
No, ma'am.
Your aspirations of being a lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Any kind of criminal charge could maybe affect that. You're not thinking about that at all.
No, ma'am.
And you're not thinking about your parents and what they would think
At what point?
at any point.
Yes, sir.
Because they had always told you to not be this guy, right?
Yes, sir.
She comforted you because she loved you, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're telling the police nothing about that until you then say, after they say that, did you grab her at any point? That's the first time that you say that you had trouble swimming, right?
Yes, sir.
But you had said they didn't let you on the boat several times to officers.
Objection, that's the answer.
It's a state.
You knew what they were accusing you of on that boat, right?
No, ma'am.
So when they told you, I don't care if she's your girlfriend, you can't do that to her. You didn't hear that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't hear it.
Yes, sir.
So you just thought, all right, Caroline's gonna chill on this boat, nothing's wrong, they're just mad at me for no reason. I'm gonna swim away, get my book back, and I'm gonna chill for a little bit, and then I'm gonna swim back and I'm gonna be crying, and nobody's mad at me.
Objection, compound question.
Extremely compound question.
I'll break it down. So you never thought to yourself, they're mad at you because you just did something.
Objection calls for speculation.
You can answer. You never thought to yourself, they're mad at me because of something I did.
I believe they took it out of context or.
Right, but you can look back. You can look back right now, in hindsight's 2020, right? Would you agree with me? It's easier to look back on something and maybe find revelation in things that had happened?
Objection, relevance.
I'm getting there.
Can we get their facts right? The relevance of what he thinks now they thought versus any.
It was based on the
Perhaps
answer.
his
I will,
relevance as to what he thought at the time they thought is more relevant.
so I don't wanna know what you think now. I want you to know what you thought then. You didn't think that they were mad at you at all.
No, ma'am.
You had no problem with these people,
No, ma'am.
but they tried to drive you with a stick, right?
Yes, sir.
And so at this point, you just think these people want you dead for no reason?
What?
These people that don't know you,
How'd we get to dead?
Yes, sir.
and you didn't wanna call the police about that?
No, ma'am.
And then you're on a police boat, and they're asking you, what happened today? The most general way, and you don't say, I don't know, I thought it was pretty crazy, somebody just threatened me with a boat hook. You don't say that.
No, ma'am.
You say, they just didn't want me on the boat. You don't mention that you were just assaulted.
Objection, that's the answer.
The older couple.
You said today that she never
wanted
went
him
under
dead,
the water.
apparently.
Whoever said anything different?
Objection, mischaracterizing the testimony.
I should just refresh your question.
When you testified on direct examination, you indicated that you put one hand on her shoulder, and you said you did not know whether she went under the water or not.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you ever say anything different?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you had said something different to an officer and it was recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, here we go again.
And it is minute 9:55 that I'm beginning.
14, get out of here, you're trying to choke your
Do you remember where your hands were on her? On her shoulders? Okay. So your hands were on her shoulders, were they, and you were trying to kind of climb on top of her a little bit, or how did that work? You're having trouble swimming. Okay.
That's what he says right after.
Now, do you see, there's a dock on the side of the boat there. There's a lot of room where you could have grabbed onto to keep yourself up.
Before you were,
There's no objection.
What's that?
before you were in.
Not even question.
Well, you can refresh recollection then. So I don't know if we're refreshing recollection compared to the last question or.
I'm
Reaching in.
I'm trying to give him more latitude and their timestamps.
I'm gonna overrule it, if proper refreshing them.
Yes, beforehand, right, so, I'm saying you were trying to, you couldn't split them, but there's a big area, big deck right there on the side of the boat that you could have grabbed onto rather than her, right, or no? Yes?
Before, yeah.
Yes, okay. So,
You see it?
I don't know what she's trying to prove, but
Me
I
too, because I can't get any closer.
ain't hearing it.
So what do you grab or what do you do? I grab the shoulder. And then what do you do? I try to lock it. Okay. Did you put your head underwater? No. You didn't put your head underwater? Why are people telling me that you did? What were you guys arguing about?
Has your memory been refreshed about her head going under the water?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on that day, did you say that her head did not go under the water?
I said I didn't push it under the water.
Okay. So at that point, when you're giving this statement, there's two officers that interview you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's an officer who's just talking to you, like first contact, just keeps talking to you, right?
Yes.
And then there's another officer, and you saw him testify too, Officer Hudson. He comes in later, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he starts asking you questions, kind of after it sounds like he's spoken to other people, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he's referring to other people's statements and kind of cross-referencing it with what you're saying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we're talking about distance, was it a few feet away or was it 25 yards away?
Kindred spirits, Kelly.
I don't understand.
So when you're having your drowning incident, are you 25 yards away from the Terror Check's boat or are you a few feet away from their platform?
So I started feeling the infection. I was about halfway through, but it really got bad as I was approaching Karen, so I was pretty late.
Okay, so at 25 yards, you start feeling like you're in a room and you can't get out, is that right?
I started feeling I'm sinking. My body weight is going down.
Okay,
It's
so
a vertical, and as I continue, it gets worse and worse.
okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. Do your legs start hurting when you initially start feeling something?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I think you said at some point that your legs started like hurting or you felt like you couldn't stay vertical. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point do you start feeling that?
About halfway through.
Okay, so that's at 25 yards.
Yes.
How much further do you swim?
The full distance, about 25 more yards.
Okay, so you're at halfway point, you feel something really bad and you keep swimming, you make it all the way to the boat.
To Caroline.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And Caroline is a few feet away from a big boat.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, you're a few feet away from her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that platform is just what, 2-3 feet away from her?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. I'm going to confirm.
Ma'am, you're supposed to say, I beg the courts
Don't tell
indulgence.
the police about your ability to swim that day.
I said I'm not an expert and it's difficult.
Well, tell the court what you told the police as to what happened and why you grabbed onto Caroline's shoulder.
Because I couldn't swim.
Did you tell it multiple times?
Many times, yes.
Okay. Were you wearing a watch that day as well?
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor asked you about issues that you and Caroline had. The issue was about Angela. Was that Caroline's issue or your issue?
That was Caroline's issue.
You didn't have an issue with anything like that, right, did you?
No, sir.
All right. The issue with younger girls, that was phrased by the prosecutor. Were those your issues or her issues? Caroline's.
Caroline's issues.
The other issue the prosecutor brought up, you were upset that Caroline was upset you didn't confront the guy who grabbed her or smacked her, whatever he did. Was that your issue or her issue?
That was Caroline's issue.
You didn't have any issues, did you?
No, sir.
Exactly.
Just want to make sure I get this right. You talked about, we heard, basically you said that they didn't want you on the boat, what you told the police. They didn't want another guy in there. Were you confused?
Yes.
Did you know what they were accusing you? Were you clear until the cop came back and then told you what all these people were saying?
Not at all. I was extremely confused. I didn't understand what the reasoning was.
Didn't make sense to you?
No, I just came up with that. I'm with it because I know that people on boats, guys, for example, only want girls on there, and came across other boats that they only wanted that and they didn't want to let more guys, so it was an assumption.
You almost drowned, you were intoxicated, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have to go to the hospital or you regain your composure?
I regained my composure.
When the officer finally came back and started confronting you with all these people were saying, is that when you realized what was going on?
Yes,
Did you still maintain this was an accident? You were just trying to save yourself?
yes, sir.
Did you have any intent to harm Caroline whatsoever?
Never.
Thank you, sir. More.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldberg. Please step back to your counsel. I'll take our afternoon break now. You have your other witness ready to go?
Yeah, hopefully it's outside.
After that witness, you have the additional witnesses?
No, sir.
Does it say that any rebuttal witnesses reference to that?
No.
All right, why don't you take a 10-minute recess? We'll get back at 2:35 and we'll defense case.
All right, let's zippity doo dah. Totally credible. I absolutely believe him. I absolutely did not believe almost anybody that the state had that testified. Okay. We still have an hour and a half to go, guys. Well, yeah.
Yes.
Woo!
Watch out, everybody. I'm sure you're ready. Mr. Shiner, you're ready, make work.
I'm going to try to zippity doo dah through as many things as I can, like this right
My name is
now.
Dr. Stephen B. Leatherman. I am an adjunct professor at Florida International University.
Hold on, spell your last name for us.
Sure, Leatherman, Leatherman.
Okay. What do you currently do?
I'm an adjunct professor at Florida International University, and I also do expert witness work through my consulting firm, Coastal Environmental Consultancy.
Okay, what kind of expert witness?
Aquatic safety expert witness. So I've done dozens of over a dozen cases in aquatic safety.
Most of them civil?
Yes, most civil.
Can you tell us about your education, please?
Sure, I have a PhD from Florida International University. in
Okay, y'all.
geosciences, with my PhD topic
I'm
being
zippity
on,
doo dah through the
beach
CD.
safety and
Lifeguard? Do you have any certifications?
active currently.
We don't need, I'm sure he's a fine
Yes, I
expert.
do.
And do you have knowledge from,
Covers that topic.
all right, can you tell us, based on your training and experience, of the different stages of drowning?
Sure. So the first stage is the aquatic distress. This is when the swimmer initially begins to go into distress. So they get tired and they start to panic. And that quickly evolves into, once they exhaust a lot of their energy, that goes into the stage of drowning called the so that after the aquatic distress,
What just happened?
then you have the first stage of drowning.
Let me slow you down. So when someone's in aquatic distress,
Mhm.
can you always see that?
You can't always see aquatic distress. Typically, the aquatic distress leads into the first stage, which is the instinctive drowning response. And this is where you are trying to struggle to keep the airway open. Okay, so this is where your body just kind of lacks enough oxygen to make rational decisions. And so the next, your brain instinctively
Yeah.
tries to get you to look up, get your head above water, and take that next breath of air.
Can people still swim or try to swim while they're doing this?
No, once you enter this stage, the instinctive drowning response, you can no longer swim. You are just what we call climbing the ladder, which is where your body is vertical in the water, and you are pushing down on the water with your hands. And
Let me stop you. Before that happens, if you're a layperson and you see somebody before they start trying to push down, is it like Hollywood where you see somebody splashing?
no,
I
so
have
Hollywood
aquatic
depiction of drowning is
distress
very different from the
anytime.
reality. So the Hollywood depiction is where you're making a lot of splashing, you're screaming, you're shouting. But in reality, drowning can be silent. There can be minimal splashing or even no splashing involved. And again, you are in this vertical position in the water column, and you are pushing down in the water. Your chin is tilted up, and you are just trying to get that next breath.
That's when you're in the first stage of drowning.
Yes.
How about prior to that?
So prior to that, you have the aquatic distress. So that is when you are able to swim, but you are very tired. You're starting to panic. Maybe your strokes are becoming less efficient. You're no longer starting to tread water, and that quickly can, once you're exhausted enough, it leads into that first stage, which is the instinctive drowning response, where you struggle to keep your airway clear.
Is there any way of telling how long that lasts, or is everybody different?
Everybody is different. It can last, 5-10 minutes. It can last even longer if you are a really good swimmer, and it takes a long time for you to get tired. But also other factors can contribute to accelerating that as well.
What other things?
Alcohol consumption, your swimming ability, those are the two main ones.
How about tides or things
Yes,
like
if
that?
you're swimming against a current or a tide, that will quickly tire you out and will lead into the first stage of drowning much more rapidly.
Okay. So when somebody's then starting to go into the first stage of drowning, what happens?
So this is, again, the struggle to keep the airway clear. Your brain does not have enough oxygen to make logical decisions or rational decisions, and you're kind of in this fight or flight mode. So in this stage, you are looking up, you're trying to get your next breath of air, you are vertical in the water, you're pushing down in the water. You're not necessarily splashing a lot, you'll be splashing a little bit, but most of the movement is occurring under the water.
So why, do you know why people push down in the water at that point?
Yes, that's just an instinctive response to get that next breath of air.
Is that
So
why?
it's trying to buoy yourself up. And in this stage, you will also latch on to people or things or objects, anything you can,
Nope.
in order to get your head above the water and get that next breath of air.
And when you train as a lifeguard and all the
Flying.
education you have, is it dangerous to try to save somebody as a lifeguard when they're going into the first stage of drowning?
Yes, definitely. In fact, as a lifeguard, you're trained to approach them from behind so they can't see you, so they cannot grab onto you. Because when they're in that stage of drowning, they will grab onto you, even if you're a lifeguard, and they can pull you under, and now you are drowning with them. And so as a lifeguard, you're trained to go behind them and always keep your rescue tube, which is the flotation that they use in front of you, between yourself and the drowning person. That's just a safety thing.
What happens if you didn't go from behind them and the person grabs you? What do you do?
So they train you to actually submerge yourself underwater, because remember, during this stage, the person drowning is trying to go up. So if you go down under the water, submerge yourself, they might have that natural instinct to let go of you. So you're supposed to submerge underwater, push them up, which is also pushing yourself down, and then they will let go, most likely. If they don't let go, you might have to get physical to get them to let go.
And that's what you were trained.
Yes.
Okay. You know, most lay people know that.
Most lay people probably won't know that.
What's the climbing a ladder effect? What's that?
So climbing a ladder is just a way to visualize what it looks like in reality. So you can imagine yourself climbing a ladder where you go rung after rung with your hands and your feet. And so you are in that vertical position as if you are on a ladder, and that's you in the water body. You are just kind of pushing down in the water. You're looking up. You're trying to get your airway clear and trying to take that next breath.
In order to catch your breath, is everyone different? How long it takes before they are able to regain their composure a little bit?
Yes, everyone's different. Typically, during this instinctive drowning response, it can last up to a minute. But at that point, you're no longer making rational decisions. Your oxygen level is low, and you will quickly go into the next stages of drowning.
But what happens if you're able to brace yourself on something? Will that stop it potentially?
So that can make it longer. If you're able to brace yourself on something and get some air, that can give you the air to keep going and last longer.
Okay. So is it possible to come out of that stage if you're just starting, going to that stage?
Yes, it's possible to come out of that stage if you just started going to that. Someone rescues you, throws you something, or if you're able to get that air, then you're able to come out of that stage.
If a layperson sees somebody in distress who's possibly about to drown, do they also see facial expressions on the person?
They could.
What kind of expressions potentially?
It depends on the person, but again, remember, once you're in that instinctive drowning response, you're not in the right state of mind to be able to consciously control your facial muscles. So whatever face that you're making, it's not really up to your decision anymore.
Have you ever heard it described as something with crazed?
Yes, I've heard that before.
Where their eyes were bulging out?
It could be.
Very involuntary.
And then we just talked briefly, if someone's not successful in coming out of that, then there's more stages of drowning?
Yes.
You can just talk quickly about that.
Okay, just real quickly. So after you struggle to keep the airway clear, you have the initial submersion. That's when you first go underwater. And then you have your initial asphyxiation or inhalation of water. And essentially what happens is you breathe in water or you inhale water. And then after that, your oxygen levels are really low. You become unconscious. After that, you have cardiorespiratory arrest, which is when your heart lacks oxygen to continue beating. And then you have finally death.
Okay, this can happen pretty quick.
Yes, in a matter of minutes.
Janet, I suspect, knowing he came from, he's an adjunct professor at FIA, there's a strong possibility this is somebody that Cole Goldberg and his family know. I'm only speculating.
People who are in the first stage of potentially drowning, do they have an adrenaline rush?
So once you're in that distinctive drowning response, you could have an adrenaline rush at that stage. But again, you are operating with limited amount of oxygen, so you're kind of anaerobically using your energy at that point.
Do people who are in that stage who survive, do they often have a recollection of what happened?
Typically they do not, because they might remember before that happened, but once you're in that stage, that lack of oxygen causes you to not remember typically what happened. Sometimes they can, but usually not.
Everyone's different.
Everyone's different.
Okay. What happens if you're unable to grab onto somebody or something while you're in that first stage?
It will most likely lead to the rest of the stages and end up, if you're not saved or rescued, it's very difficult for you to save yourself at that point.
Okay.
Oh, just bringing another helper
Thank you very much.
question.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we start with aquatic distress,
Yes,
and that is where you feel tired and panicked,
yes,
but you still have some energy.
yes.
And so this is the stage where you're going to exhaust all your energy.
Most of your energy, yes.
And alcohol, the currents can have effects on this.
Yes,
And that, I would assume, negatively affects how much energy you're able to expend in this stage.
you will spend more energy because when you're under the impairment of alcohol, then you're not as efficient, right? And also with currents or fighting against the currents, you'll spend more energy.
Would being out in the sun all day affect an aquatic distress?
It could as well,
So obviously you're trained in like beach safety.
yes.
So there's a lot of people that go to the beach and they spend all day at the beach.
Right.
Is there a more likely possibility that somebody could enter into aquatic distress because they are tired from the sun?
If they are tired from the sun, then it would typically accelerate. So it's all about how much energy you have left. And so if you are tired from the sun, you have less energy, so it would accelerate the process.
Okay, so the accelerants that we have discussed have been alcohol, right?
Right.
The currents and the tides,
Yes.
right? The length in the sun,
It depends on the person, but it could be.
okay, and all of this depends on the person, right?
Yes.
So like alcohol it affects everybody, but it affects everybody in different ways, correct?
Right. I mean, there are some, alcohol is a major factor in drowning cases.
Okay, well, would you agree with
I
that?
wouldn't say it would do the opposite. I wouldn't say that alcohol would, increase the amount of time it takes to drown. In all cases, it would,
Okay, so we can agree that alcohol is not gonna make things better,
correct.
but it could accelerate for people slower than for other people. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yes.
Okay,
Depends on the amount of alcohol and their tolerance.
and being a good swimmer also affects that.
Correct.
So if somebody is 25 yards from their destination and they start to experience aquatic distress after drinking quite a bit and being in the sun, is that person going to have a hard time?
Judge, I have an objection. It's not yours, I can tell you, but before we started, we had an agreement that he's only a witness as to his experience and not facts on this case. If he wasn't given any facts in this case, and that was our agreement, and now the prosecutor's getting into the facts of this case, I would object. It's against what we discussed previously.
So how long is somebody normally, if there is a time, normally in aquatic distress?
It varies, but in a matter of minutes. It could last longer depending if they're a really good swimmer. It could take a long time for them to get tired. But typically, the average person, it would be like maybe 10 minutes or less.
Okay, so about 10 minutes is the average understanding. Everybody is different, good swimmers, bad swimmers, accelerants or de-accelerants, I guess?
Right, yes, everyone's different. You can't really put a drug number on it.
And you throw in the factors and it can make it less, or you throw in factors and it can make it more than 10 minutes.
Yes,
Is that safe to say?
correct.
Okay, so then we move into instinctive drowning response. And at this point, you cannot swim.
Right, you can no longer really make forward progress. You're just maintaining your position, you're climbing the ladder, you're just trying to keep your head above water at that point.
And how long does this stage last?
Typically around a minute or less.
Okay, so at this point, TV, movies say lots of splashing, that's not necessarily the case, right? And so they are really just trying to latch onto things.
Yes.
Can a person in this stage identify people and places and things?
No, they are beyond rational thought at that point. They will see a surface and they will latch on instinctively.
Okay, and that's really the fear, right, of a lifeguard?
Correct.
Because a lifeguard
That's
is
what he
going out there
said.
to save you, and a logical person, 9 times out of 10, is gonna realize this person's trying to help me, so if they could
Ma'am.
think, they probably wouldn't grab them, right?
Right.
So the
Back,
training is give them the
all
lifesaver,
with the high
or
top
put it out in front of them, because the first thing they see, they will latch onto.
and how much
in what
snow is
position
on
do
the
you hold
ground.
the lifesaver when you're approaching somebody that's having, or is
And
in.
who won the
what you believe is
basketball
instinctive
game?
drowning?
If you can approach them from behind, then you could put the life saver between you and the victim, and you could scoop underneath their arms.
This,
with life-
he's already
rescue
testified to
suit
all this.
Between you and the victim.
Okay, so we're not talking about like a little buoy, kind of like a circle one like
No,
this.
not a ring buoy. Typically, lifeguards will have two rotation devices.
And is that because it's easier to maneuver onto a person?
Yes, and we have different trainings with how to use it for rescues.
Okay, so that's the best case scenario, that you're coming from behind them and you can kind of loop it around them.
Correct.
And then all of a sudden, now they don't have this problem.
Yes, you still have to pull them back to shore and is there any aid?
Okay, and we'll get back to that. So what if you are approaching them
Oh,
forward?
I agree,
And
Kelly.
how would you position your life-saving device?
You can extend it out to them. And remember, you always have to reach or throw, but don't go. That's kind of the same. So you never want to go out without it. You want to reach or throw any object that you have. And in terms of this rescue flotation device, you can extend it out to them for them to grab onto.
Okay, but you're not holding it really, best case scenario.
Right.
Okay, so then at this part, when you're actually, let's say you don't do it the right way and they latch on to you.
Right.
Your task at that point, if you are educated in safety, is to submerge your body under the water
Correct.
and then they will let go.
Not always, but most likely, it is their instinct to let go because they want to service for the next rep there.
Okay, so instinctively, they're supposed to let go.
Right.
But every person is
What
different.
are we
And I think
doing?
at that point, you testified that it may have to get physical.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a common place where people that are having this stage of instinctive drowning response hold on to other people when they grab onto them?
Is there a common
Does that make
place?
sense? Like a place on your body?
No.
So it could be anywhere.
It could be anywhere. Yes.
I know, Libby,
Now,
she is.
Are you
Actually,
taking in water
reading his
at the
testimony.
acquired distress?
You could be.
And are you taking in water at stage 1?
Yes, most likely you are.
Now, you just indicated, I think previously, a few questions ago, that once you put the life-saving device around this person, that's not necessarily like the end of everything, right?
Right.
Okay, so first task usually is to get you to shore.
Yes,
And then the next task is to medically evaluate you.
correct.
What are some of the things that could happen to you medically if you experience stage 1?
So if you have inhaled water, you can have, it depends on how long your oxygen levels have been low enough, but you could suffer from brain damage or other ailments, but I'm not really a medical doctor, I'm here to testify in the medical.
Understood? And do not feel as though, if I ask you something you don't feel that you can answer, just do exactly that. What is the average, what is the average like recovery time for a person from stage 1?
Recovery time in terms of,
This person has been rescued, they have been able to retrieve something that allows them to float, and then now they are able to swim.
so it depends on the person, and it also depends on how much water, if they were, how much water they took in, or it depends on how long they've been exerting themselves for. But usually, if you are in the stage that you are very low in energy, you've exhausted most of your energy, and so it could take a few minutes just to recover in terms of getting your energy back.
Okay, so would it surprise you if somebody took 20 seconds to recover?
If you are very low energy, it would probably take longer to recover than 20 seconds, but I wouldn't say it would be out of
Oh,
possibility.
Felicia, you
Okay,
read my
so anything's
mind. I was
possible,
thinking she's
But it's not close to the
worse
average?
than
Is that
Shardy
fair?
Pants.
I don't know what the average would be for recovery from stage 1, but just from imagining it, I would think that if you are completely exhausted, it would take a couple minutes.
When
And
you are in
Wait,
the, aquatic distress phase, are you able to speak?
In that stage, yes, you can speak, and you can actually still maintain your stroke. But again, you are getting less efficient, and you start to panic. And then once you are in that instinctive drowning response, you can no longer speak, and you can no longer really swim.
Okay, so that 10-minute period of aquatic distress is the last time you're gonna be able to speak at all if you progress further after stage 1.
Right, it also depends on a lot of conditions, right? It doesn't have to be 10 minutes, it could be 10 seconds. So it varies a lot depending on the person.
And you're here testifying today, were you asking for a retainer for your testimony?
I had a deposition a few months ago, and I had a retainer before that.
Okay, so I actually took your deposition. Was it a $5,000 retainer prior to your deposition?
Yes,
And it's $400 an hour?
yes,
And what about now, testifying today?
but this is still working through my retainer.
Okay, so you're still at the $400 an hour rate?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Judge?
there's that answer.
I got nothing further.
Any redirect examination?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr.
All right.
Both sides of their cases.
No, sir, defense first.
State, do you have any additional instances or evidence for that?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, both sides of their cases. Do you have any motions before we move?
Yes.
Mr. Strangle?
I'll make a roll call. Same motion. We need to go to the judge. Well, and I would argue any additional.
Same.
For response.
All right, as I close all the evidence, do you find that a reasonable juror, fact finder, could find for either the state or defense? I'm going to respectfully deny the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal. Do you have any time to prepare your closing arguments, or you're ready to go?
I'm ready.
Can we take a 2-minute break?
Sure.
Or voluntary intoxication to,
Okay, we are closing arguments at this point.
we had discussed involuntary intoxication or voluntary intoxication to, but that was a jurors.
Right.
For
Okay.
those.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have the standard instructions, so I just want to make sure that we're all almost
Let
on
me
the same
get
level
us
as you all are.
to the actual beginning of closings. I think they're,
Thank you, Judge.
here we go.
Normally, I would say thank you to the jurors for sitting through this trial, and I will thank you too for sitting through this trial and for listening to everybody.
It's his job.
We started our case with 4 people who lived here predominantly, who kind of travel back and
Let me see how
forth,
long
have
this
residents,
takes
maybe
to
now established residents in Florida, but regardless, who did not know these people. And they were on a boat where a victim, a person that they did not know, a young female, swam up to them. They had never seen her before, they had never talked to her before, and she's asking for some help because she's having a hard time swimming. And these 4 people gave slight inconsistencies on certain things, but agreed on others. And you heard from Matt Paris, who said he was in the water. You heard that he's talking to her for about a few seconds. She's trying to hold on to his raft. He's kind of like, just literally touch the boat, it's right there. And so he is saying that the boat is right there to where he is in relation to the water. He drew the graph, that states 1. And at that point, out of nowhere, this man comes up who they also don't know, who they've also never interacted with. And this boat did not see them throughout the day as much. And yes, he had seen the female in the red bathing suit because she was over there in another boat. He was not lusting after this woman. He was not sitting there. He made a casual joke in a deposition. Maybe it was in that case. He made it, and it was not about his wife seeing or anything like that. It was just, he saw her, he noticed her. She's a beautiful woman. She's wearing a red-orange bathing suit. She is noticeable. And so this man comes up out of nowhere and pushes her under the water. He doesn't say that it's with 1 hand. He says it's with 2. He says he wants to believe the best in people. He's a middle school teacher. And he says that he gives it a few seconds, that he's waiting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 to 15 seconds that they agree. Past 5, she's under the water. And he has to intervene at that point. The other people on the boat start yelling at him, you have to do something. He reacts and pulls her out from under. And he says that she is fighting him when she gets into his hands, his possession, that she's fighting him off. Because she still thinks that she's being submerged by her boyfriend. You heard from Rachel Tarabchik. Rachel says that she threw the victim a little floaty because she was looking like she was having a hard time swimming. That Matt was in the water. That his actions of the defendant looked deliberate. That there was no situation where he was using her as a life raft. Alexander agreed with those testimonies and then said he had to threaten him with a boat hook because after taking her away, it looked like he was going back to grab her. So he threatened him with a boat hook. This is a man who has a very nice boat. He has an affluent boat. He looks like he's coming from money too, and he's getting involved in something he didn't ask for, and having to use a boat hook to do so because he doesn't know what's about to happen. He doesn't know who these people are to each other. And the one thing that they all agree on, all 4 of these people on this boat, is that when he is confronted with this boat hook and he is told to get away from her, he says, "That's my girl." And then when he's told, "I don't care who she is to you, you can't do this to her." Silence. Silence. He had enough wherewithal to say, "That's my girl," but he didn't have enough wherewithal to say, "No, that's not what happened." He's the only one who says, "I was having a hard time swimming," and then that's what he said. Mr. Goldberg is the only one who said that. Nobody else said that. They all agree that the victim went under. So we go to the next boat, and Lloyd Whiting, he says that he saw that they had been getting into a little back and forth all day, that they had been arguing. He says that the victim and the defendant swim past his boat. And he says it distinctively because he says, "She didn't stop at our boat, she kept going." It's a boat of 6 guys versus a boat with older people. What looks safer? She literally swims by a whole boat and keeps going. But what is important to understand and to remember is that so does Mr. Goldberg. So is the boat at this point not 25? Is that not at the breaking point? Does he just suddenly overcome with tiredness? Does he suddenly just stop and can't go on, except he does go on? He does go another 25 yards? Because if you're experiencing this panic, you're not gonna look around and see where can I hold on to? Because you're not in the stage 1 yet, if we're going by Dr. Leatherman's assessment. You're in that pre-stage. And that pre-stage, you can still think.
I don't think he was in the pre-stage. That's the problem.
So he swims by that boat. And that's what you also hear from Mr. Whiting. The things that the defendant says that no one agrees with are that they weren't fighting that day, that they weren't arguing that day. He insists that they weren't arguing. He keeps diminishing and downplaying their arguments that they apparently have all the time. And it makes you wonder, which one is it? Is she so jealous and out of control? Is she just such an unreasonable, illogical woman that she can't simply bear to be anywhere near him with other females? And it's ridiculous how she is. Or is it that they never argue at all? How is that possible?
No, first
It's just not.
choice.
It doesn't make sense.
First choice.
The other thing
Doesn't
that
make
he
sense. You're
testified
right.
to that the victim wasn't upset, except then she's now upset because he didn't stand up for her. But then we start parsing our words, and it was interesting that every time that the defense witnesses, including the defendant, were confronted with statements that they made. Oh, I didn't want to parse. I'm not getting into the detail. I wasn't parsing the words. What do you mean you're not parsing words? Those are literal opposite words. Those are not words that you're just being general and you don't get into specifics. You literally said Cole was upset, and then now you're saying no, he wasn't. You're literally saying Cole was arguing with a guy that smashed his girlfriend's butt, which makes perfect
angry
sense
about
to
this.
most people. And now it's no, they were having a conversation. The two words argument and conversation, they're not used in the same sense. They're just not. They're not interchangeable. Neither is upset and not upset. Completely unbothered was what they wanted you to believe today. Except that they didn't say that day. Anthony Nemo did not say that day. Cole Goldberg did not say that day. This was about respect.
Mama gonna knock you out.
He said that.
Ooh.
My relationship. Respect me. Because she's mine. That's how he said that to the police. And then all of a sudden, I'm not mad. The only person that said that Cole Goldberg grabbed onto the tariff checks boat after the victim went under is Cole Goldberg.
I'll allow it. There's your Judge Canoni of the evening. I'll allow it.
He is the only one who said he held onto the platform, he got a minute, he really took a second, took some deep breaths, and then miraculous recovery and swim to Captain Juby's boat. The only one who said that. Nobody else said that. Things that don't make sense. The defendant not calling anybody for a ride when he was getting kicked off Juby's boat, when he had already done that once before that day. He literally did that. He took his phone, he called somebody, they came with paddleboards. He didn't even try. You didn't hear him say, I did try, and I didn't know anybody else was there. I called a few people, they all left. I looked around, I know everybody, it seems like everybody knows everybody, but no longer, we don't know anybody anymore. Can't ask anybody. FWC apparently gives rides to the shore. Mr. Goldberg said that. He said previous Boca Bashes, he himself has gotten rides to the shore by FWC. No call to FWC is made. 911, none. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't DUI, he wasn't driving a boat. So what would have been the problem with calling the police and asking for the ride that apparently he's received before? Not asking the boat that he's sitting in, that he just magically, oh, we found 2 more life jackets. And it's, you guys can't ride. You have 30 seconds to get to her. Oh, hey, can I just take one of the life jackets really quick? I'll be right back. I'm just a little tired and I've had a bit to drink. Is it okay if I take one of the life jackets? And by the way, my girlfriend has been going drink for drink with me. She weighs 70 pounds less than I do. So maybe the life jacket for her too.
Ma'am.
Doesn't do that. Doesn't call the police after he's been allegedly assaulted. He was assaulted with a boat hook for literally no reason, according to him. Didn't call anybody. Actually, in fact, he goes back to where he was supposed to be assaulted at. The guy still had the boat hook. You didn't hear anybody say that he threw it into the ocean, just let it go. So he's going back to where there's a weapon that has already been brandished against him. And that's just because he simply can't leave his girlfriend there. Not telling the police what just happened. Any of it. Making an assumption, that's what we have to believe. Making an assumption, oh, that's why they don't want me on the boat, because there's too many guys. What? They're like 40-year-old women. His girlfriend. What kind of boat is this? There's another young guy, okay. What are we trying to say here? Why would they not let him on the boat because there's too many guys? That makes literally no sense, but that's what he tells, that's the first thing he tells the police. I was assaulted by a boat hook. I'm just trying to get to shore. My girlfriend and I didn't have a ride. Yeah, he tells them that he didn't have a ride. Doesn't tell them about the boat hook. Doesn't tell them about he's just been accused of drowning. And he does know. He does know that he was accused of drowning her. He knows that. Because if you want to believe his story, let's go all the way, right? Let's go the whole way.
Wow,
If you want to believe that he did this in response to having a drowning episode, then you also have to believe that he had the wherewithal, 1 to 2 seconds of holding her, he's able to gain enough wherewithal to then respond, I was having a hard time swimming. What is he saying that in response to?
Why is she so pissed?
So doesn't tell the police what happened. It doesn't get there until he gets to the point where he is confronted with the direct fact of, did you ever grab her? And now he started, oh, I can't swim. I was having a hard time swimming. Said it a few times though that they didn't let him on the boat because he was the only guy. A few times, and he agreed with that. The victim swam more than he did, and he drank just as much as she did. But he's the one that's having the drowning episode.
Because
The
she's
guy
a
who
lush.
has grown up around Lake Boca. The guy who has grown up in an affluent, because defense has gone to great lengths to say, this is an affluent neighborhood. Okay, great. There's a pool in the country club. There's a pool in his house. His friends have boats. His family used to have a boat. They used to go out. He's been at Boca Bash at least 10 times. He's been in sticky situations in Boca Bash because he's had FWC drive him to the shore or to the dock. And this is the person we have to believe
Wow.
did have a hard time swimming.
That's
This is the person
why
we have to
she's
believe
pissed.
had the wherewithal to know north, south, east, west, could basically draw us a diagram of the entirety of Lake Boca, give us the currents and the channels and everything under the sun, but he drank too much that day. So which one is it? His memory is perfect and crystal clear, but he forgot some things. His memory is perfect and crystal clear, but he drank too much and he couldn't swim. It doesn't make sense. And looping all that in to motive, because who has motive here? You can argue, yes, of course, Caroline Schwitzsky has motive, and I'm sure that the entirety of closing was once again be a character assassination of Caroline Schwitzsky, as was the opening. But unfortunately for them, they cannot say that the 4 people on Sarachek's boat and the 2 people on the other boat had any motive for the outcome of this case.
Do
If they
they?
had any motive at all, what had they gained from this other than dragging them along for this entire pendency of this case? Nothing.
Well, you're the
They
one
have
that brought the
nothing to
case.
gain. Maybe, yeah, Caroline Schwitzsky has something to gain. Sure, you can make that argument. She's civilly lawsuit. She is a victim of a crime. Maybe she's exploiting that to her benefit. But you know who else has something to gain? Cole Goldberg. Cole Goldberg has something to gain. Cole Goldberg wants to be an attorney. Cole Goldberg said this derailed his plans for law school. Cole Goldberg is the one that has the most to lose in this case and the most to gain in this case. And so these 6 people that testify for this court, I'm racking my brain to find out what that motive is. What on earth compels 6 people to come in and say something if it didn't happen that way? What gives them the motivation to cook up a story like this? If it was just a misunderstanding, why would they double down on things? Why would they say, no, that's not true, that's not what happened?
Council time.
I'll be back with the report.
See that?
Oh, she only had 15 minutes because it's timed. Okay. All righty.
Oh, the council. Because this is a difficult case to argue. I don't disagree with
Here's my question I was going to ask. I want to know what the relationship is with this little chippy that just gave the closing argument for the state and Cole Goldberg's family, because his family are a long line of attorneys, and she is way too pissed in this case. Way too pissed. Way too emotionally invested. So it makes me wonder if there is some history, maybe not with Cole, but with maybe some of his family members that are attorneys.
as far as about 6 people. We'll talk about perceptions, and the only analogy I can use is something that happened to me 2 weeks ago. I just finished a homicide trial. I'm sitting at my desk with some Zoom demos. Marine cameras are going off like crazy. And I see 2 men at my front door. Newspapers, we're old-fashioned, we get newspapers delivered. One's a red sleeve, the other one's a Palm Beach Post, a clear sleeve. And they don't bring it to my door, they throw them in the driveway, and I see these 2 guys throwing my newspapers against the door, and then pushing each other and screaming at each other. I could not make out what they're saying. I live in a gated community, and I'm like, what's going on here? I'm trying to pay attention to my deposition, I'm trying to watch this, and it looks like they're about to break into the house. They didn't grab the doorknob, and then I watched my cars in the driveway. I could not figure this out. To me, it's 2 grown men look like they were doing some shenanigans at my home. And then I see them in the driveway pushing each other and fighting and possibly joking around. This is in broad daylight. I live at the very end of the community, the last house, I was in the house, I can see anything. My camera showed. I'm about to call the police, and I see these guys going to the street, come back to my door, go to the street, look in my car, the lights, I thought these guys were about to break in. I see a golf cart in front of my driveways, and I'm like, Guys don't break into homes or golf carts usually, it's unusual, so I called my neighbor. I wasn't worried about him, I said, can you just look outside and tell me what's going on, I know he's retired. So I see the camera, so he goes up to the guys, and I don't know what they're saying, I can't hear, but basically he tells me, it's a father and son, son's a grown man, and he's severely autistic. And his father's shoulder just got pulled out, and he can't control this young man. And he was fixated with my newspapers, and he couldn't stop him. And I told him it's right. I could easily call the police and say these guys are trespassing, potential burglars. And I think it's akin to what happened here. In this case, we have 6 people. We know alcohol is definitely a factor with everybody. Everyone's having a good time. They're all drinking. And they believe, and they're so invested because they spent 4 years in this, they don't want to be wrong. People don't want to be wrong. And the long cases go on, people, they want to be right. Now, I'm not saying they made the story up. It did happen. Cole Goldberg told you it happened. Their perception is it looked like he was trying to drown her. They didn't know these people or what happened. They didn't have the benefit of sitting for a trial. That's why we have trials. That's why we explore everything in front of a judge or a jury in this country. So you can hear everything available. So the real question comes down to not did it happen. It's like, what was his intent? And I'm not going to sit here and go through all the testimony. I know the court is an experienced jurist, experienced trial lawyer. You heard it all. You listen to everything. You know that people were generally saying the same thing. There were some inconsistencies. There was 1 second, maybe another person got ahead, other person said 30 seconds or 10 seconds, another person said 4 Mississippi. Everyone's all over the place, but they're all agreeing it happened. My client told you it happened. You got to meet him, as far as personality. This is a docile young man. You can see the way he testifies. That's just who he is. He's just a young man getting his life together. And I'm not going to judge him for who he met, and that was his decision. I'm sure his family wasn't happy about his relationship. That was his choice. He loved this lady. And love is blind. Lust and love is doubly blind. I'm sure that's what's going on in this young man's life. So much so, he forgot his career. He's now watching kids. It's not what he bargained for, but it's what he chose. He agreed to pay for money, for a car, for rent was the testimony. He didn't care. That's just who he is. Think about it even today. It doesn't bother him. Tell him he testified. No, that was my choice. That was just who Cole Goldberg is. He was peaceful among his friends in the community. But you can look back and it's easy for me to say, you're stupid or an idiot for doing this. Look at the trouble you got yourself into. That's not really the truth. That's not what happened. It was his choice. It was both their choices. She's telling you he lied about his age. She still stayed with him for 6 more months. What's that have to do with anything? Whether he did or didn't. They both agreed to stay with each other. This lady's an opportunist. She's a reality TV star.
Yes.
All kind of shows, the evidence came out, and articles, trying to profit from this.
Yep.
She's an opportunist. That's what she is. So she's trying to fit the narrative, make it look like I was really a victim.
Yep.
Not only was I a victim, he stuck his nails. He said in her vagina, in deposition was the testimony, under oath, she said that. And in her other statement for her restraining order, she said in my groin area. Either way, that never came out anywhere. Court didn't see any photos or physical injuries on this lady. The officer with the big hat, I forgot his name. Thank you, that's it. Very inexperienced guy, he did the best he could. It's not easy probably to conduct an investigation out in the water. But he's out there telling the guys in the other boat, attempted murder. This is what if this was your daughter? And just everyone's now reinforcing this guy tried to kill or drown this lady. They didn't realize what was happening. Because one of the guys in the other boat with the 6 men thought you gotta be flapping around and splashing. Frankly, I thought that too. And that's why we called an expert. This court, it can happen in silence. It can happen very quick. The 2 FWC officers both testified based on their training. Drowning can happen very quick and very silently. It's not like Hollywood, where we imagine, because most of us, I've never seen anyone drown, thank God. But also the testimony is some parents see their kids possibly drowning. They don't realize their kids are drowning because there's no signs. It just happens. There's signs of the person drowning. And Dr. Ledman explained what happens to people when they have that feeling. Cole Goldberg told his experience. First time in his life. He was seeing dark. He was in a room. Is that hard to believe? So in this case, I submit to you, yeah, you can believe all 6 of these people. I'm not telling you not to believe them. They believe what they saw. But how do you determine beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Goldberg's intent was to kill the lady he loved, that he wanted to be with, that he sacrificed his dating life, whatever. He chose her, he chose her kids, he chose to pay her money. He didn't want her car to get damaged. He didn't care. This is who he chose. She wanted to believe they broke up in the morning, or that was the intonation, or what she tried to get the court to believe, that we broke up. I would tell them in the morning we had problems. The only one that ever had problems was her. You heard her, I demand respect. So when he gets a phone call from a girl about a boat, all of a sudden he's cheating on her. Ex-girlfriend, friends, fighting with her at an Italian restaurant, Rocco's Tacos. Not Italian, it's Mexican. Fighting with her for what? It's all nonsense. It really has nothing to do with the case, other than to show Your Honor that this guy's not jealous of her. He doesn't care if she's wearing a string bikini and guys are looking at her. He doesn't even do anything. Mr. Nemo told Nemo, not Nemo, but Nemo from New Jersey.
Not Nemo.
Basically said, I would have beat that guy up. I don't know how he just stood there and did nothing. That's who he is. That's his personality. He may not be like me or you or Mr. Nemo or somebody else. That's his personality. He didn't do anything. So the only arguments they had, so we don't have arguments, she's always arguing with him. She's jealous of him. She's worried that he's a younger guy with a future career. She latched on to him. What her motives are, you know now, motives of money. She sued him. She's trying to get money. She's trying to get fame on this. He didn't give one interview, he said. Nothing. She gave money. She's piggybacking on a tragedy to make money. It is what it is. That's who she is. She latched on to this young man. And he loved her. At least he thought he did. I'm sure he's looking back now saying, how stupid was I? But it happened. It's so hard to believe, but he was drinking all day long. What people do at Boca Bash? He's allowed to drink. He's of age. He was drinking 5 drinks, 3 more drinks, another 3. He didn't count them. No one counts drinks when you're out there all day. If you have one, you'll remember. But he was honest. The only one who told you he had probably 11 drinks that day or more. So he was drinking all day long. Everyone else was like, oh, they weren't drinking. I don't drink, but then you heard some evidence that they were drinking. There's alcohol in their boats. Well, I only have 4 beers. What's the difference? Everyone's out there drinking. That affects people's perception. More importantly, it affected his ability to swim. That's common sense. The court doesn't need an expert for that. We know if you're out there in a hot sun, you're not properly hydrating, you're not eating properly. I don't care what shape you're in. If you're doing that and you're drinking all day long, it's not a smart idea to get in the water. But he did. These are the facts. This lady comes in here and Ms. Schwitzsky tells you he throws the guy into the propeller. Why should I believe that when there's 0 evidence of that? What's her motive for getting this court to believe he's violent and dangerous? She's trying to fit the narrative to show that he really strangled her like a rag doll back and forth. So maybe if she did that, maybe some injuries on her. Not the 2 little dots, the guy with the hat said. 2 little dots. That's big. There's no 2 little dots. Look at those pictures. Nothing on her. Suarez said at one point, when we were getting into the injuries and the bruises, that's nothing to do with this case. I agree. Bruises on the arm and leg, 0 to do with this case. There's no injuries from this case whatsoever. And if you grab somebody like a choke their neck, it's a strong guy, it works out. She has some injuries, some marks. Why is the paramedics not called? Why are 6 reasonable people, if they really thought he was trying to hurt her, why would they call 911? I'm so 911, these guys are playing by my door screaming at each other. I didn't even know who they were. I had my neighbor investigate it, and then told me, poor guy has a severely injured son, he has to go to the hospital, shoulders pulled out. I shut my camera off and wasn't worried. It was over. Thank God I had my neighbor to do that. I would call the police, and hopefully nothing bad would happen, but why did these guys call? Who wouldn't call the police if you really see something where you believe somebody's trying to kill somebody and you're a normal person? I don't know, let them figure it out. Now it's on the water, it doesn't matter if it's in your home or you're just visiting another state, call the police. If you really believe, testimony was they weren't even going to call the police until he came back. That's the emergency? You really think someone had the intent? That's nonsense. You thought someone had the intent to commit a crime, you break into a car. You see someone breaking into somebody's car, the average person will call the police. Never mind trying to strangle someone, dug them into the water intentionally. This goes through they're wrong. They're just not believable that the evidence is not beyond all reasonable doubt that my client intentionally strangled this woman.
Hey, Jody.
Contrary to that, no physical evidence whatsoever. Testimony's all over the place in that.
Thanks for
Tried
joining
to
us.
murder her, attempted second-degree ill will, hatred, spite, evil intent. Opposite of that. This guy was madly, he thought he was madly in love. This is my girlfriend. He's proud of her. Won't even fight another man and slap her in the butt. That's who he is. Doesn't matter, maybe right, maybe wrong, who cares? That's just his personality. You saw him on the witness stand. He's calm. When this Suarez was going after him, yes ma'am, no ma'am. Straightforward. He tries his credibility. You see witnesses every day for years. You saw her personality. Ms. Schwitzsky. Like I said, she's an opportunist trying to fit the narrative. She tells the police nothing happened. She wants you to believe, well, I'm an abused woman. I was loving him. He's a nice, sweet boy. So I didn't want to say anything. She's on probation. She's not allowed to leave the county. She comes with a lot of baggage. Not my client versus Schwitzsky, but she's an important witness. And my position is she has very little to no credibility whatsoever in this trial. So then it comes out the 6 people that testified, and Mr. Goldberg and his friends. Mr. Limo from New Jersey, who runs a contracting business for his family. We agreed to money to testify. So the state now saying, well, why are you not here? What relevance does that have? The court heard him. You got them to see him. He told you what happened. He told you there was no problem all day long. The guy's vote was told Sebastian, there's no problem, everything was fine. But the moment they got up into everybody's home, it looked like they were not a couple anymore, they were breaking up. That's a fallacy. I just want the court to believe that. to show that he's a bad guy. We were having problems all day long. And Ms. Blunt, is up here? She says, no, I agree, I wanted to stay. Cole did too, but I wanted to stay. Who would want to stay if you have problems all day long? It makes no sense. Zero sense. It's not realistic. Not at all. It's not even realistic. She had her phone in her hand. Never mind. She's saying she's being strangled and she drops her phone sinks. And saw the regular water, the phone's going straight down.
I am curious about that phone.
Where that picture was taken, you saw that picture, Judge. She had a phone.
Yeah, how the heck did that
She really dropped the
happen?
phone. Magically it appeared on the boat again, and you'll find that phone very easily. If it dropped to the floor, because it never happened. She didn't drop the phone. She had it in her hand the whole time. That was the issue with the phone. That's why the phone is so important. She's talking about her bag and the phone being thrown through. That's nonsense. It never happened. She had her phone, is the bottom line. She says she dropped it. There's no way she dropped it. This is an unfortunate event. People saw what happened. They jumped to conclusions. And you can tell by them not calling 911. I don't want to be the dead horse, but that's what most people would do. Not one of the 6 people called for paramedics, called 911. She had injuries. She had 0 marks on her body. She wasn't coughing up water with the testimony. And this guy doesn't even know what's going on. Who would try to kill somebody and then go back to the boat? One of the guys on the 2, I think was riding a boat, and he was hanging on the back of the boat. And that's when the boat hook came. It's not just him saying it like Ms. Warren wants to believe. He was hanging back in the boat. And I think Ms. Schwitzsky said the same thing the very first time. And then Mr. Bowman and Mr. Karachek lost his temper very quick and jumped to conclusions for whatever reason. He's threatening with a gaff. He's trying to figure it out. What normal person who's sober, even if you're not sober, if you really try to kill somebody or injure someone intentionally, then leave, you come back for their girlfriend that you just tried to murder, that broke up with you, or throwing a can at her head when there's nothing on her head or face. That's nonsense too. That never happened. She's a jealous woman. She's afraid she's going to lose her meal ticket. Guy with a future, his parents and family comes from a long line of lawyers with a testimony. This is her meal ticket. This is her future. So reality stuff makes nothing. That's why she's out there doing stuff right now, trying to promote it to make more money. This is the guy who's going to go to law school. He's going to be famous. He's going to get a big lawyer. He's going to live in a country club like his parents. He's staying in his guest house. Now it's over. It's over. So she's trying to capitalize on it again because that's who she is. She's an opportunist, a person who tries to seek opportunities any way she can.
Yes.
So how do you determine? It's hard when you get 6 people in the community who doesn't own anyone, like Ms. Suarez said. Easy. You put it all together. No police calls, nothing. If he didn't come back, you never would have heard of Cole Goldberg's name. If he didn't come back to the boat the second time, no one would have heard him. They weren't calling the police. It was not a big deal. It turned into a big deal because now you get group mentality and all of a sudden everybody's like, oh yeah, this is what happened. And you get an inexperienced officer who's pushing them, write these statements. Oh yeah, we're going to go to court. And this. Make sure you come to court. Make leads to your own law. This is an attempted murder. That's it. So I understand why we have to air this case out. I'm not saying it's a nonsense case because it's not. It's real. It really did happen. But really, the moment of truth, this lady goes under the waters. It's so hard to believe this man who was intoxicated, like the police said, wasn't falling down drunk, not highly intoxicated, according to the guy with Hudson. Not highly, but it was intoxicated. He doesn't deny it. Of course, he was intoxicated. It's a fact. That's what happened. He had trouble swimming. We brought the expert to tell you that there are different states when you get into the distress part. That's exactly what he was in, distress. He may not even went at first. He was close to it. Who knows? But do you believe that he maliciously tried to drown Carolyn Schwitzsky intentionally? Do you? Then he's guilty. There's nothing I can say. And if you have a reasonable doubt, then he's not guilty. We submit Ms. Paulette and I, based on all this evidence, that he's not guilty at all. Any of these charges. There was no intent. There was no maliciousness at all. He made a mistake. He made a lot of mistakes in his life already at a young age. And it almost cost him his own life, actually, by drowning. He could have easily been a drowning victim and died silently, like Dr. Levin says happens all the time. And alcohol is the major contributor, he said. But drowning death is the #1 contributor. He almost was a statistic. So he's lucky he's here and not somewhere else facing Your Honor by signing this case. He could have easily been stabbed. So that's the story. That's what happened, Your Honor. I think these people were misperceived. Their perceptions are off. They didn't want to be wrong. And beyond a reasonable doubt, we don't think Your Honor can say that he's guilty. So we're asking to find him not guilty of all the charges. Thank you very much, Your Honor. But I'm sorry to use the posted judge. Those are for a jury trial, so no way not do that to Your Honor. Thank you.
If this goes down like Edric's Boss, I'm going to be really upset.
It's a rare day that a domestic violence case is going to have 6 independent eyewitnesses. A rare day. A day I don't think I've ever seen. What's not rare at all is witnesses who are seeing something and they don't want to say anything, who don't come to court. I think it is very common for people to see things and not say anything. And that's really sad, but it is true. And for an officer to try and get people to say what happened and give their name so that he doesn't have to just put anonymous and then leave the prosecutors with nothing, that's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. Because something happened here. But what Ms. Schwitzsky did that day, whether you believe she exaggerated on things, then sure, believe that. I agree that she had motive. I said that. But it's difficult for me to reconcile this idea that she is this literally horrible person, right? She's a horrible person.
Ma'am, you didn't watch her.
There's really no other way to say it. She's an opportunist. She's a money grabbing person. She has pinned this poor boy, because he's a 23-year-old, but we call him a boy a few times and nobody. And this poor boy was just manipulated and controlled by this evil woman who just flew off the handle all the time and attacked, like hit him on things about not being a man and doing all these things. And that person, the person who posted things on Instagram, who shaved her head for $15,000, who made a joke about being a victim on a comedy special, that person did not tell the police what happened. And that's not her saying that. And that's not even the 6 people saying that either. It's her saying that, the 4 people on the boat saying that, the officer saying that. Ms. Schwitzsky did not give a statement on that boat when the officers boarded her boat. Defense went to great lengths to elicit that the victim, when she was pulled on that boat, completely fine, according to them, what was the first thing that came out of her mouth? He's a good boy.
Mr. Demeanor would.
He's trying to go to law school. Sounds a lot like a DD victim to me. Sounds a lot like somebody who's just in a really terrifying situation who cannot reconcile the horrible thing that just happened to them with the person that they love. I am not standing up here saying that Cole Goldberg is a bad person. That is literally not what anybody is saying from our side. But bad people do good things and good people do bad things. People make mistakes, intentional mistakes. They make choices, and those choices can lead to problems. And he made a series of choices on that day, on April 24th, 2022. And those choices led to being here. This is not a mistake. This is not an almost he is in the grave situation. This was intentional. He intentionally jumped off that boat to pursue her after she said it was over because he did not want to accept that. It was a summer fling, except it was 9 months long. It was a summer fling, and he was going to break up with her when he got to law school, but he actually said, no, I wasn't doing that.
Summer does
I'm not
last
intentionally breaking
longer
up
in
with her.
Florida.
It was a day-by-day event, but literally no end in sight. Okay? So what do you mean? This person was just drowned by the man she loves. Whether she knew it was ending or not, she loved him. And he did this to her, and the person who is supposed to be exploiting every opportunity ever doesn't exploit the opportunity when it matters, when they're talking to police. And then they went to great lengths to show this picture about how she is surprised when he got arrested. So yeah, right, she was surprised when he got arrested. She is literally not educated in the law. She has no idea what's going on. She couldn't even answer if she was a convicted felon.
Ma'am, you could have just stopped with, she is not an educated woman. You could have just stopped there. And good for you, Melissa. I was very concerned when I was diagnosed with cancer, and then they weren't sure whether I was going to have to do chemotherapy and radiation or just radiation, that I was absolutely going to lose all of my hair. And so, yeah, Mr. Demeanor was picking out wigs for me, y'all. He was like, yeah, what about this one? I'm like, hey, you're getting a little too excited about this experience here.
She didn't know anything. She was signing papers left and right. I'm not saying she didn't try to intentionally sue him, but what I am saying is that she was shaken to her core that this officer made a determination of probable cause for attempted murder without her saying a word. That's not uncommon. The shock, apologizing, diminishing, giving all the good about them, that is behavior of a domestic violence victim.
No.
We are supposed to believe
She
That
did
it is
not just go
relevant
there.
that the Pennsylvania witnesses asked for proper service, which is a court order by the judge because of the interstate compact agreement. But we are not supposed to think about the fact that one of his best friends couldn't get on a plane and come down here and testify when he's here half of every month. And this is one of those months. So if
Kelly, she said that this is the pattern of domestic violence. She's stating that Snow White was in a toxic relationship with Cole and that it was domestic violence. Yes, Janet, thank you. I am happy I'm good now too. Go get my regular checkups. That's right, St. Baldrick's.
it's not relevant that the PA people had to be served with a lawful subpoena, as all out-of-state witnesses can, and they waived, by the way. So there wasn't a writ. Your Honor didn't sign a writ. So it's not relevant either way then. Cool, sounds good. Mark that off. We don't need that.
What?
But you have to take into consideration, apparently, that his friend, who was impeached, pretty blatantly so, I would add, about the fact that the only thing that he could actually literally say anything about was this fight that took place, this argument that took place about this guy and this guy groping her. Okay? And he literally got impeached on that one thing. Like, toss that. Angela Raddick, his ex-girlfriend, great. He's a great person in the community. Nobody's refuting that. She wasn't there. She didn't see this. The propensity for being good does not discredit that somebody is capable of doing something bad. And that is the end of that. This is not a trial to show that he's a bad person. It is a trial to show that on April 24th, 2022, he had a reaction. And that reaction led to a pursuit, and that pursuit led to a scary event. Where but for Matt Paris intervening, then Caroline Schwitzsky would have been a statistic, and it's a different one. It wouldn't have been a drowning statistic. It would have been the statistics of domestic violence victims.
If this judge
Some people bring out the worst in you, and I think that these two were a match made in a not good place.
Fall off my chair.
These two people did not bring out the best of each other, and that showed. That showed on that day. Maybe he had never gotten jealous before. Okay. Maybe it wasn't about jealousy though. Maybe it was about the ending of that relationship. Maybe it was about something else. I don't have to go into his brain and know exactly why he did it, but I do need to know it wasn't a mistake, and it wasn't. Because interestingly enough, Dr. Stephen Leatherman said himself that when you are in stage 1, you can't see. You can't see. Your animal brain has activated. You are in fight or flight. And Mr. Goldberg testified on direct examination that the only thing he could see was her, and that is why he grabbed her, because it was her. He was not drowning. Try as they might, it's not close. He was not drowning. So what's the second part? If he's not drowning, then why on earth are his hands right next to her shoulders? Why on earth is this 200-pound football player thinking that his girlfriend, who is 130 pounds, you have pictures of her, she's tiny, she's gonna keep him up? It doesn't make sense.
Because he was panicking.
It doesn't make sense because it's not true. Injuries, and I have one more second just to finish my sentence. Injuries are not dispositive of the elements. There are no elements that we have in this case that require injuries. Domestic battery by strangulation does not require injuries. Attempted murder does not require injuries if it is under the part that we are going under, and also battery doesn't require injuries. So let's stop talking about the bruises. There's something on her neck. Look at the picture. If you don't see that there's something on her neck, fine. That's fine. Has nothing to do with whether it happened or not. He went back to that boat because he knew it was over. He knew it was over for his career. He knew it was over for his life. He knew that if he didn't try to talk to Caroline Schwitzsky to get a pulse on her, to figure out what is going on, are you mad at me? Are you going to say anything? Help. Why is he crying? He doesn't have memory of the drowning event for Stephen Leatherman.
Because it was traumatic.
So he's crying? Why? He didn't let him on the boat?
Ma'am, he was crying because he thought he just escaped death. Oh my gosh, this woman. Yeah, she's taking this way too personal. What?
He knew. He knew what he was being accused of, and he panicked. And he went back to his girlfriend to see if she was going to protect him, to see if she was going to tell the cops what she actually experienced. That's why he went back. And they didn't call 911. because they didn't want to get involved. And he was the trigger. He went back and he was the danger, and they said enough is enough. You've heard everything. You know the law. We're asking for you to find him guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we've been at it for a couple days. I would like to review my notes, review the jury instructions with respect to the elements of the different offenses, and then render a coherent verdict. So what I'm inclined to do is to reserve ruling on it, adjourn for the evening, and then at the conclusion of my talk tomorrow, come back for a rendition of verdict at, say, 10:30. Does that work for your all schedules? Yes, sir.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Holly, I'm so sorry that you've been feeling under the weather. I hope it's nothing serious. I hope it's not COVID or crazy flu, but I'm happy you've been peeping the past couple days. That's good. Hopefully we can have raised your spirits a little bit, at least entertained you. You could doze in and out because some of this, you know. Let's go to the verdict, shall we? Let me get it pulled up. Bear with me while I'm queuing things. I'm anxious to see how this is going to go. I saw what happened in our poll. And let me pause. I need to make the screen really big, really big for all of us. And, oh, I forgot. Close the chat. Right. What on earth? Why? She is just pissed off. Now, I will tell you, Mr. Demeanor was like, when I came home from work today, why are you so angry? I'm like, I'm just mad at the world. So I understand being angry, but good grief. Y'all are asking how long did it take? So they closed for the day and they adjourned for the day, and he came back with his decision the following morning at 10:30 is what my understanding was. So yeah, sometimes you're just pissed off, but she has been like very salty. I'm like, ma'am, you need to simmer down. All right, let me see.
back, everybody. I know everyone has been here throughout the course of the trial, and everyone has conducted themselves appropriately. I am going to render a verdict, so if you don't feel that you are going to be able to handle that, I would ask for you to step out in the courtroom while we do that.
Oh boy, here we go.
Thank you all for your time.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you all saw, I have several people watching in the on the Twix. The poll results, let me see here. The poll results were, after the state's case in chief has been presented, which are you? Not guilty, guilty, lost his last year's Easter egg. And we had 48% not guilty. We had 29% lost his last year's Easter egg. And 23% guilty. So pretty interesting mix there. So yes, hello to all of the Twix people on the Twix, all the Twixers.
And your patience. I have carefully considered all the testimony, the exhibits that have been entered into evidence, the arguments of counsel, the applicable law, and these are my findings of fact and my conclusions of law.
Woo!
First, it's important to understand what my role is. Ordinarily, this would be a jury trial. In the jury trial, the court's role is limited solely to presiding over the trial and to instruct the members of the jury on the issues of the law. In this particular trial, probably because of all of the extra stuff, which is a technical legal term, that came along with this case, my role is to be both the arbiter of the law and the interpreter of the facts. Many of the issues that were brought up in the trial are only partially relevant to some of the issues in the case. So as such, my job is to limit my view of that evidence only to the evidence which is admissible. And then only for the purpose for what is admissible. So in this role, what are the rules and what rules govern my analysis? Fortunately, the Supreme Court gives us some rules, and they would be the rules that I would provide to jurors if they were here in court. In this case, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. So I must presume or believe innocent. This presumption stays with him as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless and until it's been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and that the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. What is reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt must, whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, I must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such doubt must not influence me to return a verdict of not guilty if I have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proven beyond every reasonable doubt, and I must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is the evidence introduced into this trial, and it alone, that I am to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant may arise from the evidence, the conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. What rules do I have, or what rules do jurors have for deliberations? The Supreme Court gives us 7. In this case, there are 3, which I find to be primarily instructive to guide my analysis. The case must be decided only upon the evidence that I've heard from the testimony of the witnesses and seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and the jury instructions. The case must not be decided for or against anyone because I feel sorry for anyone or am angry at anyone. My verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. My verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in the jury instructions. So for me, this case is not a case about Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzsky's relationship. I'm not here to pass judgment over whether or not it was a good idea or a bad idea for them to be together. This case is not a case about whether or not the defendant was affluent, what his family history is from. As the state correctly pointed out in their closing argument, anyone can do anything. Good people can make that decision. And if it's been proven, they need to be held accountable. Ms. Schwitzsky's job is not a consideration for me in my deliberation. It's simply not relevant. It is relevant to the issue of bias and credibility. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about what I look at when I'm deciding and weighing the evidence, which is what I have to ultimately do with the witnesses that were called to testify.
I'm all ears.
It's up to me to decide what evidence is reliable. To do that, I should use my common sense and decide what is the best evidence, what evidence should not be relied upon in considering my verdict. I may find some evidence reliable or less reliable or not reliable than other evidence. To consider that, I have to consider how the witnesses acted when they testified as well as what they said. The things I need to consider are, 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? In this case, this comes in the form of different views from different individuals located in different places under different levels of intoxication. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Were they impeached with their prior statements? Did they indicate that they did not have a recollection of certain things when they were asked questions by one side versus by the other side?
Oh, yeah.
Was the witness honest and straightforward when answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? That is ultimately where my analysis primarily focuses. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that's inconsistent with the testimony that they gave in court? So these are the rules, and this is the framework that I have to use when I'm analyzing what my verdict should be. I then turn to the information. The information is the charging document. It's not proof of anything. but it is the formal charges that the state has filed against Mr. Goldberg. It's a 3-count information. Count 1 accuses Mr. Goldberg of committing a crime of attempted second-degree murder. Count 2 accuses Mr. Goldberg of the crime of domestic battery by strangulation. Count 3 accuses him of the crime of battery. To prove, with respect to attempted second-degree murder, to prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, Cole Goldberg intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Carolyn Schwitzsky, except that someone either prevented him from killing her or he failed to do so. And 2, the act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment knows reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. To prove the crime of domestic battery by strangulation, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant knowingly and intentionally impeded the normal breathing of Ms. Schwitzsky against her will by applying pressure on the throat or neck or by blocking the nose or mouth of Ms. Schwitzsky. 2, in so doing, the defendant created a risk of great bodily harm to Ms. Schwitzsky. And 3, at the time, the defendant was in a dating relationship with Ms. Schwitzsky. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such, does not include mere bruises. Count 3 is the crime of battery. To prove the crime of battery, the state must prove the following element beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the defendant intentionally touched or struck Ms. Schwitzsky against her will. So I then turn to the facts of the case as I see them.
Oh.
The state is correct that when a fact finder, either a jury or in this case, myself, is confronted with conflicting views of the evidence, I must attempt to resolve those conflicts if I can, before simply deciding that there is reasonable doubt. In any situation with multiple witnesses from multiple angles, there will be conflicts. The question for the court, the question for the fact finder is, are those conflicts such conflicts that it creates in the mind a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt can arise as to any of the elements of the crime. So I'll turn to my analysis of each count. With respect to simple battery, there was no bill of particulars that was requested by the defense or filed by the state. So I will look at 3 potential theories of prosecution for simple battery. First, the throwing of the seltzer bottle at Ms. Schwitzsky. Ms. Schwitzsky testified that Mr. Goldberg threw the seltzer bottle at her. It hit her in the face. It knocked her down. She felt violated, but she did not believe that he did it intentionally. The defendant denied that it happened, denied that it hit her. There were no independent witnesses to this event. There were no injuries that were observed to Ms. Schwitzsky's face. Based on my review of the evidence and the photographs and evidence, I did not observe any injuries consistent with being struck in the face by a seltzer bottle. So I have a reasonable doubt based on that conflict of evidence, if that is the theory of prosecution.
Oh.
The second theory of prosecution for simple battery was the allegation that Mr. Goldberg grabbed her and wrestled her to the ground on the boat. Ms. Schwitzsky, Mr. Goldberg denied that he grabbed her against her will. He indicated that he was trying to comfort her or prevent her from jumping off of the boat. Ms. Schwitzsky testified that he grabbed her, wrestled her to the ground, that he bit her and scratched her with his nails. There were no injuries consistent with bite marks that I was able to observe from any of the photographs that were introduced into evidence. There were no injuries visible on Ms. Schwitzsky consistent with scratch marks from nails.
Oh boy.
Ms. Schwitzsky alleged at one point either he digitally penetrated her or he roughly grabbed her in her private area. None of the witnesses testified that they saw this. None of the witnesses reacted to this. If there was documentation of these injuries, it was not provided to the court.
fighting? I missed
None
it,
of the
you telling me.
independent witnesses on the boat indicated that they observed him holding her roughly in that manner. None of them indicated that they heard her screaming at the top of her lungs. So I do find that there is conflict in the evidence such that there is a reasonable doubt as to this theory of prosecution. The final potential theory of prosecution was that after that incident took place, the wrestling on the ground, that Mr. Goldberg threw her off of the boat. Ms. Schwitzsky clearly testified several times on both direct examination and cross-examination that Mr. Goldberg threw her off the boat. Mr. Goldberg denied it. Mr. Whiting, who's on the other boat, not the trap check boat, he explicitly denied that she was thrown off of the boat, and he testified on both direct and cross-examination that she jumped off of the boat. Mr. Bullen also testified that he observed her jump off the boat. On this record, I cannot find that this theory of prosecution took place. Therefore, the verdict of the court as to count 3, simple battery, must be not guilty.
Wow.
With respect to attempted secondary murder. Attempted secondary murder involves an act which would have resulted in death. Imminently dangerous, with a depraved mind without regard for human life. The classical example of secondary murder is an individual with a firearm firing gunshots into a crowd without any specific intent to harm anyone. But that act is so imminently dangerous to human life and shows a depraved indifference that they would be guilty of attempted secondary murder, even without an intent to kill. I have only been able to find in my research a single case regarding attempted drowning. That case is Mook versus State. 293 Southern 3rd 32. It's a 4th District Court of Appeals case in 2020, binding on this court. The facts of Mook are only briefly stated because it is a collateral attack to a conviction. But in that case, the 4th District Court of Appeals upheld the conviction for attempted secondary murder when the defendant threw his girlfriend off of a boat, then followed her into the water and pushed her underwater at least twice. So what facts do I have in this case? There are several different facts that I find to be germane to the court's analysis as to imminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. First is the time that Ms. Schwitzsky was submerged under the water. Mr. Paris, who was the individual that provided her aid when she was under the water, testified that she was under the water for approximately 4 seconds. Rachel Tarachek testified that she was under the water for approximately 10 to 15 seconds. I believe it's Sherilyn Tarachek, that the other Ms. Tarachek, Mr. Paris's former wife, indicated that Ms. Schwitzsky was underwater, quote, longer than normal, but she could not give a specific time. Alex Tarachek, the owner of the boat, testified she was under the water 5, 6, maybe 10 seconds. Mr. Bowen was not able to provide time that she was submerged under the water. Mr. Whiting was not able to provide time that she was submerged under the water. Ms. Schwitzsky testified that she was under the water 30, 40, or 50 seconds. The second thing for me to consider is whether or not there was a struggle, whether or not Mr. Goldberg attempted again to re-submerge her once she came up for air. Mr. Paris indicated that there was no struggle, that he simply helped her with his hand, lifted her up out of the water, she got on the boat. No one said that Mr. Goldberg went after her a second time, other than Mr. Alex Krabchek. Mr. Alex Krabchek clearly testified that the defendant again attempted to submerge her under the water. Mr. Bullen specifically said that Mr. Goldberg did not go back after her. Ms. Schwitzsky testified that once she was saved by Mr. Paris, she had to be thrown back in the boat because she was not able to get back in the boat. Next is the manner in which she was submerged. Mr. Paris, Ms. Rachel Tarachek, Mr. Alex Tarachek, Mr. Whiting, and Mr. Bullard all testified to different manners in which they observed Ms. Schwitzsky being submerged under the water.
Sure did.
Mr. Paris demonstrated 2 hands on her shoulders, not clasped around her throat, but in the throat area. Ms. Rachel Tarachek's demonstration was similar, with the hands closer together.
Mr. Alec Trapchek's demonstration was closer together. Mr. Whiting, I believe, testified that there was one hand placed on her head. Mr. Bullard also testified that he was not able to observe it. Ms. Schwitzsky testified that Mr. Goldberg grabbed her and she believed that she was being attacked like by a shark, that she was thrown around like a rag doll, back and forth. There were no injuries that were consistent with such a violent manner in which that she would be submerged. So based on this conflict in the testimony, the court has no choice but to find a reasonable doubt as to whether or not a person of ordinary judgment would know that their acts are reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, or that the act is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent, or is of such nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Additionally, I would note that it wasn't until Mr. Goldberg's cross-examination that it was discovered that Mr. Goldberg had reported on the day of the incident that he was having difficulty swimming to Fish and Wildlife approximately 20 minutes after
That was on
their
cross.
investigation. So, because I do not find that there is proof of each element beyond reasonable doubt, the verdict as to how one must be not guilty. The final element, we prepare the final charge for me to consider is domestic battery by strangulation. There are two theories by which the state issued conviction for domestic battery by strangulation. First, that the defendant knowingly and intentionally impeded the normal breathing of the victim against her will by applying pressure on the throat or neck of Ms. Schwitzsky. I do not find that anyone testified that that was what occurred in this place, that he physically choked her and there were no injuries consistent with her being choked. But the second and more likely theory of prosecution is that Mr. Goldberg intentionally and knowingly impeded her breathing by blocking her nose or mouth with water, and in so doing created a risk of great bodily harm. I previously discussed the conflict that I have with respect to the manner in which she was submerged under the water, which gives the court concern with respect to the creation of a risk of great bodily harm and the intentional, knowing and intentional impeding of her breathing. I don't find, based on the record, that the evidence supports any of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the verdict must be not guilty. So, according for these reasons, I do judge Mr. Goldberg to be not guilty. I'd ask the clerk to provide me an order adjudicating not guilty.
Wow. 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 Holy smokes. Boy, it sure is nice when you see justice done the right way. Wow. That's right. Today this was the day of his birthday.
Thank you. Thank you all.
That's right.
I told them from day one, everyone's gonna love him and hate her. That's what's gonna happen.
That's enough, guys. Stop talking.
Thank you, Suarez.
Stop. Can you step
What
away?
did he just say?
We would all appreciate that.
Oh, hang on. We got to back this up because I think he said hug him and hate her. Did y'all hear hug him and hate her?
I told them from day one, everyone's gonna love him and hate her. That's what's gonna happen.
That's enough, guys. Stop talking.
Thank you, Suarez.
Stop. Can you step away from her a little bit? We would all appreciate that. You guys are having a good day, so okay? Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Oh, boy. I didn't know it was going to get so spicy at the end. Wow. Yes, Melissa, they should be ashamed of themselves. So before we adjourn for this long live stream tonight, I didn't look at this. Kristen had sent me a I'm not exactly sure what she sent me. I know, right? Court drama. Oh, they're gonna fight in the parking lot. Can we take the cameras to the parking lot? We would like to see that. I don't know if this is anything. Let me look here. So you didn't hear what was said. So what was said is he said, I've been saying since day one, they're going to love him and hate her. That's what he said. I'm pretty sure that is what the gist of everything was. So, wow. Okay, let me, I think I have something else here to maybe share, a quick article. Oh yeah, I think we need to look at this article. I just didn't. Wow. Yes, Janet, he was right. Because we did love him and we're like, what is wrong with her? She is not right. I will tell you what the phrase that comes to my mind when I think of her is her cheese done slid off of the cracker. That's what I think of when I think of Schwitzsky. So, all right, let's see here. Well, she looks a whole lot different there than she did in court. All right, let me see if I can make this any bigger so I can read it on the actual screen. Fans of 90 Day Fiancé may recall Carolyn Schwitzsky from her brief appearance on 90 Day Fiancé Happily Ever After, nearly a decade ago when she served as Paulo Mayfield's talent agent. The reality star was featured on seasons 1 and 2 of the fan favorite 90 Day Fiancé spinoff. I don't know why that's doing that. Sorry. On its 9th season. Okay. Carolyn's name resurfaced recently, but it had nothing to do with the show. On March 9th, 2026, Fox News reported that Cole Goldberg is set to face a trial this week for the attempted second-degree murder of his ex-girlfriend, 90 Day Fiancé star Carolyn Schwitzsky. Now there's a final verdict on Goldberg's trial. Scroll down to find out more about her. So this tells who she is. We don't care about that. What is happening? Stop it. Go away. I don't want you, ad. She's married to Jonathan LeBron, whom she met at a restaurant in Miami. The two appeared on Divorce Court in 2024 during season 26. At the time, Carolyn and Jonathan were engaged, but she suspected he had been cheating. Carolyn came into their relationship with 4 kids and recently welcomed a baby with Jonathan. And here they all are. She looks very different here. Very, very different here. Okay. Our family is growing. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. I don't care when she was on 90 Day Fiancé. This must be her here. I have no interest in watching any more of her. We know what happened between the two of them. What's the latest? And it is streaming now. She's a fame whore, been on multiple dating shows. Her 15 minutes of fame has lasted far too long. I think those are her kids. Yeah, kids are content. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not doing that. I don't do any content creators that put their children out there. Absolutely freaking not. So that's that. I'm just double checking here. I think that's all the information that was sent to me from Kristen. The rest is her IMDb. I can pull up her IMDb. I don't know that it's going to be too terribly interesting, but we can take a peek here. Oh, Lord. Lord Jesus. Yeah, there's she was, I guess, in a pit bull video also. So, before I forget again tonight, I got to look on the calendar here. Hang on a second. Y'all, we are within 14 days of Judge Bradbury having to give his decision in the post-conviction relief of Zach Adams. Yes, Melissa, Ruby Frankie, exactly. I am very, very anxious. I know we have, or that Judge Bradbury has until the 31st. I don't know that I'll be able to go live that night. And here is why. I have to have a diagnostic medical procedure done on the 31st. And I'm going to be probably a little lopty-looey. And so I don't think I'll be able to live stream that night. But Wine and Crime Wednesday that next night, whatever we find out from Judge Bradbury, we're going to cover it. So there's that. Next, I had pinned a comment from Felicia about still waiting for Georgia to get Wendy Adelson. So I don't have any news about any new Adelson business going on. All I will say is, oh my goodness, hang on. Excuse me. I have recently seen several past Dateline episodes of Georgia Kappelman, and I would say don't close the book on Harvey and Wendy yet. Thank you, Kelly. So I am still waiting. I think there is a possibility that could still happen at some point in the future. Lastly, let me see. Check my notes. I talked about Zach Adams. So we will be, I'll be dark again until Monday. I'm thinking that Monday night we'll probably be talking Kelsey Fitzsimmons. So I don't know what's going to happen on Monday, the 23rd. I thought I heard that she has chosen to have a bench trial. So it will be, again, the judge making the decision in her case. And I'm feeling a little more positive about things for Kelsey as of late. And so I will likely cover that on Monday evening. And then I don't know what we'll do Wednesday evening for Wine and Crime Wednesday. We'll have to see. I know there are several updates coming up, and guess who's right around the corner for their trial? Courtney Clenny. Courtney Clenny's trial coming up in April. So we'll have some things to refresh our minds on next week at some point. So probably not live trial replay. It will likely be Wine and Crime Wednesday with a deep dive into a case. I don't know what case. And if you all have suggestions for cases, I don't feel like I'm overwhelmed at this point. I will tell you one of the things for sure we'll cover on the evening of the 25th, which is Wine and Crime Wednesday. Raoul Valley has a hearing that day. And so we'll definitely be following up on what is happening in Raul Valley's world. And then I kind of, yeah, I've got a Brad Simpson hearing that actually is taking place tomorrow. Fingers crossed, maybe we'll get a good solid trial date for Brad Simpson, because they had the mountain of evidence. And so there was a 60-day continuance that was granted by the judge. With all of that, thank you everybody for hanging with me this long live stream. I appreciate it so much. I'm happy to see that justice was served properly. And make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, turn your notifications on, share with everybody. You all on the Twix, you need to get over to the tubes of you. Thank you so much to my mod, Kelly. I appreciate you so much keeping things moving in the chat. And with all of that, it's time for me to get some beauty sleep. So remember, it doesn't cost a penny to be kind. So find someone to do something nice for today if you haven't already. And remember,